Those who are still standing, may I request you to please be seated. All our young leaders and participants. Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you in the Youth20 Inception Meeting organized here in Guwahati, Assam, Assam by Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports Government of India in collaboration with State Government of Assam. We welcome all our esteemed guests and august dignitaries in this event. Ladies and gentlemen, the Youth20 Inception Meeting is a 3-day event started on 6th of February 2023, that is yesterday, and will continue till 8th of February 2023. Today, on the second day of the Youth20 Inception Meeting, first we have inaugural session, followed by technical sessions on 5 different themes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I request Secretary Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports Government of India, respected Srimati Meeta Rajiv Lochanji, for the welcome address. Please.
Thank you. Namaste and a very warm welcome to all the young leaders gathered here today from different parts of the world. Honorable Union Minister of State, General V.K. Singh Ji, Honorable Director General Police, Gyanen Pratap Singh Ji from Assam, members of Parliament, consuls, dignitaries, friends. Friends, on behalf of the Youth20 Engagement Group and the Department of Youth Affairs, it is my pleasure and my privilege to extend a very warm welcome to all of you for today's discussions. Friends, it is the effort of the Youth20 Engagement Group to use this platform to provide an opportunity to youth from across the world to articulate their vision for a shared future. This is the key theme of India's G20 presidency: One Earth, One Family, One Future. In the deliberations beginning from today, we have structured them in panel discussions around 5 themes that we believe are very important and that affect all of us in multiple ways, whether it be peace building and reconciliation, ushering in an era of no war, or climate change, or health and fitness, or youth in democracy and governance. It is the ability of any country to adopt constructive policies on all these themes that would determine their ability to build a good future for a good society, an inclusive society, a happy and prosperous society. Friends, as a nation, India has many insights to offer on all these themes. But perhaps the most important insight that could be drawn from the Indian experience is the Indian ability to work with everyone, to build bridges, to build consensus. And that is the reason for the strong bedrock on which Indian democracy stands. We always talk about unity in diversity as a characteristic theme of India. Friends, individuals are different, they are diverse by nature. That is how human beings are. They are structured to be different. So what is the important thing is the Indian ability to work with differences, differences of language, differences of belief systems, and to build bridges. It is this that characterizes the Indian way of life. This is as much a matter of theory as a matter of practice. And I invite all of you who are present here today to experience this lived reality of India. In fact, I would say that these characteristics, these are civilizational values: the ability to build consensus, the ability to deal with conflicts, the ability to involve everyone in the tasks of governance. It is these civilizational values that are reflected in everything that we do. And perhaps this is one of the most important insights of all the insights that this great nation has to offer us. And perhaps this is also why the theme of Youth for Democracy and Governance is the most important of all the themes that we discuss today. It is in a vibrant democracy that we would be able to discuss the best ideals for working together and building a common future. So today we invite all of you for a very stimulating discussion and to partake of the amazing hospitality that has been extended by the government of Assam. Once again, a very warm welcome to all of you. Let the deliberations begin.
Thank you, respected Srimati Meeta Rajiv Lochanji, Secretary Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, for the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, now for the introduction, I invite Shri Phalit Sijaria ji, official delegate from Y20 India. Phalit ji.
Namaste and greetings to everyone. Can we please have a huge round of applause, first of all, for the great cruise and the concert that we had yesterday. The hospitality that was given to us by the government of Assam was something that is beyond measurable, right? And when we are talking about Youth 20 and the way we are moving forward, I'm extremely privileged to say that Youth 20 is the most premier engagement group. And the question might come as to why is it so? Because all the engagement groups would be talking about various aspects. They would be covering their domains. But the point that we have to raise is youth is one segment that lies at the intersection of all of these. So if there is Startup 20, there can be no startups without the youth. If there is Woman 20, there is youth in women. Similarly, if there is Business 20, then there are youth involved in businesses. So we are a stakeholder in almost all the engagement groups. And that is also why our leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, our Youth Minister Shri Anurag Thakur ji, and others have left no stone unturned in providing support to Youth 20. So while the introduction ma'am already gave about the themes and a lot of different aspects, what I try to do is give you two various different perspectives. I would segment it into two parts. The first being Y20, the India way. Exactly what is it that we are adding? How are we doing Y20 differently than what has happened before? And finally, the broader framework within which our negotiations and consensus building would be taken forward. So while when we talk about Y20, the India way, there is generally a discourse that goes around in the world that policy making is an urban affair. You look at most of the policy making decisions, the voices that are taken into account, and this is something that we are trying to change. Drawn by India's legacy as the mother of democracy, what we are trying to do is democratize the decision making process. So while in almost all the Y20s, the representatives go and talk about their perspectives, what Indian representatives and Indian Y20 would be doing would be democratizing it and taking it to across the length and breadth of the country. When you talk about something as unique as Y20 Chopal, where we'd be interacting with the rural youth, can you imagine that we plan to host over 2,000 Y20 Chopals across the country? The scale of it. And this is something which is bigger than any Y20 has ever had. Beyond that, what we plan to do is take it to both the rural areas and also the urban areas. And how would we do that? Through Y20 talks, Y20 study circles. We plan to bring forth the perspectives of all the youth members and all the premier institutions. So at one end, while we are talking about the premier institutions, at the other end, we are covering the unorganized and the rural segment, so that the voices that come forth are democratized. And now second, when we talk about the perspective or the broader segment in which India would be talking, that is to democratize not just within the country, but democratize the sphere of global policy making. And how would we do that exactly, right? And this is something that our leadership has continuously said again and again, that India's G20 presidency is about raising the voices of the global south. The countries that had hitherto been unaddressed, whose voices were not given dominant space. And that space would be given by India. So when you look at the themes that Y20 has very carefully chosen, while at one point we talk about Industry 4.0 and innovation and the changes that are happening, simultaneously we also talk about climate change and mission life or lifestyle for environment. While at one end we talk about health, well-being and sports, the other we also talk about youth and democracy. And why again so? Because we need youth to be the driver of the democracy. We need youth participation in the democratic processes. We can no longer say that XYZ is the problem. We have to come forward and say that this is the solution that we propose and we want the government to adopt. We have to be the solution builders, not just problem pointers. And this positive approach is something that is very strongly imbibed in the Y20 process. And finally, one of the most important themes is peace building and reconciliation. This would be the first time that such large-scale democratic narrative building would happen on peace building from a youth perspective. When you look at major peace building discussions, it is almost always, how do you say, dominated by the populace that is already passing the youth phase. And it is for the first time that we would be talking about the youth perspective, the challenges that we face, the ambitions and the aspirations that we have, and something which has not been truly reflected till now. So Y20 in one way, Y20 India would be something that changes the discourse and sets it for the years to come. And I would like to end with one common question that a lot of countries and journalists pose to our leadership as to which pole would India go towards. And the answer is very clear, something that is also very strongly reflected in the values of Y20 India, is that India is a pole unto itself, and a pole that bridges the gap between the developing and the developed world, between the global north and the global south, and is one that is trusted by all. With this, I'd like to end. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Shri Sajaria ji, for the introduction, for your pertinent remarks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with our technical sessions. So today we are going to have 5 sessions. So for the first session, our compare would be Nilmi Kumar ji. May I invite Nilmi ji on stage? Nilmi ji? It's all over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I would like to request our panelist and moderator for the first theme to come on stage, General Vijay Kumar Singh, Shri Tejasvi Surya, Lieutenant General Satish Dua, Shri Gyanendra Pratap Singh, Shri Hiren Chandra Nath, Bipul Kalita, Binwel Wari, and our moderator, Kanchan Gupta, to join us on the stage. So good morning, everyone. I, Nilmi Kaur, research scholar of the Department of Political Science, Guwahati University, take the privilege to welcome you all to the Y20 Inception Meeting 2023 in IIT Guwahati. Our first panel discussion of today will be on the theme, Peace Building and Reconciliation, Ushering in an Era of No War. Let me introduce our distinguished panelists on the stage. General Vijay Kumar Singh. He is the Minister of State in the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways and Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India. He served as the Chief of Army Staff from 2010 to 2012, where he was responsible for overseeing the Indian Army's modernization and restructuring initiatives. He also possesses vast experience in the areas of peace building and reconciliation. Our next panelist is Shri Tejasvi Surya, who is the Member of Parliament from the Bangalore South constituency in Karnataka, India. He is a young and dynamic leader known for his speeches and activism, particularly in the areas of national security, foreign policy, and social justice. Prior to his election to the Parliament, he was a practicing advocate. He has the distinction of being one of the youngest members of the Indian Parliament. Our third distinguished panelist is Lieutenant General Satish Dua, who is highly decorated officer of the Indian Army, having received numerous awards and citations for his service to the nation. After retiring from the Army, General Dua continued to serve the nation through his involvement in various social and civic organizations. He is respected and influential voice on the national security and defense matters and is widely regarded as an expert in these fields. Moving forward to our fourth panelist is Sri Gyanendra Pratap Singh, who is an IPS officer and is presently serving as the Director General of Police in the state of Assam. Throughout his career, he has served in various challenging assignments, gaining a reputation for his integrity, courage, and leadership skills. He is known for his expertise in counterterrorism, anti-narcotics, and intelligence operations, and has made significant contributions to the security and stability of the country. Now we are also joined by Sri Hiren Chandranath, who is an IPS officer known for his dedication to duty, professionalism, and integrity. Throughout his career, he has served in various challenging assignments and has gained a reputation for his expertise in the areas such as counterinsurgency, intelligence, and security operations. He is widely regarded as a knowledgeable and effective leader and is recognized for his contributions to the public safety and security in India. We are also joined amongst us Bipul Kalita, who had joined ULFA in the year 1986 and surrendered in the year 2000. And we are also joined by Binuel Wari, who joined NDFB in the year 2002, but had joined peacebuilding process since 2005. Both are now engaged in the peacebuilding initiatives of the region. Last but not the least, I'd like to introduce our moderator for the panel discussion, Sri Kanchan Gupta sir, who is the Senior Advisor, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, and former member, the National Security Advisory Board. He is also a senior journalist and political analyst with over 4 decades of experience. He has also worked as an official at the PMO during the tenure of Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. So I would like to hand over the session to our moderator, Mr. Kanchan Gupta sir. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would like to welcome all of you to this session. The topic, as you know, is peace building and reconciliation, ushering in an era of no war. Now, by itself, it's a very big canvas we are looking at. There is the global canvas and India's role in peacemaking and also peacekeeping. There is the regional canvas, where India has played a very significant role in peacemaking and peacekeeping. And then, of course, there's the national canvas, where the Indian state has had to deal with various aspects, various disruptive aspects of a young democracy, which is still sort of evolving into maturity. Now, what sort of undergirds these 3 canvases is the unique Indian way of conceptualizing peace, of making peace, and of keeping peace. So if you look at it from our civilizational perspective, India as a nation has never been a nation that went to war. when I say went to war, I mean India was never an aggressive nation. It did not wage war for territory. Every time we got drawn into war was either to protect our territory or to stand up for a righteous principle, as we saw in 1971. But otherwise, from the time this civilization takes form and shape, India has never been a conflict maker. We have been a conflict resolver. And the only powerful export which India has done to the world is the idea of peace, and that is by way of Buddhism, which went beyond India's shores. And lastly, we must not forget, and since we are meeting in the G20 year, this is very much a G20 event, India's idea of peace and peacemaking revolves around what Prime Minister Narendra Modi said in the context of the conflict in Ukraine, that this is not the time for war. Because more than anybody else, at least more than the developed West, India understands that the key to development and key to sustainable development is peace. And the antithesis to that is conflict. So I will stop over there. I just wanted to contextualize the discussion. We have distinguished panelists with us, and they will, the way we have structured this session is that everybody will come in with a brief 3-minute introductory comment. Immediately after that, we will move into the question answer session. For the sake of diversity, to ensure diversity, we will take questions in English, Hindi, and Assamese. So while you are hearing to the speakers, please formulate your questions. They should be sharp, pointed, and not more than 30 seconds long. So your time begins now to start thinking up the questions. And we will begin with General V.K. Singh. I would request him to come in first with his thoughts on peacemaking, peacekeeping.
Thank you very much, all our distinguished panelists and all the delegates for Y20 who are sitting here. A very good morning to each one of you. Let me begin by saying that any conflict situation emanates from what you have within a particular region. If we take India, it is diverse geographically, it is diverse in the point of view of the way our population is. Every 200 kilometers you will find a change in dialect. It is diverse linguistically. It is diverse from religious and social context that we have. It is diverse politically, and it is diverse climatically. Today you are in the eastern part of the country. You would have felt how green it is. It is different than some of the areas of India which are further towards our west. All this diversity contributes towards different perceptions that take place. All this diversity creates disharmony if it is not managed properly. And this diversity, if it is taken as a strength, as India has taken, it creates a different dynamics of its own. The question that comes up is, how do conflicts occur internally first, and which lead to any external conflict subsequently? The very first thing is the social economic condition that prevails in the region, which creates haves and have-nots. It creates dissensions in the minds of people, which leads to conflict. It is further strengthened if you have widespread unemployment, because it further strengthens this haves and have-not condition. You have motivation to take part in conflict for looking for a better future. A lot of people get carried away thinking that conflict will lead to a better future. You have some people who join because people who are already in conflict are able to create a fear psychosis. And therefore, people are made to join even if they are probably unwilling to join. You have the phenomena of seeking power. Somebody who is not in power wants to seek power. You generate conflict so that you can come into the forefront. You have issues where external support is concerned. Neighbors who may be inimical to you. And therefore, the fire is fueled by external support. You have internal, like I said, diversity in political this thing. You have internal political conflict that carries on. Everybody trying to run down the other system, thinking that their system is the very best. It leads to conflict. And the glamour of conflict, unfortunately, attracts the youth. It is the glamour at times which takes the youth towards joining a conflict situation. Now, youth is the most impressionable age in any community. They are the ones who either get carried away or contribute towards subsequent reconciliation and peacemaking. This is something which we need to take back with us, because it is the youth who will matter in how a nation will run in the future. Similarly, what is to be done, we will have expert opinions on that. The Indian approach has been to look at the issues in terms of whether it is just or unjust. It is the approach in which you try to look at what is part of the Constitution and what is not part of the Constitution. What is it that needs to be done to ensure social harmony and economic equality? What is to be done in terms of ensuring that everybody gets same opportunities and the processes become transparent so that there is much more confidence of the population in that. Now, with all this combined is the process of reconciliation that starts. Reconciliation which is done with heart in it will succeed. Any reconciliation which only depends on force is unlikely to succeed. Force is to be used to ensure that you hit at the root cause, but you use harmony, you use sympathy, you use compassion to ensure that things which have gone bad, where you can turn the people around, can be turned around. And this has been the general approach which you will find as a thread which runs through India's experience of peace and reconciliation, peace building, ensuring that things become all right, and suitable opportunities are then provided to assimilate people who got misled. If you don't provide that, then things go wrong. So, since you are in Assam, you must have read what Assam has been all about. You would have understood what led to certain things. And today when you look at Assam, you will find a totally different Assam, because this whole process of reconciliation has taken place. With this I end and let the other speakers take on.
Thank you, General Singh. Mr. Tejashwi Surya, You are a youth leader, you are a young MP, I think among one of the youngest, if not the youngest. General Singh made this point that both conflict and peace impact youth the most. I would like you to take off on that and very briefly make an opening statement which sort of puts these three factors together: the youth, conflict, and peace.
Thank you. Thank you, Kanchanda, for setting in context General V.K. Singh's opening remarks. If there is one section of the demography, one section of the populace that gets disproportionately affected through war, through conflicts, it's always the young. Because it's their future that is always at stake. And therefore, it's very important to have a youth representation and the youth at the table while discussing issues like peace and conflict resolution. And it's very heartening that the Y20 Inception Meet at the very beginning has taken this subject and has given such a large number of young people an opportunity to put their case forward. I want to make three brief points on how and why the youth will play a very important role in conflict resolution and peacemaking. From the India perspective, like General Saab said, India is a land which is as diverse as it can get. Diversity in language, diversity in the way we dress, the language is spoken, the food that's eaten, climatic conditions, everything. But the one Indian lesson that can be taken at the global level to understand how India through its millennia has managed all of these diversities, how it has managed to ensure harmony between competing identities and competing forces, is the India lesson of not confusing unity to become uniformity. And the second Indian lesson of not confusing diversity to be discrimination. So when there is an attempt to force uniformity, certain sections of people feel that there is certain force that is being applied. But in India, unity has always been achieved, but it has been achieved not through forced uniformity. Diversity has always been respected, but it has never been confused as discrimination. So I think this is one very important lesson from the Indian context. The second important thing that the young of today realize, and we also face, is that the world today at the global level, thanks to technology, has become even more interconnected. Therefore, the challenges and problems that the young of the world today face is far more common and far more shared and far more nearer. So a startup in my city of Bengaluru will face problems in raising capital if the economy in the US is not doing very well. In the same way, a young entrepreneur, say starting out in India, may not do very well if the economy in Australia is not doing very well. Because the world is today so much more interconnected thanks to technology. And also, if you look at the last 10, 12 decades of the experience of the last 3-4 decades, one will realize that the scale of problems that the present generation of young people are facing at the global level is very different from and globalized than what it was earlier. For example, the problem of how disrupting new technologies, whether it may be artificial intelligence or whether it may be machine learning, how is that going to transform the jobs of the future, is something that affects a young person, whether it's in the global north or the global south. The challenge of climate change affects a young person, whether he is in the North American continent or whether he is in a part of Africa. So challenges like emergence of new disruptions in technology, challenges like climate change, also the changing global economic order. Because perhaps it is our generation for the first time which is grappling with how to regulate international currencies like the cryptocurrency, which does not have jurisdictions and which by definition does not want to be regulated. So I think these are very unique challenges that can be addressed only at the global level through a process of dialogue and discussion and deliberation. And this presents in itself a very unique opportunity for our generation throughout the world to arrive at consensus and harmony. The third point, briefly, Kanchanda, is that through the global experience, and especially in India, because we have seen this very closely, especially in the Northeast as well as Kashmir, one thing that has been repeatedly proven in the benefit of the young population is that strong political stability has always created prosperity for the young. Here we are in the Northeast of India. Until very recently, this very region was prone to infiltration, prone to insurgency, and a lot of young people, generations together, were victims of this insurgency. But today, problems which were legacy problems for almost 2 decades, 3 decades, have all been resolved, and we see young people coming forward and taking up activism in democratic spaces. So the third point I would want to say is, whether it's in the Kashmir experience, where today there's a new blossoming of peace and prosperity, and young people, women, children, everybody is now going to theaters, movie theaters, watching movies for the very first time in decades. Or the experience of the Northeast, where young people are now going to colleges, universities, and trying to create new startups. Political stability and processes where the young have faith and trust in transparency, and they feel their voice is heard at the table, is a very, very important aspect of conflict and peace resolution. Until and unless the young, who are a very important stakeholder, feel that they have a role, their voice is heard, and they have a seat at the table, and they can craft their own destiny in democratic ways and methods, until such an ecosystem, enabling ecosystem is created, then the effort at long-term, long-lasting peace and conflict will always be very far away. Thank you so much, Dada.
General Dua, destiny, disruption, democracy. Within these 3 Ds, I think a lot of effort goes into making peace and keeping that peace. And the army or the armed forces have played a crucial role in this peacemaking and peacekeeping. I would request you to quickly come in on this and make a brief opening remark.
Thank you, thank you, Kanchanda. And Jai Hind, everybody. It's good to be back in awesome Assam. When I say be back, because, thank you. I say be back because as a young major, more than 2 decades ago, I was deployed over here, not very far, other side of the river in Mangaldoy district, then combating terrorism with Ulfa. As a Major General about a decade ago, I set up a new counter-terrorism force of Assam Rifles in Assam, in South Assam, Silchar. South Assam was under me, so was Mizoram and Tripura. So, Army does play a very important role. Armies are not an important role in the peace-building efforts. Armies are not meant to wage war. Armies are there to ensure peace. If you have a stronger army, your enemy will not dare to attack you. Now, as Kanchanda asked me to do, let me, before I talk about Army's efforts, very briefly try and talk about these few terms: peacekeeping, peacemaking. Peacemaking is easy to understand. trying to broker peace between two warring sides is peacemaking. Peacekeeping is trying to ensure that once the peace has been made, then it does not, conflict does not reopen again. It does not lead to confrontation and conflict. Peacekeeping is a huge effort internationally. United Nations peacekeeping organization operations take place in many countries where peace has to be kept. And India, Indian Army, Indian Armed Forces, mainly Army, has been the largest contributor to peacekeeping operations around the world. We are the largest contributor with over 200,000 troops have participated in these operations in about 49 missions out of the total 71 missions that UN has brokered. When I talk about peacekeeping, it's also the fact, let's also remember that India sent out Indian peacekeeping force at the request of Sri Lankan government in the late 80s. At the request of Maldives government, we sent out peacekeeping forces and ensured that a planned coup would not take place. And that is peacekeeping. Conflict resolution or reconciliation. Now that is a process which is the culmination where we have to try and resolve the conflict. And that can only be done by all of government approach, all of society approach, and all stakeholders have to be involved in that. For instance, what is happening in Kashmir today? We have come to a stage where we are trying to reconcile, stage of reconciliation in which armed forces are also playing a part, but it's a whole of government and whole of society approach. What is peace building then? Peace building, by its definition, is larger than all these three. Peace building starts even before peacemaking and continues even after conflict resolution. Peace building involves creating different personal, political groups, personal groups, ethnic groups, racial groups, strengthening the civil society, creating socio-economic conditions for socio-economic development. Peace building is an overarching term that extends beyond all three. And it can be easily explained by a very contemporary example. India or Indian Armed Forces are not involved in peacekeeping in Afghanistan in any way. But India is involved in peace building because India is extending help while we do not agree with the Taliban regime, but India is extending help to the people of Afghanistan. We have already spent $3 billion in various AIDS infrastructure and medical programs. During the COVID crisis, we supplied huge number of vaccinations to Afghanistan. And in the budget announced last week, our Indian budget announced last week, rupees 200 crores has been allocated for the same process in Afghanistan itself. So peace building is an overarching bigger process. I would just like to end by talking about Kashmir once again. It is the peace building effort in Kashmir that Indian Armed Forces are very actively involved. The Indian administration is now providing conditions for socio-economic development. And how are they able to do that? They are able to do that because armed forces ensure that the level of violence have come down. There are no more of these strikes and hartals and bunds that we used to see in Kashmir earlier. I have been corps commander there. During those days, it was very difficult to move out. Today, the way the businesses are thriving, the tourists are thronging, where the way the civil society is getting involved in Kashmir, and soon we will have the political process that will start in the state, in the Union Territory, and I'm sure that is the time when the peace building would actually bear fruit. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I mean, the world is one family. And this is also the theme for this year's G20. I mean, the G20 year which India is celebrating. Now, all of us know of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, but many are unaware that this comes from a sloka in the Upanishads. And the preceding words are very instructive. This is mine and that is yours is a very narrow way of looking at things, because Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one. There has been a lot of reference to insurgency in the Northeast, and in many ways the Northeast has been very unique to democracy building in India. Democracy building, when I say, I mean I refer to the constitutional democracy that we have adopted for our republic. And it was inevitable that there would be conflict. It was inevitable that there would be disagreements, there would be a certain amount of what we now call dissent. And also it was inevitable that the initial response to this disruption would have to be force to ensure that the state's supremacy is established. But subsequently, whether it is in Assam or anywhere else in the Northeast, we have seen the political process taking over. In Assam, we had the Assam Accord, we have had the Mizo Accord, we have had an agreement in Tripura, Manipur, the Bodo Accord. And the reason I mention all these agreements is that it is possible within the constitutional scheme of things to have such agreements which are very region specific, place specific. So today we hear of plurilateral arrangements in global affairs, 2 countries, 3 countries getting together to have their own agreement. And in India we have had plurilateral agreements to maintain peace, to keep peace, and to harvest the benefits of peace. And one of the people who has played a very big role in this, in Assam, is Shri Gyanendra Pratap Singh, who has sort of experienced it from all aspects, from making eye contact with the insurgents, to brokering peace with them, getting them to agree to come over ground and join the mainstream, the national mainstream. I would request Shri Singh to come in with his opening comments briefly, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As the Chief of Police of Assam, I would like to welcome all of you to the beautiful land of Assam. I came here about 3 decades back, 32 years to be exact, and I have fallen in love with this place. Your stay is shorter, maybe a couple of days. I don't know whether you would have an opportunity to fall in love as much as I have, but I am sure you would take back very fond memories. Whatever I would say today is based on my experience of handling insurgency in various theaters of so-called conflict. I call it so-called conflict for a reason. in Northeast, Assam specifically, Kashmir, Punjab, mainland. I have had extensive experience of working in different theatres. I have a completely different take on this. It is never about conflict. It is never about difference. It is never about reconciliation. What has happened is that this paradigm change has come in last 8, 9 years, 10 years. We have started understanding as government, as security agencies, that it's about identification and understanding of different aspirations of the people. What most of us talk of as conflict is actually differing or parallel aspiration of people who are residing in a particular geography, or a set of people residing in one geography who have got parallel or different aspirations. Now, what has happened during the last 1 decade or so is that these aspirations have been identified, understood, and the government as a whole has started working on this. It's because of this, once people feel that it is not being seen as conflict, it is not being seen as a war, it is not being seen as insurgency, but it is an attempt on part of the government to identify and address those aspirations, that the peace has come. This is not only about Northeast, this is about different parts of the country. That is the part regarding what is being told today as reconciliation. Second, which is extremely important, equally important as this part of addressing the aspiration, is about de-weaponizing the system. Now, wherever there are parallel aspirations, people have tendency to gather weapons, and that is where Assam has always had a difficult situation, because we have 7 interstate boundaries, 2 international boundaries, and we also have 3 countries which are not exactly having borders, but who are in close proximity, and some of them have interests that are not very good for India, and the flow of weapons has always taken place. So this is the part which security agencies, whether it is armed forces or the central paramilitary forces or the state police, have always done, that is to de-weaponize the system. Once you de-weaponize the system and then you identify, understand and address the aspiration, development and peace is the only option. It is the only thing that would happen, and that is what is happening today in Assam. When 2-3 years back, the entire Assam had what is called as Armed Forces Special Powers Act. Now today we have a situation where the Armed Forces Special Powers Act from Assam is almost gone. It is just left in about 27-28% of the geographical area of Assam. Insurgency is gone from almost entire state except 5 districts in Upper Assam, which are bordering Nagaland and Arunachal Pradesh, which also because of which continues because of some international associations of those geographies. Other than that, Assam is absolutely peaceful, and those who want to stay longer, they should roam around and see the beautiful land. Once again, welcome all of you to Assam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have with us today 2 panelists who come from a very interesting background. Both of them were part of the insurgency in Assam. Both of them chose to give up arms and join the mainstream. So we thought of inviting them to share their stories with you. And I will begin with Mr. Bipul Kalita, who was part of the Ulfa insurrection over here. Mr. Kalita, 3 minutes.
Namaskar. Apoloke শুভেচ্ছা জনাইছো। আমি এই
I think his mic is not working, so you can give him this mic.
আমি যেতিয়া অসম আন্দোলনৰ যিটো বঁটা অসমত বলিছিলে সেই অসম আন্দোলনৰ বঁটাৰ পিছত অসমত এটা পৰিৱেশ সৃষ্টি হৈছিলে সেই পৰিৱেশৰ লগত সংগতি ৰাখি আমি অসমৰ মই বুলি নহয় অসমৰ সেই সময়ত সকলো জনসাধাৰণে এটা গতিত গুচি গৈছিলে আৰু সেই সময়তে আমি সংযুক্ত মুক্তি বাহিনী অসম চমুকৈ আলফাত আমি যোগদান কৰিছিলোঁ আৰু আমাৰ এটা সপোন আছিলে সেই সময়ত দেখিছিলোঁ যে আমি অসমখন স্বাধীন কৰি অসমখন সুকীয়াভাৱে থাকিব লাগে বুলি আমি ভাবি পেলাই যিটো আশা লৈ পেলাই আমি গৈছিলোঁ আৰু তাত গৈ পেলাই আমি 14 বছৰীয়া যিটো কাৰ্যকাল সংগঠনত জয়েন কৰাৰ পিছত 14 বছৰীয়া যিটো কাৰ্যকাল সেই কাৰ্যকালত গৈ পেলাই আমি যিটো দেখিলোঁ বা যিখিনি পালোঁ যিখিনি আমি হেৰুৱালোঁ সেই কথাখিনিকে মই আপোনালোকৰ আগত আজি শ্বেয়াৰ কৰিবলৈ লৈছোঁ আমি 1986 চনত সংগঠনত যোগদান কৰিছিলোঁ যোগদান কৰি অসমত আমি বিভিন্ন জিলাত বিভিন্ন ৰাজ্যত গৈ পেলাই আমি কাম কৰিছিলোঁ তাৰপিছতে আমি কাছিনলৈ গৈছিলোঁ কাছিনত ট্ৰেইনিং কৰিছিলোঁ ঘূৰি আহিছিলোঁ তাৰপিছত আমি অসমৰ মানুহক সেই আমাৰ যি সপোন বুলি ভাবিছিলোঁ তেতিয়া সেই সপোনৰ বিষয়ে আমি অসমৰ মানুহক বুজাইছিলোঁ যে অসমত এনেকৈ এনেকৈ হ'ব লাগে অসমখন এনেকুৱা হ'ব লাগে ভাৰতবৰ্ষৰ লগত থাকিব নালাগে কিন্তু সেই সময়ত যিটো গতি আছিল অসম আন্দোলনৰ যিটো ধাৰাবাহিক গতি সেই গতিৰ ফলত আমি যিটো বতাহত আমি গুচি গৈছিলোঁ আৰু তাৰপিছত গৈ পেলাই আমি যেতিয়া আহি পেলাই আকৌ অসমৰ মানুহৰ মাজত আমি যেতিয়া সোমাইছিলোঁ আৰু পিছত শেহতীয়াকৈ যেতিয়া আমি দেখিছিলোঁ যে এই সংগ্ৰামখনৰ আমি যিটো পথেৰে গৈছোঁ সেই পথটোত গৈ পেলাই যে আমাৰ কোনো মানে ভৱিষ্যত নাই সেই বস্তুটো আমি তেতিয়া তাত বুজি পাইছিলোঁ বুজি পাই পেলাই আমি আকৌ 2000 চনত যেতিয়া মূল সুঁতিলৈ গুচি আহিছিলোঁ তেতিয়াও আমি বিভিন্ন ধৰণৰ জনসাধাৰণৰ লগত আমি সময়ে সময়ে কথাবিলাক আলোচনা কৰিছিলোঁ তেতিয়া আমি গম পাইছিলোঁ যে আমি যি 14টা বসন্ত আমি নিয়ালোঁ এই 14টা বসন্তৰ আমাৰ কি হ'ল অসমৰ 2% মানুহৰ বাদে বাকী 98% মানুহে আমি যিটো পথত গৈছিলোঁ বা আমি যিটো বিচাৰি গৈছিলোঁ সেই বস্তুটো তেওঁলোকে বিচৰা নাছিলে আৰু আজিও সেই বস্তুটো বিচৰা নাই আৰু সেই সময়ত দিল্লীৰ লগত অসমৰ যিটো দূৰত্ব আছিল আজিৰ যিটো অসমৰ লগত দিল্লীৰ যিটো সম্বন্ধ আৰু সেই সময়ৰ যিটো অসমৰ ৰাজনৈতিক সামাজিক অৰ্থনৈতিক সাংস্কৃতিক যিটো বাতাবৰণ আছিলে আজিৰ যিটো বাতাবৰণ এই সময়ৰ লগত যিটো পৰিৱৰ্তন হৈছে গতিকেলৈ সেই তেতিয়াৰ যিটো বঁটা আৰু আজিৰ যিটো মানে ব্যৱস্থা অসমৰ যোগাযোগ ব্যৱস্থাই হওক এখন ঠাই উন্নতি হ'বলৈ হ'লে তাত প্ৰথমতে এই যোগাযোগ ব্যৱস্থাটো খুব জৰুৰী সেই ব্যৱস্থাটো আজি আমাৰ অসমত আমি সকলোতে দেখিবলৈ পাইছিলোঁ সেই সময়ত ব্ৰহ্মপুত্ৰত 1-2খন দলং আছিলে আজি 10-12খন দলং হ'বলৈ গৈ আছে অসমৰ শিক্ষানুষ্ঠানসমূহৰ এতিয়া উন্নতি আমি দেখিছোঁ মেডিকেল কলেজবিলাক হৈছে শিক্ষাৰ ব্যৱস্থাটো আগবাঢ়ি গৈছে গতিকেলৈ সেই ব্যৱস্থাখিনিত আমি দেখি পেলাই এতিয়া ভাবিছোঁ যে সেই যিটো ধাৰণা সেই ধাৰণাটো আমাৰ সেই সময়ত ভুল আছিল
Mr. Kalita will take a break here so that he can translate what he has said.
Greetings to everyone. During the time of Assam agitation, there was a situation when the people of Assam were influenced to stay separate. They thought that they should be separated from the India. And so at that time we joined Alpha and we thought wrongly that freedom and separation should be our goal. In the 14 years that we spent in Alpha, we saw that what we wanted, we went to several states of the Northeast India. We went to Kachin for training. And we thought at that time that Assam should be separate. But when we came back, we lost our 14 years and we realized is that what we thought Assamese people wanted is not what they actually wanted. The relationship between Delhi, the central government, and Assam at that time was very different. Now it is a very different situation. Things have improved substantially. Communication has improved. Bridges have been built, and the several institutions, educational institutions, were built during the last few years. So the idea that we had at that time, I don't think that was a correct one.
Thank you.
এতিয়া আমি সংগঠনৰ পৰা ওলাই অহাৰ পিছত সামাজিকভাৱে যিখিনি কৰি আছোঁ আৰু নিজক চলিবৰ কাৰণে যিখিনি কৰিছোঁ সমাজৰ কাৰণে কাম কৰিবৰ বাবে চিন্তা কৰি পেলাই আমি এটা অৰ্গেনাইজেশ্যন কৰিছিলোঁ, এটা NGO। সেই NGOৰ জৰিয়তে আমি 16 চনৰ পৰা মই এটা স্বচ্ছ ভাৰতৰ লগত সংগতি ৰাখি পেলাই মানে গোটেই ডোৰ টু ডোৰ কালেকশ্যন আৰু মেডিকেলবিলাকৰ যিটো বায়'মেডিকেল ৱেষ্ট, জেনেৰেল ৱেষ্ট, এই গোটেই বস্তুখিনি আমি ডিছপ'জ কৰাৰ যিটো প্ৰক্ৰিয়া, সেই প্ৰক্ৰিয়াটো আৰম্ভ কৰি পেলাই আমি এতিয়া নিজকে সংস্থাপন কৰাৰ লগতে সমাজখন পৰিষ্কাৰভাৱে ৰখাৰ লগতে আৰু নিজে 10জন 15জন মানুহক আমি এই NGOৰ জৰিয়তে সংস্থাপন দি পেলাই আমি বৰ্তমান চলি আছোঁ। আৰু এইখিনি ভাৰতবৰ্ষৰ যিটো প্ৰধানমন্ত্ৰীৰ যিটো স্বচ্ছ ভাৰত অভিযান তাৰ লগত আমি সংগতি ৰাখি পেলাই এই কামখিনি কৰিছোঁ। এতিয়া আমি আকৌ জাবৰৰ পৰা যিটো সাৰ বনোৱাৰ যিটো ছিষ্টেম পদ্ধতি, তাৰ পৰা আমি এতিয়া কিছুমান মেচিন বহাইছোঁ। মেচিন বহাই আমি তাতে সাৰ প্ৰস্তুত কৰিবৰ কাৰণে আমি ব্যৱস্থা কৰিছোঁ। আৰু তাৰ জৰিয়তে নিজকে সংস্থাপন কৰাৰ লগতে আমি অন্য বহু সদস্যক সংস্থাপন দি পেলাই মই মোৰ জীৱিকা নিৰ্বাহ কৰাৰ লগতে সেই পৰিয়ালসকলৰ জীৱিকা নিৰ্বাহটো কৰি আছোঁ।
Thank you.
After leaving the organization, I started an NGO inspired by the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, which would collect waste, specifically medical waste for medical waste disposal, which should keep the society clean, and we have also provided employment for several other people. Now we are going into more mechanized mode, and we are implementing machineries which would create compost from the waste that we have collected. Thanks.
So ultimately it was the peace dividend, which is development, that sort of drew him over to the national mainstream in India. We also have with us Mr. Binual Wari. He was with he was part of the Bodo disruption, NDFB. And he has also given up a life of violence, or a life which saw violence as as the currency to assert and achieve demands. He gave that up, and he also chose the path of peace over conflict and development over insurrection. So, Mr. Wari, if you could come in briefly. We are slightly running behind time, so if you could make your comment as brief as possible. Would you be speaking in English or Assamese? Okay, please.
माइक दीजिए, उनका माइक काम नहीं कर रहा है। ओ अच्छा, हो रहा है।
Thank you very much, sir, for giving this opportunity to speak a few words. Basically, I will not speak technically because this agenda, it is especially in peacekeeping and peace building and development of the nation. Anyway, I belong to a community, Bodo community, and partially or wholly, you may be aware that last on 2020, 27 January, there was an accord, peace agreement with the government of India. Before that, in our region, there were lots of problems, insurgency, and the violence, intolerance in our region. But gradually, after that agreement, peace agreement, now all those incidents, all those happenings were disappeared, and the peoples are now, in our region, the peoples are now engaged in their developmental activities, and many of us are engaging in the peace initiatives, works, and the like. Now, my point of view is that today in this platform, I would like to really thanks to the government for the very much proactive roles in solving such problems. Now, little bit earlier, our dignitaries have spoken regarding all those things. Now, I myself was a member of such an organization. You may know or may not know that NDFB, this is National Democratic Front of Bodoland. It wasn't like insurgent groups. But behind that, there were many reasons. I do not want to go behind that. But the thing is that development and peace is necessary everywhere. Earlier, we witnessed lots of conflicts. Like me, many youths were losing their lives, and many properties and many youth powers all were misused. And we were not able to connect with the mainstream, and we were lagging behind somewhere. Now, from my side, from our side, world is developing in its climax level, and we were lagging somewhere behind. That was the main thing that we had come to the negotiation, we had come to the discussion. And especially, I must thank this government, because this government and the officers, they identified exact problems, they identified the need of the hours, what were needed to be done. So, in further times also, we are very eager, we are hopeful that our regions are still not developed too much. Somewhere or in some ground, still we are lagging behind. I hope this government will carry it out, and our country India and our state Assam and our friends and our here and near there ones will develop gradually. And we are hopeful that peace will prevail everywhere, and the developmental activities will be initiated everywhere. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to speak a few words, and I must conclude with this.
Conflict, peace, development. Shri Hiren Chandra Nath, who's additional DGP Assam, has been intimately involved with the integration or reintegration of people who were involved with insurgencies in the northeast, in Assam, into the national mainstream, into the larger democratic structure of the Republic of India. I would request him to share some thoughts briefly, sir. Your experience, I mean, what makes it tick? What makes people who were firmly entrenched in a very disruptive and at times even violent insurgency to cross over? And then how do we rehabilitate them? So if we can then go into the question answer session.
I welcome you to this beautiful spot in the face of Mother Earth called Assam. It's a lovely country, lovely place, full of biodiversity. In the meanwhile, I think we were exposed to all these beautiful things of this place.
I think your mic is
थोड़ा ऊपर. Yeah, I'll repeat again. I welcome you to this beautiful spot on the face of Mother Earth called Assam. It is one of the beautiful spots most fertile land on this earth. This is full of biodiversity and flora and fauna, and of course, it is known as a garden of ethnicity. At the very beginning, Minister Sir has mentioned about the biodiversity, ethnicity of this land. Another very important point, Assam is situated in the northeast corner of the country. It is connected with a very narrow corridor, 24 kilometers corridor. It is popularly known as Siliguri corridor. 7 states, now Sikkim is also added to it. So 8 states in the northeast, which will very popularly, very frequently mention. If India has 7 neighboring countries, you will find that 4 neighboring countries are surrounded in this cap of northeast. China, Myanmar, Bangladesh, and Bhutan, and slightly away Nepal. Now, why youths were attracted to militancy? There is a saying that before 25, if you are not a socialist, then you don't have heart. And after 25, if you are a socialist, then you don't have a brain. That is, before 25, you are always rebellious. You don't want to listen to reasoning. You try to solve the problem in your own way. But after 25, when you mature, when you see the colors of life, you go out of your home, you see the problem of the people, then you change your mindset, and then you are run not by your heart but by your brain. That is by logic, that is by reasoning and all these things. This happened to these 2 gentlemen. When they were 23, 24, they joined a militant organization, but after 14, 15 years, when they found this is totally a futile exercise, violence cannot bring anything, only it can bring destruction. During the last 3 decades, we fought insurgency here in Assam. Mainly on 2-3 premises, these boys were misguided by the militant leaders. One is sense of deprivation. Second was sense of negligence or alienation. That we are far off from the mainstream, we are always neglected, or natural resources are taken away, something like this. But when they entered and they found that it is nothing, taking these premises, these leaders were just exploiting these people, exploiting resources of this place. We suffered. There was backwardness, no industry, no development process, but we fought back at the cost, of course, heavy losses. We lost more than 4,000 civilians during the last 3 decades, more than 3,000 militant leaders, and more than 1,000 security forces. At the cost of 10,000 lives, of course, we have fought back, and now you have seen, as our DG sir has mentioned, you can go to any part of the state and it is totally peace, and it is the time of now peace, development and advancement. Now, we fought insurgency from 4 angles. One is constant operation against these militants. Second is constant negotiations with the militants group. Third is surrender, ceasefire and rehabilitation. And fourth is very strong community policing and developmental process. About insurgency, about fighting insurgency, my former speaker have mentioned. Now I will come to the rehabilitation, how we are rehabilitating the people. During the last 2 years, we have adopted different means. Last 3 decades, of course, there was different kind of experiments for rehabilitating these former militants, but sometime it was successful, sometime it was partially successful. There were instances where the militants again, surrendered militants again joined the militant outfits, or they formed a new militant outfits, which we call recycling of militancy. But last 5 years or so, we have not seen this. There has been some kind of attempt, but we could neutralize this thing at the very first attempt. So far, rehabilitation is concerned, we are adopting following 2 principles, or this is mainly 2 schemes, you can say. One is the formulated by the government of India, which we call surrender cum rehabilitation scheme under the Ministry of Home Affairs. What we do there, we give a fixed deposit of 4 lakhs rupees to each and every individual militants, which will be matured after only 3 years. And there will be joint signature by the individual militant and by the intelligence head of the state police. So during these 3 years, what a militant or a former militant will do? Showing this fixed deposit, they can get a loan of 3,20,000. Now they have the money what to do, because most of the militants, they have some problems. Problem is this: during their formative stage, during their youths, they were away from the society. They were only trained to handle a gun only, sophisticated weapon. And they were accustomed with working in a particular group under the command of a particular leader. So they were lacking soft skill, they were lacking communicating with the common people. Now suddenly if you start a shop, they won't be able to run this thing because they don't have that soft skill. They do not have the habit of getting adverse question to them. So suppose a customer comes and start bargaining, so they become very angry. So they do not have the habit of listening to this, only giving order that you give money, you come to my place, like this. So after giving this money, of course, through all bank accounts, no cash amount, through all bank accounts, and bank account will be connected to the other, so that there is no misuse of this amount. Then we will be training them under very important or very reputed government training institutes like SIPR and the State Institute of Panchayat and Rural Development, AVIC, Khadi and Village Industries Commission, KBK, Kisan Vikas Kendra, then Skill Development Mission. So we give them first orientation training, we do some interest mapping, that suppose in this organization there are 300 boys and girls, what they want to do. So some would be interested in suppose horticulture, some will be interested in some veterinary, some will be interested in fisheries, something like this. Then we make them into different, divide them into different groups, and the expert goes, talk to them, give them some orientation training, and with this we tie up with the banks and they get a loan. And today I could not give a visual presentation. There are enough, visual presentation. Subsequently, sometime I will be able to give you. So during the last 2 years, more than 7,000 former militants, they were given money, they were given training, and today they are practicing all these things so that they can very meaningfully merge with the society. Just they are not earning a livelihood. Now the gentleman Vipul Kalita, he said what he is doing, that for earning his livelihood, he has connected himself with Swachh Bharat mission. He is going to the hospitals, collecting the garbage, forming an NGO, and imbibing this habit of cleanliness among the community. So he is earning a livelihood, but livelihood in a different way, so that it can give something back to the society.
Sir,
so in this way,
sorry to interrupt, but we are now running out of time.
So in this way, we have rehabilitated more than 7,000 former militants during the last 3 years only. Now 6 more groups are under negotiation. This process is going on. I hope that within a very short period, we will be able to sign some memorandum of settlement with them, and they will also be rehabilitated. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now we are open for questions. I'm sure you have thought up your questions. We will. Okay, now keep your questions very sharp, very brief. We don't want lectures, we don't want counter views, we just want a question. Okay, now I will begin with this young lady over here.
Namaskar. One of the speakers has pointed out the importance of employment, and I would like to know what is the strategy regarding the fact that in the near future, a lot of jobs, a lot of tasks will be replaced by artificial intelligence, which can lead to unemployment and to frustration.
Thank you, but I think future of jobs is a separate session. You can take your question over there. This session is about conflict, peace, development. Yes, sir.
Namaste. So my question is about, like Ajit Doval has once mentioned about 4th generation warfare. So I wanted to know about perspective of law enforcement agencies and the security agencies, because we are in the age of information warfare. So the common citizens are also, victims and also source of the insurgencies or things like that.
So General Singh, would you like to take that, sir?
See, basically every audible?
Yeah, it's working.
The process is not centered on one or two agencies. The process is all-encompassing. Everybody has to get involved in it. We want to ensure that reconciliation takes place in actuality. So it starts with identification, it starts with weaning them out, it starts with retraining and skilling them, it starts with people in the society accepting them and giving them the confidence that they are part of it. So it's an all-encompassing thing, not relegated to few agencies.
Thank you, sir. Next question. Where are the ladies? I'm actually looking for a lady, yeah. Can we get a mic over here?
So much of light.
Somebody here.
Yes.
Hello. Hello, everyone. So, as we have known about the role of government officers and other political leaders and all. So my question is, as a common people, what will be their roles in maintaining peace and order? Like common people have some duties. So what will be their duties?
That's a very good point. In our pre-session consultations we had just now, I did mention this point that when we are dealing with such a huge youth mass, we need to also talk about responsibilities when we talk about rights. I mean, it's your right to dissent, but where does that right end and your responsibility begin? Tejasvi ji, would you like to take this, please?
Yes. Very valid intervention that you have made. The world is not globe. The world is its people. And society at the building block is the individual. So I think as long as we do not create an ecosystem where the individuals feel at peace with themselves and can feel they're part of an ecosystem where they can fulfill their true human potential, distinct to their individual nature, then the competing aspirations, competing identities will always clash. So the important point here is about how we must realize that the right to dissent stops at disruption, because disruption does not do good to anybody. Disruption only creates more conflict, and conflict only breeds more violence, and violence does not result in prosperity or opportunities for anybody. So I think as a society, if we look at, for example, I was told yesterday that there was a music concert where Papon, a very popular music rock star from Assam, performed. So when young people, and there's more society to society, people to people movements in the area of, say, music, in the area of, say, economic opportunity sharing, and also aspects like yoga, because at the end, true oneness at the global level as well as at the individual level can happen only if there is an underlying spiritual oneness. And when people at the individual level start identifying everybody and everything around as one. So I think as individual common people, using the term that you said, as common citizens, being aware that creating a political system that is transparent, response to the aspirations of the young, encouraging more people-to-people contact in areas that are strictly not, say, political, but which will create the enabling environment for more culture and more conversations. I think there, the role of the common citizens play a very important role.
Thank you. Over here in the center.
Hello. Sir, warm good morning. Actually, I have a question, like what might be the possibilities that limit the youth's engagement towards peace building, and what must be done to enable them as active agents of peace building?
No, we have gone through that. They explained, each one of them explained. That is not a question. Yeah, please. Do we have a question here? Yeah. You can speak up, we can hear you.
Namaste. So, as General Dua already mentioned that in the recent 2023-24 budget, we had some funds outlaid for the neighboring countries, and for Afghanistan, I think 200 crores have been allocated so that we could basically aid the people of Afghanistan. But since we know the regime in Afghanistan, it is not a very responsible one. So how do we ensure that the fund that has been allocated for the people, it basically reaches the people and it comes to their help, since a lot of NGOs, they have stopped operations in the country. So how are we going to ensure that the fund basically reaches the people for whom it is meant?
Well, there is a mechanism for it. We use the UN route to disburse aid and assistance in conflict zones. If I can get someone asking a more specific question. Yes, please. Leadership in peace building. General Dua?
This was for me?
General Dua, would you like to come in on that?
Asked the question specifically for
okay, thank you.
Sir, I have one question.
Yeah. Maybe after this, just take a minute to answer. Yeah. I think leadership plays a very critical role in peace building. We have seen this at the global level. We have also seen it at the Indian context. We mentioned earlier in the discussion of how in the last 8 years, there has been tremendous success, especially in the Northeast, towards conflict resolution, and many young people coming, leaving arms, giving up arms and coming to democratic processes. This could not have happened without a strong political leadership that the country is today witnessing under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And this is true at the global level as well as at the local level. In addition to that, I want to just make one more point. If you look at the tradition of leadership in India, whether it is spiritual, whether it's social, or whether it is political, from the time of Buddha or Gandhi, or today at the time of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the country's leadership, whenever it has offered solutions at the global level, has always been one that has furthered the cause of peace and global prosperity. Which is why today, if you go even to the east of India, whether it's in China or Japan or Southeast Asia, you will see how deep the influence of Buddhism is. In the same way, the kind of influence that Gandhi had on the social sphere, whether it was inspiring Martin Luther King Jr. or whether it was inspiring Nelson Mandela, that was the kind of inspiration that Mahatma Gandhi gave at the social sphere. And today at the global level, through G20's leadership and through India's championing of the global south, the Prime Minister's leadership is again pioneering a new era of no war, an era of peace and prosperity for all. In that sense, leadership is very critical to ushering in peace and prosperity for the people of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm afraid, like all good things, this session too has to end. I wish we could go on, but we can't do that. Thank you, everybody, and a very big, let's have a very big round of applause for the panelists. It was a pleasure being here. It was a pleasure being among such a big gathering of young India. Thank you once again.
So we have come to an end of a wonderful session. I'd like to thank our moderator and our panelists for the enlightening discussion. I'd like to also thank Professor Priyanku Sharma and Professor Anamika Borua, faculty of IIT Guwahati, for being here for the translation. Now I would like to request Professor Parameshwar K. Iyer, Director IIT Guwahati, to give away the mementos as a token of appreciation. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Everyone, please remain seated. We'll be starting the next panel discussion shortly. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Check.
Society for Applied Microwave Electronics Engineering and Research, SAMIR, an autonomous R&D laboratory under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, has recently set up a high-power microwave active and passive component laboratory in IIT Guwahati. At this unique facility, scientists of SAMIR, faculty and research community of IIT Guwahati carry out R&D in the areas of high-power microwave tubes and components, including conventional as well as futuristic MM and THG sources. SAMIR enables these research activities by providing state-of-the-art design and modeling facility, furnace facility, high-precision mechanical fabrication and inspection facility, clean room facility, chemical facility, cathode processing facility, and low and high power microwave measurement facility. The laboratory not only aims at contributing to the field of medical sciences by designing and developing high power S-band 3-port circulator and ferrite-based RF load, which are used in accelerator program to treat cancer, but also in the field of non-destructive testing. In addition, the current research areas are focused at the design and development of S-band pulse and CW magnetrons, which are used for development of high-quality diamond.
First time in India, we have developed high-power passive and active devices like 3-port circulator, ferrite-based load, CW magnetron and pulse magnetron, which are used in medical science for treatment of cancer and in NDT or testing of material and diamond industry for processing of good quality of diamond.
Resonating with the mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat, SAMIR Laboratories' indigenous design and development of high-power active and passive devices will play a crucial role in facilitating the research community of Northeast India as well as other parts of the country for carrying out R&D activities in cutting-edge areas in the field of microwave and electromagnetics.
Indian Institute of Technology Guwahati, the 6th member of the IIT fraternity, was established in the year 1994 with an inclusive objective of genuine improvement in educational facilities of Assam and its neighboring states. Within a short period of time, IIT Guwahati has been able to build up world-class infrastructure and state-of-the-art facilities for carrying out advanced research and to facilitate both national and international students from all over the globe to pursue their bachelor's, master's and PhD programs in various fields. Indian Institute of Technology Guwahati has been ranked 6th in overall India ranking of institutions in the academic sector and ranked 7th best engineering institute by the National Institutional Ranking Framework in 2021. Indian Institute of Technology Guwahati's campus is on a sprawling 285 hectares plot of land on the north bank of the river, the mighty Brahmaputra, and abuts the North Guwahati town of Amingarh, around 20 kilometers from the heart of the city, with the majestic Brahmaputra on one side and with hills and vast open spaces on others. The campus provides an ideal setting for learning. It is often considered as one of the most beautiful campuses among many higher educational institutions in India. This sprawling 285 hectares campus of IIT Guwahati houses
Everyone please settle down. We'll be starting the next panel discussion shortly, in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hillocks, garden area, state-of-the-art infrastructure and complexes such as the Lakshminath Bears Central Library, academic complexes, administrative complex, classroom complex, lecture halls, research and development complex, hostels, staff quarters, playgrounds, indoor stadiums, gymnasium, swimming pool, student activity center, market complex, school, banks, Dr. Bhupen Hazarika Auditorium, guest houses, and other essential amenities. Every element of the Institute's campus has been planned and designed in a very sustainable way, which allows for the residents to feel at home with the beautiful natural surrounding and landscapes. IIT Guwahati presently has 11 departments. Department of Biosciences and Engineering, Department of Chemical Engineering. Department of Chemistry. Department of Civil Engineering. Department of Computer Sciences and Engineering.
Everyone, please settle down. We are moving ahead with our next panel discussion. A very good afternoon, respected dignitaries and delegates from all around the world. I, Himraj Gogoi, from Johar Engineering College, would like to welcome you all to the panel discussion on the theme, Future of Work, Industry 4.0, Innovation, and 21st Century Skills. Before we begin, I'd like to request our distinguished panelists and moderator onto the stage. We have Dr. Ghanshyam Das Dhanuka, Shri Uma Maheshwar, Shri Prem Kumar, Dr. P. Muthukumar, and Dr. Rakhi Chaturvedi. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce the distinguished panelists for the panel discussion today. Today among us, we have Dr. Ghanshyam Das Dhanuka. Dr. Ghanshyam Das Dhanuka is an industrialist from Guwahati, Assam, and managing director of GR Dhanuka Group. He is leading multiple ventures in pharmaceuticals, hospitality, green energy, real estate, infrastructure development, oil and food sector. He is also the chapter chair of the Young Presidents Organization YPO, Northeast India. Next we have Shri Uma Maheshwar. Shri Uma Maheshwar is a chief consulting engineer at GE Aviation India engineering team and has several years of experience in setting up and leading large organizations in research and technology, advanced design, engineering, manufacturing, and digital domains. Then we have Shri Prem Kumar. Shri Prem Kumar is the founder and chief innovator at Marut Drone Tech Limited. He has provided drone-related technology to some of the prominent sectors like medical, defense, agriculture, etc. He is also a proud alumnus of IIT Guwahati. Finally, we have Dr. P. Muthukumar. Dr. P. Muthukumar is a professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at IIT Tirupati. Currently, he is involved in the project Design and Development of Biogas-Driven Hybrid Solar Dryer for Northeastern Climatic Conditions. He is also involved in the project Development of Porous Radiant Burner for Northeastern states. He has also received numerous national and international awards, including Abdul Kalam Technology Innovation National Award. He was also with IIT Guwahati for several years before moving to IIT Tirupati. Please give him a big round of applause. The panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. Rakhi Chaturvedi. She is the professor and head of Department of Biosciences and Bioengineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. Please give her a big round of applause. Now, I'd like to hand over the session to moderator madam to carry it ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Am I audible? Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, Himraj Gogoi, for introducing the panelists. Before we begin the session, let me welcome each and every one of you, and particularly the youth who have joined this panel discussion and panel session from the different part of the country and from the globe, entire world. It's a very forthcoming and very enriching session that where the youths are present here and to this single forum. It's not only the proud for the country and for the state, but it's a proudful moment for the world that youth are talking about the theme, the industry 4.0 and the 21st century skill, and which is very much needed, such kind of discussions, the debate in the current scenario and the context, where the world is moving and changing very fast. So before we begin with the panel, the members' opening remark, just I wanted to convey about the overall theme of this panel discussion. As you know, according to the 2020 Global Youth Development Index, the conditions of the young people have improved around the world more than 3% between 2010 and 2018. But the progress is little slow, is not as expected, but the COVID-19 has also reversed this growth. The latest industrial revolution differs from previous ones because now the artificial intelligence, robotics, the big data rule the organized sectors effortlessly. And the demand for a future Indian and global workforce are transforming instantaneously. The world is also becoming increasingly technologically independent and dependent, in fact, technologically dependent and remarkably globally interconnected. So since the world is, the requirement and this changing so fast, and it requires the interconnection from the different part of the expertise which is existing in the globe, and this is the right forum where the people, the youngsters have gathered here. And it would be an eye-opening and visionary for the school children who are, some of them are sitting on the back side here, and some are there in between the crowd, the audience as well. And it would be a very eye-opening session for them to think from now onwards how to come up as an industrial person, or maybe this, to begin with a startup or as a young entrepreneur. To begin with this session, I would request the panelist, Professor Muthu Kumar. As you know, he is the professor from IIT Tirupati, but before moving to Tirupati, he served quite a good number of years to IIT Guwahati as well. And he is actually a mechanical engineer, and I request him to give the opening remark for us. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I extend my warm welcome to all for this great event. So most of you are aware about the Industry 4.0. So basically it focuses on digital transformation of the manufacturing and production industry, and also the complete digital transformation of the supply chain management, including the starting from the supply of raw materials and the supply of the associated components at various stages until the supply of the finished product to the this consumer. So therefore, to have the complete digital transformation, so we need to have the close coordination at various stages and from the various sectors. So this can be done, through the, you can say, the Internet of Things, and then the artificial intelligence, and as well as the automation. And also the Industry 4.0, it's focusing on producing the product in global in a mass level, and so that again with the complete digitalization of the supply chain management, you can reduce the wastage of raw material and production delay, and also you can optimize the inventory, and you can do all these things. By doing all these things, you can expect the overall production cost to be reduced to a larger extent. And some of you may think that the automation and going to the the Industry 4.0 may reduce the conventional manpower, the manforce. Yes, it is true. Definitely it will cut down the expensive manpower, but the Industry 4.0, it's mainly focusing on producing everything in the global the mass production. So when you produce all the quantities in the mass production stage, so it will open up the huge employment in the many sectors. So therefore, in overall, if you see the employment, this is going to be increased by a larger extent. So there won't be any fear about this, this Industry 4.0. So to the major developing nations such as Germany and France, even US, and already they made the initiative in establishing the industry 4.0. Efforts are being taken. And coming to the Indian scenario, you know, we are of course have huge IT expertise pool, and also we are the of course the world leader in exporting IT solutions. So Government of India already of course they made several successful digitalization schemes, including the digitalization of the major public projects, and the digitalization of the payment gateways, and you know, this Jan Dhan Yojana, Aadhaar, and direct credit transfer. The many such things have been successfully of course implemented. So we are in the way. So recently, that is in December 2021, our government has made a huge incentive, roughly about $10 billion, mainly for establishing the semiconductor industry in India. So this is a huge kind of this one. So far, we import almost 100% of our requirement from other countries. As a result, because of the shortage in breakage in the supply chain management, many of the industry got affected. So maybe in a year, maybe in next 3 years from now, so you can see India will be the you can see the leading exporter of semiconductor device to the other globe, and we are going to of course have a huge manpower you know, requirement in this area. Yes, already we trained nearly about 60,000 manpower in catering the various needs of semiconductor industry, and again we are going to add up another 20 to 30K, you can say the expertise, you know, the manpower in this you know, industry in the upcoming years. And again our curriculum, we also made a lot of effort in revising the curriculum, particularly in the engineering and the technical curriculum towards the need of Industry 4.0. There are several such courses. For example, you can say the artificial AI and smart manufacturing, robotics, and even the data analytics. Many such courses have been of course initiated, started in the last 1.5 years. Maybe in the next 3 to 4 years, we are going to have the huge, you know, you can say the talents in this area. So definitely all this, the manpower will be getting the huge opportunities in the upcoming years. So in addition to that, to sensitize the, you know, the importance of Industry 4.0, we also of course set up the several initiatives such as the Center for Industry 4.0, and then the Center for, you can say, the Smart Advanced Manufacturing and Rapid Transformation Hubs through the Ministry of through the Department of Heavy Industry and all these things. All these the initiatives will provide and sensitize the importance of Industry 4.0, and also provide adequate training to the manpower by establishing the demonstration hub across the India. So the big players, for example, the Tata groups, even these Vedanta groups, already they have shown and taken initiative in establishing the semiconductor industry in India through their joint venture. This is going to come. So I am sure that maybe in the next, in the upcoming maybe next 2 to 3 years, we are going to be the leading, you can say, the exporter of semiconductor industry in semiconductors, you know, to the other countries. So therefore, the India's you know, vision to achieve about 5 trillion economy by 2025 will be of course accomplished through this you know, this Industry 4.0 and as well as the rapid, you know, growth in the semiconductor industry. So to have the Industry 4.0, I mean to achieve this you know, the concept of Industry 4.0, we need to have uninterrupted, you can say, the clean power. That is more important. So to in line with now our country is promoting and also making huge investment on you know, the on generating power from the renewables, and right now we have nearly about 40% of share, more than 40% of share from the renewables. It is going to increase by about 50% maybe in about couple of years. So when you transform your energy sector from the non-conventional source to, I mean, the fossil fuel based energy source to the renewable source, so you need to have the infrastructure for energy storage. As you know, renewables are not available throughout the day. Again, it is a seasonal basis. So therefore, the storage is the major you know, key challenge. So recently, again, our government has announced about 17,000 crore the funding for developing the hydrogen infrastructure. So through this, we are going to set up the huge hydrogen production center at the different parts of world, and then creating the other hydrogen infrastructure. and which can be, of course, used by both industry as well as the transport sector. So in this sector also, again, it's going, the huge opportunities going to come for all the young peoples. And again, we are also, taken the major initiatives in establishing the, establishing the R&D efforts in the energy materials, energy storage, and several such programs are already been, of course, announced. And so this is about the, this one. Again, we are also doing lot of initiative, and we are promoting lot of startups in the battery industries and thermal management issues in the batteries industries. So coming to the students, the student level and particularly the young people, we have several programs for, for the initiating the entrepreneurship at the students level. So through the Department of Science and Technology, we have the New Generation Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development Center. These centers can be established in any one of these institutes, and through these centers, we of course support the innovatives and new ideas, to take into the product and any other useful things. So yeah, there are schemes, and the students can get up to about 2.5 lakhs as a seed money for coming up with the novel product. And there are schemes from the DST, and through the prisms they have funding in different spaces. For example, in phase 1, if you have any innovative the novel ideas, and you can convert them into the product, so you will get about 20-25 lakhs. And once if you make the successful product, then if you want to take it up to the commercial scale through the entrepreneurship, so you will get funding up to about 50 lakhs. These schemes are available, and many of our students are already already benefited through these schemes, and all you guys can explore it. And again, there are schemes like through the BIRAC. Again, we have the several such schemes for funding the students, and even through the startups, we have a separate division on startups India. And so if you have kind of ideas and the innovative, this one means you can also apply funding through the startups, where you will get the funding up to about 50 lakhs. This is the subsidy, plus you will also get huge money, as the industry loan, and for the next 4 to 5 years, and you will get the, of course, you don't need to worry about the income tax submission. So many such opportunities are available, through the startups. And as part of the, you can say, the new education policy, every institute, particularly the technical and engineering institute, need to start the innovation and entrepreneurship shift. This is the mandatory. I think many of you are aware about it. If you have any kind of ideas, innovative ideas, or if you want to develop any product, forget about the product, even the solution, business models, which can be, done through this so-called the entrepreneurship cells, where you are expected to get the seed funding from your institute. This is the mandate, and through which the government is organizing the regular seminars. Almost every month you can see the seminars, and where the experts or the successful, you can say, the startup person can share their experience, and they will also provide. Yeah, it's done. I'm done. So, so there are many opportunities are there. Government, government and industry cannot provide, job opportunity to everyone. So instead of job seeker, so you need to be you should be a creator. So particularly for the scholars and all these, the higher study students, don't of course restrict your research only in publishing the papers and the manuscript, because after a few years, I don't think you are not going to read your own manuscript. So therefore, you try to come out with your project and your research in developing some kind of innovative solution and all these things.
We will stopping for the moment for you.
So thank you. So this is my submission, and I can of course come back to you later.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry for interrupting, but definitely we'll come back to you again, and during the question answer session, some relevant question might be there from your expertise. Just to let the participants and the delegates and the audience here that the format is the same what we have in the panel 1. The opening remark will be there, so that you will get to know what their expertise is, and then following this, the 30 minutes will be dedicated for the question answer sessions, where you can have a relevant question from the panelists where they are. And with this, I am moving to the next panelist, Dr. Ghanshyam Dhanuka, to say the opening remarks. Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to awesome Assam. the land of Ma Kamakhya. Over the years, thank you. Over the years, there has been tremendous efforts by Government of India and Government of Assam to improve the facilities and upskill the quality human resources to be suitable for high-end research, engineering, and translation. An emphasis towards this end has been the implementation of the fourth industrial revolution or Industry 4.0 that conceives rapid change to technology, industries, and processes in the 21st century due to increasing interconnectivity and smart automation. So it is important for academia today to update its curriculum to cater to the emerging trends and needs of industry. In the current era of digitization, there is an urgent need for upskilling and capacity building of the current and future manpower in the fields that include, but not limited to, cybersecurity and data management. This calls for development of soft skills for effective collaboration that would help to bridge the gap between industry and academic so that the challenges that arise due to technology could be addressed. For the same, our state Assam is coming up with a world-class skill development university to skill the youth for future. I believe that educational institutes should train the students in the new age skills worthy of industry employment. By implementing strategic shifts to focus on hands-on skills and technology learning, by upgrading the infrastructure in institutes, by promoting academia and industry linkages to identify and upgrade the curriculum, by quality improvement programs for faculty, by introducing early digital learning in students, and by making internships in industry mandatory. This would not only facilitate the ability of the future workforce to expand their skill sets, but would also help in the overall growth of the institute and would result in enhanced student placement, improved university ranking, improvement of faculty research and innovation opportunities, and expansion of academic streams into new areas with industry participation. So, from an industry point of view, there would be industry-ready talent pool available. Also, there would be an overall improvement in deployment-ready productive employees. To conclude, industry and academia collaboration should be the primary focus in fostering Industry 4.0 skill and innovation. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ghanshyam. We are moving to the next panelist, Mr. D. Uma Maheshwar, to say something about this opening remark.
Thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I said good afternoon.
Yeah.
I think we have a few more hours for lunch, and I think we still have a lot of energy in us. So I just want to ask, since I see a lot of young members in this conference, how many of you are having this question mark on your face that what happens to the jobs? I know the young lady there asked this question, but how many of you are wondering, what is the future? What would happen to me and the society and the people at large? Can you please raise? Majority. Great. That makes this discussion really interesting. So since I come from aerospace industry, there's a buzzword, and anybody who knows about this, please raise the hand. It's called CAVU, C-A-V-U. Anybody knows about it? Okay, in simple words, it's ceiling and visibility unlimited. When you want to take a flight, you want to make sure that you can see the distance and you don't have any ceiling restrictions so that you have a safer flight. So it's around 10 miles and 10,000 feet. But just reverse these letters. CAVU has become VUCA. Volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, and that's the world that we are living in. I know that we are all talking about Industry 4.0, and we have just started our journey, just 10 years approximately. But if you really look at, this is just the beginning, and there's already a discussion of Industry 5.0, by the way. Okay? So the point I'm making is, today's normal is to live in disruption, not just to survive. I think we are all discussing, how do I survive? Let's change the context. Let's think of how do we prosper in disruption, not just survive. Because, and I just want to give you, my perspectives in 3 aspects. We will unfold a little bit about this whole Industry 4.0, not too much in detail, but just to take away and have some real understanding of what it really means to us, and then talk about the present, and then I want to share 3 solutions to prosper in the Industry 4.0. Okay? So, if you look at the previous industrial revolutions, no wonder every revolution has actually displaced not just the skills, but the industries and the countries. The countries who emerged as the most powerful were the countries who really were the thought leaders, right? So the real message here is that if we have to prosper, we have to be the thought leaders. And it created new economies, new countries, whether it is US, UK, Japan. Every industrial revolution shows that there were certain set of countries and the industries, and behind those there are some individuals or thought leaders who really paved that way. And the same thing applies to Industry 4.0, although it's very, very complex. And there is no choice for us. We have to really understand, then take it forward. And although we may have a lot of pessimism and negativity, but let's face it, every industrial revolution made the quality of life better. Think about human beings spending so much of mechanical, work and becoming sick. So, at the end of the day, it's a good thing for the humanity. Now, the question is, how do we take it forward? Okay, but the first thing is we must recognize that it is a good thing for us, although there is going to be a disruption. If you are not prepared, it can cause a lot of turmoil and very unpleasant experiences. Now, the present world, if you look at, I want to give an example of aerospace industry which I came from. How it is really changing the whole world. It's the same thing which is applied to every industry. I think you see a common theme because of Industry 4.0 and the digital technologies, something called democratization. Democratization of everything, which means every one of us, irrespective of where we belong in the planet Earth, we would have a fair opportunity. This is something that human beings could never ever achieve. There used to be always supremacy and domination of people, countries, etc., etc. Now, we are going to really enable this through Industry 4.0. It's a great theme, great thing. For example, aerospace. It was always dominated by few countries, few companies. You can just count those companies who have dominated for over 120 years of invention of the flight. Today, you look at it, in just last 20 years, the aerospace industry in India, for example, you have private companies, engineering colleges who made small satellites and sent it successfully, right? There are many companies who are thinking of actually making space travel affordable. Things that we never ever could imagine. If you look at drones, I know my friend here is going to talk about his own story, being a student and starting his own venture and really serving agriculture and many industries. Who would have ever thought that we can democratize flight, right? There are hundreds of startups which are actually paving this, what I call as democratization of aerospace industry and flight. And the same thing is applicable to other industries. Take example of healthcare. We are going to have democratization of healthcare industry, meaning we would have a lot more control on how we would live, and hence the healthy life that we want to live. Again, all these would be paved by the Industry 4.0. and then the automobile industry along, around electrification. So the point I'm saying is it's a real thing. It's really changing the game. It's at the start. If I talk about, let's talk about 3D printing, which is one of the 9 technologies. It may look like, printing. I saw the video, just printing some parts. It's really not that. It is actually a disruption of the entire economy. Many countries, and not to name few, but there are countries who have specialized in manufacturing, and the entire growth story of that country would depend on manufacturing. Think about when you print a part, and we are talking about metal parts, real parts. By the way, we printed the first company which made the aerospace engine parts, which are flying beautifully from last 7 years. Who would have thought that we could actually print some metal parts, real parts? And this is a disruption of those nations, the skills. People would have spent billions of dollars in honing those skills, and the industries would have spent on R&D and so many things. It just got disrupted. Think about the disruption to those companies who are in the import and export of raw material and finished goods, because you manufacture certain things in certain countries and globally export. You don't, you see that the entire logistics industry would be disrupted. So the implications are so huge. So we can go on and on, see how every one of these Industry 4.0 technologies can be disruptive and can create new jobs, new skills, and new economies, new industries, and new companies. Okay? So that's the present, that's the world that we are living. And finally, I just want to end, what's the solution? The 3 mantras for the 4th industrial revolution. In my opinion, it's not just technical skills. It's really that mental state, the mindset, the people who understand it and who can actually become the thought leaders, they would really prosper. And it is applicable to industries and also the countries. What are those 3? The first is, irrespective of your background, whether you are a commerce person, arts, engineering, which part of engineering, doesn't really matter. Every one of us must learn digital. Okay? Think about it. It looks very, uncomfortable to some of us, but the world has taught. You go to a vegetable vendor or even a beggar, they have Paytm or Google Pay, right? They have adopted. We have adopted. World is adopting. So first is become digital, learn those skills, and there are so many fascinating examples of how we can apply digital in every field. So please reimagine your work, reimagine your industry, reimagine how your skills could look different when you apply additive. Additive is really the secret sauce, number 1. Second, if you look at all the innovations, right, we are, the world and the industries have moved around, you come out with a great invention on particular thing. But in today, if you just look at US, they filed 250,000 patents in 2020. Just think about it as one country. These are all so many, innovations, but we need to really connect all the dots, all the inventions and the system of systems, the ability to think of the end solution or the product, not just one piece of it, is really a big thing. So which means multidisciplinary thinking. That's where the cultural diversity, the diversity of thoughts would really enable us to think beyond and get new perspectives. It's not really the technical specialists who can think. So our ability to really connect dots and think at a system level is the most important thing. And then third, I would say this is the third solution, but it is really about third eye. You know about Shiva, the third eye? It's really about, taking a time to reflect, assimilate, and really use your inner power. Okay? It looks very imaginary and spiritual, but I really mean it. It's all about our agility, our ability to really learn fast and become more relevant, more contemporary. And I want to leave this thought. It will put many of us in an uncomfortable situation, and we will probably answer this later. If you are thinking that we would retire at 60 and we will probably live for 100 years, I can tell you, sorry, maybe in India it's 80 years, 70 years. many of these people who are in 20s, 30s, I can assure you, you will live more than 100 years. And your kids would probably live more than 120 years. So if you are thinking that I would retire, 60 years and then spend 30, 40 years in old age, sorry, the quality of life will become better, the quality of healthcare would become better, and if you are thinking of one skill, one industry, one particular career, it's not going to be enough. Okay, let me answer the solutions later, but hopefully this gives you some perspective on how the industry is moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Uma, giving a very broad perspective and thought-provoking for the youth to think about the three ways of the life one can dream of to become the new entrepreneurs. Now we will move to the next, the panelist. To be very frank, I'm a little biased for him because he is our alumni, and he is actually a gem of among the alumni because we are really feeling very proud, and Mr. Prem Kumar. And what we were talking about, the three panelists before that, and he will give you how you have, because I was closely monitoring him for the last few years, starting from just before the COVID and during the COVID. So he will say something about it and what he is actually into it and what make him to think about it. Mr. Prem, please.
Is my voice audible?
Yeah.
Can you check? Is it audible now? Yeah. So I was 10 years before sitting the opposite to you and sitting the opposite now here after 10 years coming to IIT Guwahati again, and it's definitely gives a refreshing for me a lot. So like in next half an hour, 1 hour, everybody will have the lunch, right? And everybody wants a good food. But everybody forgets the food which is coming to our plate is coming from where? How it has been cultivated, how it has been actually done. Every person sitting in this room doesn't want to do agriculture. But we are an agriculture dependent country. If you go back last 50, 60 years, the only industry which was known in India was agriculture. And today, if you 2023, if you see still how the agriculture is done in India, not only in Assam, every part of the country, is the way. I just wanted to show a small clip for you. So this is a chili crop. In 120 days of a chili crop, they do 10 times the activity like a spraying. The spraying is must in agriculture for every crop. And you see 90% or 80% goes in the air. And if a sudden wind blows or if something climate change, this is blown to villages. Like you know the incidents like in Maharashtra, there is a place called Yavatmal. A wind blown suddenly, more than 3 villages, 4 villages got impacted with the health. And if you see a technology like a drone, what it does for it to the same crop is where you are spraying hundreds of liters, you are doing in less than 10 liters, and when you're taking for 4 to 5 hours, you're doing it in less than 10 minutes. And who's gonna do it? The person who's sitting, and the person who is sitting in this room, each and every one of you are gonna do this technology transformation in India. And this is not, you don't need to do a PhDs or MTechs or BTechs to do this. The transformation which India needs is just you need a 10th pass and being a citizen of this country and learning in less than a week. That's the mandate what it takes. So when it comes, like I talk only 3 things. One is everybody talks about innovation, employment, and sustainability. So when it comes to innovation, you don't need to scratch your head and go to Oxford's or Stanford's or go to any of the big universities in the world to do anything, doing innovation in India or doing innovation in your community. It's a basic thing you observe. That's what I did first, is where if you go to any farm, even in Assam, if you go to any of the tea farm, you see a people carrying 20 to 15 kgs, the sprayers, and walking in the fields and doing the activity like a spray, right? And as a human, it's very difficult for people to do even kind of activities. It's uneven. You spray a little more, less, and it's a purely people dependent. And none of the people sitting in the room actually want to do that activity. People want to do technologies which are sitting in before laptop or sitting in more of factories, but nobody actually wants to do anything in the field and in the crops. And everybody wants a good food. And COVID has really brought us to the reality is that what we were eating defines our health and our more of a lifespan of a person. And whatever food you're eating has excess pesticide for sure is because the farmer who is doing cultivating, he doesn't know where exactly the pest or disease. So if he has a 20 acres or 10 acres, he does entire crop. So now with the technology like the drone and the technology like sensor technologies, you can pinpointly tell where exactly the pest and disease. You can do very specialized, localized kind of intervention to reduce the agrochemical time and the input cost of farmer, and ultimately he has a better yield and better cost, and he will double the income, which every time we listen like how do we double the income of a farmer. It can only possible by adopting the technology. Doesn't mean you are removing a labor force. You are bringing a new set of age group of 25 to 40 years age old to enable agriculture and to agriculture in the country rather than going out of the country and doing other jobs. This is what we could see. And when it comes to the employment, is this you have seen the agriculture, right? So a farmer pays 500 to 800 to do spray and activity. A drone can do 20 to 30 acres in a day. If you take 20 acres and you charge 500 rupees per acre, and if you just work for 20 days in a month, around 2 lakh rupees has been revenue generated. And if you remove all his expenses, a lakh 10, a lakh 50, you can easily earn 50 to 60,000 rupees just sitting in your village, serving to your own farmers and learning in less than 1 week. Tell me what is the technology today where you, unless you don't do the PhDs or MTechs, you don't earn 50, 60,000. That's the difference what is a new technology like a drone technology is bringing to it. So innovation, employment, ultimately everybody is concerned about the climate, sustainability. So what we're going to bring is the water, like earlier they used to do 100 liters they used to spray, now it's come down to 8 to 10 liters, more than 80% reduction of water. And you saw the first clip where you saw the chemical going, all agrochemical, the environment, and there are a lot of parameters. Like during COVID, you have been listening different states, like some other new diseases come, or some other, because this agrochemical where deposition is happening on the water bodies, on the land, different, the thing, there were new diseases we were able to hear and everything. So what I could see is the next set of the technology or next set of the agriculture is done by each and everyone sitting here, because it's very easy and very data driven and very automation, and sitting in your home you can do your cultivation, just you need to adopt and you should do the transformation change. And what we saw the change is because the farmer in 2021, 2022, even 2023, he thinks the technology is for his son who is in US or in Canada, or his grandson who is studying in the school. He never thought the technology which we listen every day in news to the papers going to help him. So here it comes the drone technology. He has a problem with the pest, because if he doesn't address in 24 hours or 48 hours, it's going to expand, he's going to lose the crop. A drone coming in, serving him in less than 24 hours, 48 hours, addressing the problem and without having the labor issues. The biggest problem is the health hazard. Is if you can open your phone and type a cancer train in your phone, you'll understand the reality what is happening. Every person who is in agriculture in post 45s or post 50s are prone to cancer. There is a cancer train every day goes from Punjab to Rajasthan for treatment of a cancer patients. Majority of 80% are the farmers who are direct exposed to this pesticide, chemicals, and sitting in the environment, having food and water in the where they do the cultivation. So that's where what we're trying to bring is the next set of people, the next farming, or every farmer should feel like every time we listen, right, a farmer's son should become a farmer is only through the technology like a drone technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, Prem. Now it's open for the question and answer, but before, on behalf of you, I will ask the question from Prem Kumar, because since you are talking about the farming, which is the main for the country, the agriculture, how you feel, because normally our farmers are used to of conventional or traditional farming. And when you come up with some technology, how they have taken it up? Because you are, if I am correct, you are taking up the entire Telangana and the Andhra region, where your drone is quite much popular, not only in the agriculture, but also in the medical and the one more sector, what was that? The defense as well. So how the farmers have taken up your
Ma'am, it's not
device?
just the, it's audible, right? It's just not the south or one particular state. Now every part of the state is adopting the drone technologies, and what farmer sees is seeing is believing. He just sees in 1 acre how the pest is addressed or the sprays happens and everything. Then immediately within an hour he is just adopting. The technology's adoption is very fast. We think in the office saying that technology will take time in adoption or will take like lot of thing happens. But when you take a drone to a farmer, within 1 hour he understands actually whether it is helping his farm or not. So once we do demonstration in one place, immediately entire village comes to know and it's lined up. And the advantage of this is a very repetitive kind of a work. Like example, only first time you take the boundaries of a field, and like example paddy needs a 4 times spray or chili needs a 10 times spray, all are the boundaries are fixed. So it's a very autonomous. You don't cross the field and it's no drift happens, you just keep the coordinates and you have all the sensors, like what you see a Tesla car, obstacle avoidance, all the sensors, right? Similar sensors are there to drone. So you just keep the waypoints, goes to the exact crop, does the activity at same height, consistency, detects the obstacles, trees, poles, and also have a terrain sensors, everything is done. So you need to just be understanding how the software works, and the entire software drives the entire operations. And the majority of the people have seen, example, you take the farms like a sugar cane or a red gram, they are very high crops. So earlier they used to like leave the crop in the edges in the middle to go tractor or people. Now what's happening is you don't need to touch a crop itself, and height is not a constraint. So you see a very rapid kind of the adoption in farming. That's the reason Government of India also, COVID has really helped this sector actually, because what it is to take for 10 years, it got done in 3 years. In the last 3 years what you see. The rules have been simplified, airspace has simplified. Now how you buy a tractor, you can go and buy a drone, unsecured 10 lakh rupees at 5%, 6% from your bank, nearest bank, and also have subsidies at state level and central level for the technology like a drone, which is because it is impacting the farmers and also creating employment at rural level itself.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the floor is open for the question answer, and I request the participants to be very direct with the question, very short question, so we'll get the right answer as well. And before you say the question, just introduce yourself in few words. Yeah, please.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from Indonesia. I was the chair of Youth20 Indonesia last year. I'm very fascinated by the drone technology. So my question is, we talk about democratization and how it's relevant for the future of work and industrial revolution. What would it take to have these innovations to be implemented on a global scale? Because Indonesia is also an agricultural society in which we rely a lot for works and jobs from agriculture. So, and I hope that G20 India can also bring those innovations and apply it globally, and that would transform the global south, transform the world. So the question is, how do we bring that innovation on a global scale? Thank you.
So Prem, would you like to answer? Yeah.
Because I'll definitely answer this, because India is known for agriculture, right? Like you imagine like Australia or any of the country, all the agronomists or entomologists are Indians who maintain these crops and cultivate these crops. So now the technology like a drone needs a lot of data sets, like for making the AI to work or need a lot of analytics, right? Whatever the digital transformation going to happen in agriculture in next 3 to 5 years, going to be the example to the world to do the cultivation, to drive the cultivation, to change the cultivation and future of farming.
You got the answer? Satisfied. Okay, so the next question from the girls in the white, can you go? Yeah, please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shilpi Sharma. Currently, I am pursuing Masters in Development Studies in Humanity and Social Science at IIT Guwahati. So, I would like to ask question specifically to Sri D. Uma sir. I will break down my question into 2 parts. So, first one is, how is manufacturing industry is adapting new ways of working, especially rule of industry 4.0 in adapting to new flexible norms. And the second question is, what are the measures taken by manufacturing industry to enable its workforce to reskill or upskill to become resilient to face any type of crisis in coming future, as we have emerged from, recently emerged from COVID-19. Thank you.
Great question. You know, as I said, the manufacturing industry is going through a lot of disruption. One, you know, if you look at all the different technologies within Industry 4.0, we talked about additive technology, which is totally disruptive. You don't need a big factory. You don't need, like, let's say, you know, lathe, drilling machine, milling machine, so much of investment. You just need one machine. And you don't need to import raw material and, you know, have very high skill based. You can just give that program to this machine. So it's a digital manufacturing. So that's, you can say, a big disruption. If you really look at the possibilities of printing anything, anywhere in the world. You can design anywhere, you can print anywhere, I mean, or manufacture anywhere. It's really, we are in that path. We are just in the early years. One of the challenges, you know, we can't still print all kinds of materials. So we need to invent new materials for the purpose of additive manufacturing. So that's on one end. But if you really look at the factory, if you are in manufacturing industry, one of the biggest challenges that we say is the operations efficiency. You have to keep inventory of so many goods, so many parts, and you know, that's a lot of cost. So the entire supply chain optimization management can be done by artificial intelligence, you know, big data analytics. So there are a lot of these enabling technologies. Then if you really look at the factories, I think we are in this process of automation. Just to look at, you know, for example, Amazon, they have over 200,000 robots, you know, essentially meaning those are basically employees, right? So you can see many industries are actually adopting and becoming more automated. So in summary, there are different, you know, different industries are having their own path. At the end of the day, it's going to improve the safety. You know, there are a lot of EHS concerns, like for example, if Prem talked about the safety of the farmers, right? In the same way, in the factory environment, it's very tough. So this automation and the data analytics and all these different technologies are enabling the manufacturing industry to be more safe, agile, and become more productive. To your second question, in terms of skills, we need a lot more. You know, one of the challenges that typically it's becoming, you know, tops down. You see the big industries, you know, GE, Boeing, Ford, you know, these are the companies who are investing a lot of money and then expecting that the small scale industries would ultimately learn because the knowledge transfer would happen. I think we should really think of bottoms up as well. Because we need customized solutions. If you are an MSME or a small industry, small scale industry, how do we adopt some customized solutions around this is something that we need to do. I know some of the institutes like, you know, IASC and some of the institutes have labs meant for this, but we just began. So there's a lot more work to be done in the era of small and medium scale industries, and then upskilling, reskilling, unskilling as well.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. In fact, I will add up one, the query. I mean, it's a curiosity that you have a wide coverage of the ventures from pharmaceutical, hospitality to the infrastructure. So what have made you to cover up the most of the area into the business? So that would be very interesting for the audience to, you can think broadly to be on the safe side. Yeah.
No, I'm still in the learning. I think, my way of looking at is, we talked about the system of systems, right? It doesn't really mean that, you have to be a specialist. You just have to be passionate and really be what I call as, instead of an engineer in particular specialization, I would love to be called as technologist, because I follow technology, and technologies can have multiple implications in different domains.
Thank you very much. In fact, I agree with this, because if you look at the Prem Kumar, he doesn't have nowhere connected to the plant. I am the plant biotechnologist, but have a little, I have to collaborate with him to have a technology improvisation, which is always a dream for all of us, to see the improvisation in the technology in the country. We have to come up in a very big way in the agriculture sector for sure. I will take up some of the questions from the school children are sitting on the back. Is there any question from the school children? No? Okay, I will. Up. Is there any? Up? Yeah. Oh yeah, please.
Namaste. I'm Aditya Ojha. I'm currently pursuing my BTech in Computer Science and Engineering from Johar Engineering College, Assam. My question to all the esteemed panelists in general is that we see innovation or technological advancement is something which is increasing at a rapid rate today. But the same cannot be said in general about digital literacy. So how can we, on a social scale, ensure that the delta or the bridge between innovation and digital illiteracy is narrowed down?
So, yeah, who will take up Umaji or Prasumuthu or Prem? You understood the question?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. So about this digitalization, yeah. So yeah, India is of course, we are in a big way. I think most of you are aware about the NPTEL website, where you can get the course material for more than 10,000 subjects, spanning from engineering, this science and all these things. It is being there, and also we are also offering several this online platform courses, which is periodically updated. It's not like that we are not doing it. Most of the courses are, the syllabus are framed based on the current current industry requirement. So all these things are happening. Even as per the new education policies, we have introduced several, the kind of futures. For example, during the course, students can take a break of about 1 year. He can go to industry, get the training, and he can opt out, and he can choose the discipline. Even he can go across the various disciplines and get the courses, and many things are of course happening, and we are adopting. And again, for meeting the industry 4.0 needs, and now this, many institutions and in the universities, in fact, they are offering specialized courses on semiconductor, which is one of the initiative taken by the government, and also the many courses are now, focusing towards the AI, even robotics, even data analytics, and even in mechanical engineering also. Now we recently, of course, we revised the curriculum in mechanical and our core engineering, where the digitalization is coming to the picture. It is mandatory, and not only in engineering stream, even the science stream also, this major impact of digitalization is already incorporated.
Thank you very much, Professor Muthu. The next question from the girl sitting here.
No.
Yeah.
Namaste, greetings to everyone. So since we are talking about innovation, my question is, India is the third largest electronic waste producer in the world. And according to a report, 78% of India's e-waste is not being collected or disposed properly. So how we as a society is going to deal with this e-waste tsunami, how do we gather the skill sets and how do we improve the infrastructure to deal with this scenario?
Would you like?
Maybe I can answer.
Yeah, it's not directly linked with this. Do you want to take it up?
Partly I can answer.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, the e-waste is a very kind of a serious concern. Now, particularly for the battery, there are many initiatives has been taken for recovering the lithium from the battery. So many such the initiatives has been already taken. There are few startups in India. They are trying they can recover the lithium, and the government is also announced several kind of the project scheme mainly in focusing on this area. And coming to the other e-waste management, yes, we have of course taken several initiatives, and maybe in the down the line, maybe in 1 or 2 years, you can see the major impact of this initiative in the real time pictures.
Yeah, thank you very
Yeah,
much.
maybe someone can add,
Yeah.
if you want.
I think it's yeah. You want to? Yeah.
No, I think the question on sustainability is a real thing. So your specific question was around the e-waste. We are going to create, Industry 4.0 is actually one of the best solutions to optimize this entire supply chain. So things like, do you really need to buy a battery or a charger or, some electronic accessories, something that we should really think about. Maybe there could be different concepts, different business models, and I am sure it would emerge, it would change. But for example, technology has enabled us to automatically charge. You don't need, for example, battery, right? So there's so much going on. I just want to leave one more thing, since a lot of people are working on sustainability. It's slightly derailing a little bit, but I want us to reflect on this thing. Most of the time, we think it's great, I would use some sustainable fuel or something to reduce emissions. Great. That's where the transportation industry, the aerospace industry, or automobile industry is going. That we would use some, electric vehicles or, sustainable aviation fuel, biofuels and things like that. But one thing that we must really look at from the entire system, in order to produce those fuels and transport, are we going to actually produce more emissions than actually cut down the emissions? There's so many things that we need to really resolve around sustainability. I just want to tell that it's not about just one particular waste, but it's about the complete solution.
I'll just add a line. Like every manufacturer who's providing you the electronics or any of cosmetics or anything, the government has already mandated certain percentage they have to recycle it. Either they have to procure with the means of the kabadiwalas to the existing structured kind of a mechanism, and they'll be going forward as specialized places like recycle parks or for electronic waste and everything. So at present, all the rules and regulations are forming it already formed on the certain other waste materials, but e-waste, it comes to the battery, to electronic components and everything, gonna more focus in next coming years. So your manufacturer will take it, you don't need to take it. As a user, we have to, we don't separate our wet and dry waste. So, so I'm saying like, it's a habit we need to cultivate to follow the policies which government generally comes forward, and adoption is needed so that to go to the e-waste.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. I will take up 2 questions if they are diverse questions. Very point. Yeah, the red Gamsha.
A very good afternoon to the panelists. To Prem Kumar, to Sir Prem Kumar. When I was a kid, I used to imagine flights replacing the drones in spraying such materials in crop productions. But sir, because we are discussing Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam as well, how will this be implemented at a global level, considering the fact that many countries, like even Egypt, which is a G20 country, has some serious prohibition on drones. So how will we implement it at global level?
So we often listen, technology solves the problem. Like we have seen internet solving a big problem in 90s, and we saw mobile phone solving the problem of communications and in 2000s and everything. When it comes to this era of 21st, era of 2023 to 2030, I see the problems which we are around has to be solved, and the problems are so many. In India, what we do it here, it also solves a problem what happens in Africa, US, or any part of the world. So I can show you a small clip to make you understand the problems which we face every day. Like how many people have faced with a dengue and malaria. Every year we go through it, right? But there is a solution which we have did from India. And we see how many times we see, like when we do plantation, and we see every time in the news, like we need to plant more and everything. But the chunk of the deforestation or forest fire is happening in the reserve forest areas, because where the plantation, doing manual plantation is a challenge. So you need to take that option to it. And still in the 2023, we talk a lot on the transportation of the blood. Like a lot of people are losing their life when think of a pregnant woman in the last stage, there's a lot of blood. Transporting from one place to other is a challenge. Think of a person who has bit with a snake bite. He needs in less than 40 minutes, he needs a vaccine, the long-tail medicines to use it. Still, the vaccine, the COVID vaccine itself, you see a lot of images of like carrying from one place on a different modes, with carrying on ropes to everything. You need a certain way to ease it, right? So I have a small clip for you to visually see that, and that you yourself will answer what we do here is a problem which we are solving to the entire world, and that's the way forward. I think, can you play the video once, the third video?
Shall we take up the video later?
Just to finish.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I will take.
Example problems which we are addressing in India, which are the problems for the entire world. So which has to adopt and which has to, the means is the technology adoption.
So with this, the drone technology, and to a message to you, when you're thinking about the industry, definitely I will take up the closing remark from each panelist. Something in the industry or the startup, it sounds like little challenging, whether to start or not, I will be successful or not, what are the challenges involved. But see, whenever you want to do something good, definitely the challenges are the part of it, and that challenges is actually is translating into the discovery or the invention or the addressing the problem which is existing since long. So it's always saying when in the Air Force that if you want to fly, you dare to leave the earth. And that's what the people have to, youngsters have to think. You cannot, you have to come out of your comfort zone, think little differently. Obviously, the challenges are there and it is to be addressed. There are a lot, and we are thankful, very thankful that not many programs are coming from the government. Against the program, the applications are not much, and there are the financial supports are there. To begin with, you have to start from the small. If you start sorting out the small concerns of the society, and you don't know when you have your industry is set up. So it's in a constant process. One has to think about it, and the youngsters is a lot of hope. So I would, although there are a lot of questions are there, since we are running short of the time, but I will ensure you these panelists to be available over the lunch, and you all could be able to ask the question. So I will take up the closing remark from them. What is the message to the youth from where to start up, because that's always a concern. Money is involved here, and we don't want to seek from the parents or support, or the governments are there. What is the procedure? From where to first take a step forward? We'll start with the Prem.
Yeah, I'll take the example. When I've started solving the problem of dengue malaria, I don't know, actually there is a subject like entomology who works on these diseases. And when we were working on the agriculture, then we understood like what we know in doctors like pulmonologist, orthopedic. Then in agriculture you have an agronomist, entomologist, there are many other streams. So it's just the passion and the perseverance what makes you to solve something, and there are many hand-holdings. One is this scientific community. When you ask, unless don't you ask, they won't come forward, they won't help you. So it's the first thing is everybody has to learn how to ask, because everything depends upon the ask what you have. Second is there enough kind of thing, like there is a Nidhi Prayas. If you are working anything which is takenable, not takenable, there is a government of MeitY project where you get a 10 lakh rupees of assistance to work on the idea to the prototyping stage. So once whether product comes or not, secondary for them. They want whatever the idea what you're thinking. For prototyping assistance, they're giving this 10 lakh rupees. Once you have a little idea and little kind of the MVP stage crossed, there is a called BIRAC, DST. It gives you 50 lakh rupees as a grant for you to build the product, and customer is till the customer goes to customer's place. And once the customer place your product goes, then you have a structured mechanism, like if sector-wise grants are there and lot of investors are there. Today it's just what you need to come forward and do it, than talking and sitting and thinking that your dad says that I could have supposed done that, I could have happened this. No. This is a stage where your actions will speak, and unless you act, you won't get. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. So, yeah, and then some more as MSME is one of this, the TDP is, and there are a lot of programs are there. And the good part is all are available in the web, very transparent is there, and then you have to just go through the browser. In a few seconds only, Umaji, you want to say something? In 30 seconds, because we are already running short of the time, remind us.
Yeah, just a few seconds. So I think one thing, if, since we are in G20 and we are talking about Vasudhaiva Kutumbam, how we can really create a better world and what's the role each one of us can play. I think it should start with us as an individual. So one thing is on Industry 4.0, I would request you to please spend some time, be knowledgeable, have your own journey, your own personal playbook, so to say, so that you become relevant and competitive, and also at some point of time thought leader. The second point, the only message I want to give you is, somebody talked about e-waste, right? That's a problem. But if you really look at, there could be some innovation. There are definitely, the world is looking for solutions, and there is a business opportunity. So it's a challenge, but there's an opportunity. So I think we should think of solutions and really pursue that through the network, and platforms like this can provide those connections and the context.
And this network begins from now, because you have the global representation here, right now here. So over the lunch you can have a lot of interaction with the delegates from different countries here, and with this we have to conclude the session for now, but it's not the end, it's the beginning, and we will have the beginning continues from here. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the panelists too.
Thank you, distinguished panelists, for such an insightful panel discussion. Now, I'd like to request the officiating director of IIT Guwahati to felicitate our distinguished panelists with a token of gratitude. Please give him a big round of applause. Now, I'd like to request the Y20 official contingent to head for the lunch to the first hangar on the left of the auditorium. Student delegates from IIT and other colleges of Assam are requested to head for the lunch in the second hangar adjacent to the first one. Everyone is requested to please be present here by 2 p.m. sharp for the next panel discussion. Thank you so much. I repeat once again, the Y20 official contingent is requested to head for the lunch to the first hangar on the left of the auditorium. Student delegates from IIT and other colleges of Assam are requested to head for the lunch in the second hangar adjacent to the first one. Thank you.
Can you all give the bag, please, quickly? They're getting the bag. Prem, one, they're giving the bags. Yes. They're giving the bags. Thank you. After. Prem. Ajay. Mar.
क्या करना है क्या कंप्लीट हाँ
hormone. Highest environmental honor. She has also received weekly award, also called Green Oscar, from the Royal Highness Princess Anne in London in 2017. She has also received Nari Shakti Puraskar from President of India, which is the highest civilian award for Indian women. We are also joined by Mr. Rituraj Phukon, who is an environmental writer and naturalist from Assam. He is the COO for Walk for Water, the National Coordinator for Biodiversity and Secretary General of Green Guard Nature Organization. We also have Dr. Akshay Kumar AS. He is the Associate Professor at the Department of Chemistry and is also the head of at the Center of Nanotechnology at IIT Guwahati. He also serves as a Fellow of the Indian Chemical Society. Lastly, we have Dr. Pratik Kanakia, who is an entrepreneur and the chairman and founder of the Green Billions Limited, a company which is working on creating self-sustaining microeconomies capable of spawning another generation of businesses in the same pedigree. Our moderator for today, Dr. Anamika Barua, she is a professor at IIT Guwahati and has worked extensively in the field of climate change and water security. She will be guiding us through the discussion and keeping us on track. Dr. Barua, over to you.
Thank you. Am I audible? So good afternoon and welcome back to the post-lunch session, which is the third session of the day, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Reduction, Making Sustainability a Way of Life. We have a very interesting and a diverse panel, and I also see that we also have a very huge task of making this panel as interesting as possible so that we can keep you all awake after a grand lunch that we all had. So I would very quickly try to set the context of the panel, what we expect from the panel discussion, which would also be probably helpful for all of you who have joined us from within the country and across the world. This session, which is going to focus on climate change and the disaster, I think is something which all of you must be already hearing about. And let me bring in here the recent report of IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change 2022 report, where I think you all must have read that now science is very much clear. There is no doubt that climate change is happening, and how are we going to withstand the impact of climate change is a major question or a major challenge that all of us, most of the countries across the world has. The question is, why do we say that developing countries are more vulnerable to climate change? And that's a question which keeps coming to us all the time. And I think that is what today we would be also discussing, and it is because we all know that vulnerability differs, and there are several contexts based on which the vulnerability is defined. Given that if you look at the IPCC report and several writings and findings that has happened in the last 2 decades, I would say, you would see that most of these changes that we are seeing today, unfortunately, are irreversible changes. Assam, a state where we always see annual floods, the extreme events have gone up. The flood which used to happen twice a year now happens almost 4 times a year, and that also very extreme level. Given all of these, what we need to now find out is, of course, a lot of initiatives are already underway, but how can we strengthen these initiatives? And I really see that the junction when we are talking about in the G20, I think in every forum, climate change has to play a very important role. The discussion on climate change has to take a center stage. And with that, let me very quickly set the context that what in this panel we plan to discuss is how climate change is affecting different spheres of life, not just human, but also there are biodiversity, other ecosystems, how climate change affects each one of these. What are the fundamental changes that is needed in the society? How can we ourselves make a contribution in reducing the impact of climate change? How can we both mitigate and adapt to climate change? how can we also ensure that we can keep a balance between economic growth and environmental degradation, and what are the different initiatives which are already been taken at different scale, at micro scale and also at the macro scale, national level, or even at the international forum. So with this, I would now like to welcome all the panelists once again, and the request to the panelists is that since we have 1 hour, 15 minutes, if we all can be very brief in our opening remark, and then I'll come back to you with a follow-up question. And the audience, we will open it up for you. We would like to take as many questions as possible, but once we get to know what is their stand on the subject, we will come to you for your questions. So to you, Shilpi, if you could quickly set the context of your work in the particular topic that we are discussing. You can speak now, I think. Just see if it is green. Or maybe we can just start with Purnima. Not really. No, you have to. Can you just pull it up a bit, your No, your microphone.
Hello. So, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Professor Anamika, for the kind words. And it's a very diverse topic. From where to start, we really don't know. So that is why the panel is here for discussing to touch on each and every part of the climate change and how can we manage the disaster risk and all. So my background is I work for Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. We are working in various fields, and I am located at Bhavnagar, which is the lab is named as Central Salt and Marine Chemicals Research Institute. So we focus on the work from marine resources. So we utilize most of the research and R&D from the marine resources. My major goal is to achieve the sustainable energy. How to do that is a task and a challenge. Like if we talk about, we are talking about the renewable energy, but is the renewable energy sustainable? We are not sure right now, because for making the renewable energy, we need a lot of sources. Like if we say, for example, that we are talking a lot about the green hydrogen, but how are we developing the green hydrogen? The costs associated with are how they are conquering for the costs. Like we need to analyze it in a very deep meaning, that we have a system to produce green hydrogen, that is by means of maybe water electrolysis, and that water is being produced by the hydrogen is being produced by splitting water, and the water itself is being produced after a lot of processes. We need clean water to produce the green hydrogen. So that requires itself a lot of energy to move forward. So that is a challenge where we are giving in a way that we are using natural seawater for green hydrogen production. Then another way is we all know that it is a topic of a debate whether nuclear energy can be used as a resource or the renewable theme, because it is associated with a lot of hazards. But it can be made sustainable because we have a lot of resources. Not in the sense exactly. What I mean is that we have nuclear power which can which can be a renewable energy to meet the 1.6 degrees Celsius target of the Paris Agreement. So it is an ideal source of carbon neutral energy, and we need to have we need to make it sustainable. So how can we make it sustainable? Because we know that there is a report from International Atomic Energy Agency saying that there would be an increase of almost 45% utilization and demand in the nuclear energy. And if we talk about that, we need to know how much of the primary source of to produce nuclear energy is required, that is uranium, which is going to maybe last for next 100 years by the means of mining. So if we, there are another things associated with that also, like if we mine uranium from the minerals, it is going to cause a lot of hazards, which are always associated as a contrary remark. So that is one thing. So we focus on the oceans, which have almost 1,000 times more uranium dissolved into it. So if we can recover, and all over the world scientists are working on to the problem of recovering uranium from seawater, and it is a task of a research and development, not a kind of a technology solution right away. It would be a futuristic solution, and we have to work on this problem alongside, so that we can achieve something sustainable in the field.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Very important points made. I'll come back to you. Can I ask? You have one. No.
Namaskar. I'm audible, right?
Yeah.
Namaskar and hello everyone. I think you had a great lunch, and very happy to connect, and thank you so much to the organizer for having me here and giving me this opportunity to connect with all the youths coming from different corners. Yeah, I'm very grateful, and yeah, I feel very optimistic when I see the bright eyes of all the youths. Coming to my work, I work for saving a species called greater adjutant stork, locally called as hargila. Hargila in Assamese word means bone swallowers. The name itself says that it is a scavenger bird. So I wish a hargila bird could join me, but it's not possible because I really want all of you to meet our hargila bird. But there is a way I could show you the bird in a different way. So you can see the bird in my attire, right? So this is the beautiful hargila bird. Maybe I can show you. Yeah. Thank you. So can you imagine, this bird is almost about my size. It's a huge bird, and global population is about 1,200 to 15 birds, and in Assam we are very proud that we have more than 80% of the global population, and we are staying here in IIT now, and a few kilometers away the largest nesting colony of the world is there, called Dodora Posura Singimari in Kamrup, where I have been working with communities since last 15 years. Yes, I have been working for this field of conservation since last 20 years, but I have been working for this bird since last 15 years. So, what I found that when I started my work, I found that this bird was always misunderstood. As I told that it is a scavenger bird, it was always treated as bad omen or a disease carrier. And what the solution I found, that to work with communities, to collaborate with communities, and to change the mindset. And this way, this journey started, and it's a unstoppable journey, and we have been working with now more than 10,000 rural women as Hargila Army. So I think someone introduced you about Hargila army. So these are the voice of rural women towards saving this bird. And and now many people keep asking me how it is like you are working for saving a species. So what about the other species? Means and how it is related to climate change? So my answer would be, when we are saving this species, it's like an umbrella. It's about saving of thousands and thousands of trees. It's about saving of its nesting trees, about the nesting material, the trees which have nesting materials. It's about the roosting trees. It's about the thousands and thousands of trees. It's about the wetlands, its habitat, because Hargila birds feed on wetlands. And it's about the changing the mindset, behavior sense. I think today in this discussion, I would like to highlight about behavior change. And I want to give this to all of you, the youth. Yes, behavior sense, which is very important. About myself, to correct myself to the behavior sense, I think starts from myself, and to changing the behavior sense of communities. So I think this is about our work, and I always keep telling that that this is all about how our passion become fashion. And when we talk about climate change, when we talk about climate change, I think we have to talk about nature-based solution and livelihood of communities also. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So nice to see how passionate you are about your work, that you are wearing your work with you. It's excellent. So may I now request Rituparna Fukan, please? Rituraj Fukan.
Good afternoon. I think I'm audible. So I straddle the worlds between conservation and climate change. I'm going to share a very few quick life lessons about why I made this transition to the most important issue of climate change and climate justice that all of us now are struggling with. Around 10 years back, I was on this expedition, and I was called out on deck of my expedition ship on a very cold morning, and we watched the remains of the Larsen B ice shelf. So these huge tabular icebergs were floating around in a place called the Antarctic Sound, and that moment kind of clicked with me because back in 2002, when the ice shelf had started disintegrating, not many people actually believed that climate change was happening. But to see it myself, it kind of connected me to what was happening back home here in Assam with the floods and erosion and displacement of people and all the conflicts, because we know one of our neighboring countries is the low-lying country, which is most vulnerable to climate change, and we have had incidents of people infiltrating or migrating and people who were displaced. The question arose in my mind, were they the early climate refugees? So then next day, I did my first climate activism by writing a banner and joining the Pacific Warriors Climate Day of Action on March the 2nd, 2013, which was started by 350.org. And that was for climate justice of the 15 Pacific Island nations who would be submerged before anybody else if sea levels continue to rise. So that was how I started, and then I got myself trained as a climate reality leader under Nobel laureate Al Gore, who won the Nobel Prize for an inconvenient truth, which inspired like lots of climate activists around the world. I wanted to learn more, and so I went to this place called Churchill Northern Studies Center in Canada. I know if there's somebody from Canada, that's a magical place there. And we did a lot of studies looking at permafrost melting. These are things that I was reading about, but there I could actually participate in experiments. We did a mesocosm, which looked at how nutrient changes in the wetlands are going to affect the survival chances of the 2 species of frogs and 3 species of skittlefish that actually are able to make it through the 8-month long freezing of the wetlands. The ITEX, which is an international tundra experiment, which actually looks at vegetation change at the edge. So we know that vegetation change is a big thing here as well. But that was like, a long time back. So I could really understand all these ecosystem connections that we are now making about how climate change is affecting food habits, cultures, livelihoods, and all of this. So, and then Churchill also has the headquarters of the Hudson Bay Company, the precursor to the East India Company. So Hudson Bay Company is kind of, for me it stands as the symbol of the colonization of nature. It also is the start of colonization of North America by Europeans, but there is also a very interesting thing. Churchill has the only jail for bears in the world. There is a polar bear holding facility. So if the polar bears keep wandering into town, they catch it and put it in the jail. That kind of it was the most significant symbolism of how humans have dominated nature. Imagine a 12.5-foot, 13-foot polar bear been put into jail for just doing what it does naturally, looking for food. So, and then I walked around India in some of the most water-stressed districts, as well as among communities who are affected by human wildlife conflicts. I continue to do so, but right now my focus is on food security and climate justice for indigenous people. I'm the founder of Indigenous Peoples Climate Justice Forum. I believe, and the science has said that the solutions to both the biodiversity crisis and the climate crisis are in the hands of indigenous people and local communities who actually own, manage, and look after about 70% of the remaining natural places on Earth. And therefore, all the solutions that we are talking about, including nature-based solutions, must be community-led. We'll come to all of that later, but it's wonderful to join you here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. May I now ask Dr. Akshay Kumar?
Yeah. Thank you, madam. And I thank the G20 organizing committee and the Y20 platform for providing me such a great opportunity to talk to the bright, young, budding researchers, the global citizens who are the future, who are our future, and who have to take care of certain aspects related to climate while treading carefully in the current situation where there is climate changes. So now coming to what I do at IIT Guwahati, I'm an associate professor at chemistry, and I practice something what all our young students love to hate, that is inorganic chemistry. And in inorganic chemistry I do organometallic catalysis, and in catalysis we transform anything that is waste into value added chemicals, specialty chemicals, and so on. Now before I come to the importance of what we do at IIT Guwahati, I want to tell you a few things. See, all of you have flown from different parts of the globe to attend this very nice gathering here, but then you should realize that you have spent so much of fuel, you have left a huge carbon footprint, you have generated so much of carbon dioxide, right? Now generation of carbon dioxide is fine, but then how will you take care? See, that means we should not travel. That is not the case. We should travel, but at the same time we should be taking care of the waste that we are generating, that is carbon dioxide here, right? So now we are approaching the peak of fossil fuel usage. We are, but then we are at our ever increasing pace for energy demand. So the energy demand is outpacing the energy that is supply. So the globe is currently at a lookout for alternative energy sources. And at the same time, you have to address the hazardous nature of the waste that is emitted, that is carbon dioxide. Is it possible that we get energy from something where carbon dioxide is not evolved? Is it possible that even if carbon dioxide is evolved, can we transform it to something useful? Can we transform carbon dioxide into polymers? Can we transform carbon dioxide into fertilizers, which our farmers, who are the backbone of the society, can use it? Can we transform carbon dioxide to fuel grade chemicals? Can we transform carbon dioxide to specialty chemicals? So these are some of the efforts that we are looking at IIT Guwahati, and we are rightly sort of we are supported by a lot of industry partners who are working at net zero carbon footprint. For example, like we have collaborations with the Chemdist group of companies in achieving such objectives. On the other hand, instead of fossil fuels, can we use batteries? So can we use hydrogen? So again, companies such as Chemdist for hydrogen or Reliance for batteries, they are in constant touch with the IIT Guwahati for accomplishing some of the challenging tasks that are ahead. So is it possible that we just take a bottle of water in our car and we fuel our cars like petrol? Can we use water like petrol? Can we transform water into hydrogen? Can we transform feed agnostic alcohols? See, you can get alcohols from anywhere. Can you transform alcohols to generate hydrogen? Can you generate hydrogen from anything? Those are some of the questions that will be of high relevance to all of you in the near future. Because it is like wherever you find an opportunity, you should be trying to convert whatever waste materials that you get into energy related materials, so that by minimally causing any further climate damage. So a clever use of existing extinguishable fossil fuels, a smart lookout for alternative sources of energy, and at the same time taking care of the waste that is generated, transforming waste to useful chemicals. Is it possible that with the existing refineries which are vacant, which are used up, exploited, can we trap all the carbon dioxide into those refineries? Can we just pump in the carbon dioxide and store the carbon dioxide there so that we can use it in a controlled fashion? Is it possible that we can use carbon dioxide and water together to do photosynthesis? Can we generate glucose from there? That is what plants are generating, right? So those are some of the challenges that are in front of you, in front of the youth generation now to address. So with this,
Thank you. Thank you very much. You have already given them a lot of areas where they can actually work on. May I now ask Dr. Prateek to please quickly give his opening remark.
Good afternoon all. Am I audible? Alpha to delta. Is everyone, can I speak?
Yeah.
Okay. So thanks a lot for inviting me here and sharing my thoughts with the bright youngsters like you at this prestigious Youth20 Inception meeting. We are here to talk about climate change and sustainability. I believe the enthusiasm is sustained enough for my turn as me being the last one after the delicious lunch we've had. So let me start on a serious note. While I was introduced, she spoke about my venture, my initiative called the Green Billions Limited. It's a for-profit company. I floated this company in the year while Paris Accord on climate change was signed, and I could realize that yes, climate change is going to be a real threat to this planet, to the humanity, to the mankind. And since then, we've been working on finding out various disruptive solutions disruptive sustainable solutions to contain this damage due to climate change, and putting up a strong climate resilience from our side. I appreciate and express my gratitude to Honorable Prime Minister of our country, who gave a clarion call in Glasgow. He floated a global campaign called Lifestyle for Environment. While he actually floated this, I believe the motto of this campaign was to pin down the accountability at an individual level. I wish to, and I take this liberty to utilize this platform to promote and propagate my philosophy of personal social responsibility. While we talk about climate change and disaster risk reduction, it is very unfortunate that we have to actually keep discussing on these lines on a day-to-day basis now, because remember, we have borrowed this planet from our coming generations. If not now, then never. So while this campaign was floated, the motto, the underwritten code was to be answerable on an individual level. Enough of holding the corporates, the institutional responsibilities, but time has come to contribute to give our inclusive, to have an inclusive and collective approach towards containing this climate change issues. While Professor Sahab just spoke about waste management or the fundamental of circular economy, we've recently taken an attempt. It is India's first attempt on waste gasification to production of hydrogen from municipal solid waste. We have signed a public-private participation concession with Pune Municipal Corporation to treat 350 tons of mixed waste for next 30 years, and we'll be producing 10 tons of hydrogen every day. Idea is to again establish that the city's waste can be converted into a superlative alternate fuel like hydrogen and be blended back to the city gas distribution, or for that matter, help firing the industries of the same city. Initiatives like such, me being an entrepreneur, me being a serial entrepreneur, while I could put my neck, while I can raise debts and take such an attempt, I would expect everyone to come together to contribute, do their bit, and that's the only way. If there's a thought process, if there's an origination of a thought process, be Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change you wish to see in the world. So idea is to come together, think together, put our individual and collective efforts to contain this damage, to save ourselves. I always say that there's been a fast narrative over the years that we've been asking to save the planet. One has to understand that planet recycles. It's a legendary example of recycling, reusing and reproducing. Planet was here, is here, will be here. It is us who are in danger. We need to save ourselves. We need to be vigilant. We need to be alarmed and come together to save our generations. We cannot be selfish enough to say that it's been half of our age is gone, or maybe 1/4 of our age is gone, and we'll sustain and contain our lives like this for the rest. We need to see to it that our generation, these climate change issues are becoming mainstream political issues. Governments are facing backlashes. Delhi air pollution, Odisha cyclones, Northeast cyclones, Uttarakhand cloud bursts. So every government needs to answer on these lines. We are the voters. We need to come together. We need to raise questions. We need to do our bit and stop. And we need to anticipate that there's going to be a huge disaster. Disaster risks are increasing by the day, and to contain this potential, to reduce this potential risk, we need to come together and adopt sustainability as an underwritten code in our lifestyles. We need to contribute, we need to do our bit, and see to it that each one pick one. While I say each one pick one, we need to pick one cause to reduce the carbon footprint. We need to do our bit. I think I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Prateek. It is a little difficult to moderate because difficult to make eye contact, and so you cannot say that your time is up. But anyway, what we can do now is, I was thinking of asking a follow-up question, but since we do not have so much time, if time permits, I will come back to you. But I think it's a good idea to first open up the floor. And if you have any questions, now as you all heard, and you all know their areas of work, if you have a question, yeah, we have one there. Couple of questions, so you can make it for all, or you can tell us whom you would like to address this question to. Yeah, please.
Hello everyone, myself Lipika, research scholar IIT. My question is to the all panelists that the land erosion or landsliding in riverside or due to flood is very common in the place like Assam, and around 4.3 lakhs hectares of land already eroded due to flood since 1950. So can we have any sustainable solution for this problem, as population is still growing and land is reducing every year? So that's
okay. Thank you. If I'll take 2 or 3 questions and then I will probably come back to you. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Dhrubajyoti. My question is to Burman ma'am. First of all, thank you for everything you have done to safeguard this species. And secondly, my question is, if given a second chance, ma'am, which species will you take to do the same conservation steps, and why will you choose that specific species? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Can you please introduce yourself?
Dr. Burman, yeah, you can introduce yourself, but I will just take one more question. And yeah.
Ma'am, I'm Dhrubajyoti Roy from B. Bora College. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, there is one question here. Can you just...
Thank you so much for giving time to me. I'm Indrawati. I'm from Indonesia. I'm studying in University of Lucknow. I'm doing a Bachelor of Psychology. So this is one of my syllabus. So I want to ask you about, you were saying, ma'am, you were saying about behavior changes due to the climate change. So as per we know that we have urban and rural area, and then we have different perspective, we have different behavior. So according to the youth, I am as a youth, so what kind of behavior that it could affect the most to the climate changes? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the questions coming to me directly from both of you. So yeah, first of all, yeah, so saving Hargila is such a journey. It will stop, I think, till my last breath. So, and yeah, so, yeah, but thank you so much for the question, yeah. Now, actually, yeah, I must mention that we are working in different villages. I think you mentioned about villages, and I think we must focus on villages, on the unprotected area. So, like national park sanctuary, you know, here forest is being protected, but what will happen to our all those species, all our trees, all our biodiversity in our unprotected area or in rural areas? So, yeah, so again coming to that, so when we are saving Hargila or greater adjutant stork, now we get so many calls from different villages. Everywhere in many villages, Hargila army being formed. People are, even many youths are forming groups to work with us. So it's like, it's spreading like anything. It's not under my control also. I'm very grateful to all of them. But at the same time, when we are working for greater adjutant stork, so some species are also similar, like lesser adjutant stork. So lesser adjutant stork is called Bortocola, like yeah. So then we have been able to save a few colonies also in Assam. The trees were about to being cut down, and so people believed that it is Hargila, and then they called us, and then we were there, and this way actually a few colonies we could save. So I want to spread this behavior sense community conservation model to many other species, but through you. So please think, I request all of you, what will be your first step towards conservation, towards climate change? So I want to work with many youths, many future leaders, and now we are replicating our conservation model with lesser adjutant torque. And as I have mentioned that yes, we want you to come forward and to work for many species and about the habitat landscape. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
And I think I address her question also a little bit, but I can elaborate more later. Thank you.
Ma'am, I would like to ask a question.
Would anybody like to take the question on the...
Yes.
The flood and erosion?
Yes, please.
Okay, I can quickly attempt to answer that. I just refer quickly to the Hindu Kush Himalaya assessment of 2019, which predicts about 95% loss of glaciers in the region, in the eastern Himalayan region, if warming continues at the current rates. And if you were to even be successful in limiting warming to the 1.5 degree as envisaged in the Paris Agreement, we'll still be losing about 2/3 of the glaciers by the turn of the century. The problem is the region has already warmed by 1.3 degrees Celsius. So we are going to see a lot of glacial loss in the next 20-30 years, right? And that means we know that a lot of water that comes down the Brahmaputra and all the tributaries in this region, about 30% or more is glacial meltwater. So we are going to see probably more floods and erosion in the short term. What are the solutions? Well, I think this would be a fit case for loss and damage, probably. This is where we need to put in efforts, especially the younger generations, to ensure that climate justice is delivered to the people who are being affected by such calamities. Then we also have this global facility for quick response that was agreed upon in Sharm el-Sheikh. I don't know how much of money is there in that, but there was another thing which the UN Secretary General insisted upon, was to ensure that we have a early warning system in place for all the vulnerable communities around the world. So to ensure that people who are living in the front lines here, suffering from erosion and floods, at least have advanced warning and the resources to be able to, move away or rebuild their lives.
Okay, all right.
I have a question.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Monica, this side. So, my question is, like, yesterday we witnessed, various tribal communities of Assam, and what we could get is that they are living in so much harmony with nature. Every hut that they made, like, they had their own way of living, and it was very sustainable. There was no plastics used there, and the cooking methods and even the almiras and everything was very like bamboo and all those objects used. And also everyone had their own style of making clothes, which was of course again natural. So what are we doing to learn from the past so that we stay in harmony with the nature? Maybe I was thinking if my kids will learn this in school, or maybe they see or witness it more often throughout the country, they learn more to how to live sustainably with nature.
Okay.
So, could
you're-
that be a solution?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is anybody else upon? Yeah, please, Akshay. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's a very relevant question. I think somehow all of us missed that point of plastic, the hazards of plastic. See, I think it may not be possible to use the same, the household items based on bamboo or wood or whatever it is, but then though we use plastic, we can make it biodegradable. We can make it biodegradable instead of using waxes that sort of do not allow water to seep in. We could use edible waxes, and in fact, I think the plastics can be made biodegradable, or the existing plastics can be transformed into specialty chemicals which can be further used to make plastic. So there are two aspects to address it. Either make a biodegradable plastic which would easily degrade into the soil in a certain period of time, or else the plastics based on fossil fuels, basically the benzene, toluene, xylene mixtures which are based on fossil fuels, you try to break them apart back into the starting materials, so you can use them on a renewable basis. So this research is going on in IIT Guwahati also. If you just look into the stalls, there are mature technologies wherein people are, I think the group of Professor Vimal Katiyar is working on biodegradable plastics. There are other groups which are working on converting polyvinyl plastics or polythenes into liquid fuels or liquid specialty chemicals. So the efforts are ongoing in this direction.
Okay, thank you. Can we just take 2 additional questions first and then they will come back? Yeah.
Namaste to everyone. I'm Arnav Roy from IIT Guwahati and I'm working on hydrogen storage. My question is both on a technical background and in a conservation background. So right now I'm working in a technical background, but when I was in school days, so I was very high for conservation and nature, but I lost touch with it. So even when I joined PhD, I see PhD like after doing the research, there are very limited options. So how will you address the youth to take conservation or research as a initiative to be self-sufficient in the future? Like if you are going into conservation,
Sorry,
how can you?
I'm interrupting because there are so many hands to be taken care of. May I request you to be a little quick in asking
Yes.
the
How
question.
will you like advise the youth to take conservation or research as a self-sufficient option in future?
Okay, okay, I'll come to you. Yeah, quickly, there is one question out there. Yeah.
Hello everyone, I am Ashmita. I am doing MTech in Geotechnical Engineering. So my question is for Rituraj sir and Pratik sir. As they mentioned about food security and carbon footprint. So since climate change is a global concern and since a large part of atmospheric carbon dioxide is fixed in the soil by microorganisms, so do you feel that global policy changes related to protection and rejuvenation of the soil is pivotal towards bringing down the climate degradation? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, we'll open it. We'll open it again.
I missed on the name of the young, yes, if you could. Arnab. Arnab, I really appreciate that you could pop
Dr.
this
Pratik,
question.
I have just one request. Little quick question so that I can, answer so that I can take 2 more questions from the crowd.
Okay, so I'll just then, cut my answer down to a fact that you can speak to me. We can discuss it some other time. The Green Billions is willing to back any disruptive solution, any research. In fact, my current venture itself is driven by a 25-year-old kid who's passed out from IIT Powai and he's done his master's from material sciences. He's worked with Bhabha Atomic Research Center for developing this reactor which we are adopting. So, youth, today's youth, I call them vision-driven youth. If they want to be self-sustained, if they want to be self-contained, enterprises like us are very much welcoming. There is so much of sustainable finance, green finance, which is being, which is being almost up at the anvil. You can get in touch and we can take things from there. Thank you.
Thank you. There was one more question on carbon footprint and food security. Anybody would like to respond?
Your question on the topsoil, right? And carbon footprint and food security. Of course, the entire world is now focused on regenerative agricultural practices as well as natural agriculture that we have been practicing, especially in the indigenous and local communities around the world. That's how food should be produced. So there is this entire movement to go back to the way we used to produce food before industrialized farming took over. That also means eating seasonally. That is what everybody can do actually.
Hello, I am Kaustubh Narayan from NIT Mizoram. Dr. Shilpi talked about the nuclear fusion stuff, and the thing is, it's been kind of alarming to me since recently we got the news of a nuclear fusion breakthrough, and that happened in an American institute. So are we expecting this like a nuclear fusion warfare or something? Because the prospect of nuclear energy is very, like, I think hopeful is the word I'm looking for. But it's also very dangerous. So like, how is it going to impact the climate and all? And are we also going to play a role in as a country?
If you don't mind just taking from what he has mentioned, actually this was a question to both you and Dr. Akshay, is that, can you explain it to the audience that both of you mentioned several times the question how? How do you resolve that how? What are the gaps that you see in resolving that? How can we make use of all this potential that we have?
See, what we feel is that every solution has a positive as well as a negative aspect. If we are traveling on road by a vehicle was meant to travel for transportation, but you may get into accident. Okay, so I know the scale of the nuclear fusion or the accidents or the risks associated with are a lot. But we need to provide some solutions which are sustainable, where we see the positive sides of it. We are in the first session, we have all heard about the positive sides without declaring the war, the peaceful sides of the how to make the peace impact and all. So it is about how we perceive the notion. It is not about taking the negative part ahead. So, Dr. Akshay, you want to add on?
Yeah, so this is in response to Anamika madam's question, how do we do it? See, for example, you have at home kids, they watch their mother cook, right? Mother cooks, she takes things in a particular ratio, mixes, and then she makes a particular dish. The cook, the child, he just superficially replicates that. He tries to mix things and make something. But then, I'm just sort of just correlating, because Mother Nature already has the solution for this. For example, I'll take one example, carbon dioxide to glucose. Mother Nature already does that. She mixes carbon dioxide and oxygen and transforms into glucose. What as chemists we need to do is to understand the intricacies of that and try to replicate, and that research is going on. There are glimpses of results wherein people have transformed carbon dioxide to glucose, but that has to be done on a higher scale, and that's very much possible if we sort of understand how nature does it and try to replicate it. And this cannot be done in isolation. This has to be done with collaboration, because, for example, I know maybe one part of it. We need support of industries. We need support of other expert areas, biologists, chemists, together in collaboration with industries, and with appropriate funding, they can achieve such transformations which are very useful for the overall well-being of the mankind.
I am Mohana Priya. My question is to all. Different views on common but differentiated responsibilities struck on free flow of climatic finances that leads to increased emission level. So what are the ways that G20 address this issue?
Could you get the question? Can you quickly repeat that?
Different views on common but differentiated responsibilities struck the free flow of climatic finance leads to increased emission level. So what are the ways that G20 address this issue?
Common but differentiated responsibility, how does G20 addresses that issue?
I think the issue of common and differentiated responsibilities was kind of more or less accepted in COP15, Copenhagen 2009, right? And that's why the developed countries agree to pay 100 billion each year from 2020 to the developing countries to mitigate, as a mitigation measure. But that hasn't really happened. COVID pushed back that, and till now we do not have that 100 billion that was promised. Just to continue on that finance line, I do not know about the G20, I am not able to do that, but many of these nations are part of G20, so it's possible. And when it comes to adaptation funds as well, we are seeing a lot of commitments. Every year we see doubling of commitments by individual nations or a group of nations like the EU. And then at Sharm el Sheikh last year, we had the loss and damage finance facility. So these three are basically the three pillars of the Paris Agreement, right? Mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. And all three are falling back or not been implemented as they should be because of the lack of funds. And even the loss and damage finance facility that was agreed upon, basically it's an empty bucket now, and we'll only know after COP28 in Dubai actually how the finances fall into place. So I think that's the best answer I could deliver here.
Okay, just before you, because I can see already mics in your hand, but we can maximum accommodate 2 questions. You go first and then you, and don't distribute the mics anymore. Okay.
Hello everyone, I am Yogendra Rathore, pursuing MTech in BSB department at IIT Guwahati. My question is, are current and future policies adequate to address the waste management challenges posed by growth of industry, especially in light of aiming to attract foreign companies to set up operation, given the existing issue of water, soil and air pollution associated disaster faced by our India?
Yeah, thank you. I'll just take one last question and then maybe we can close it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Surbhi Vyas.
You can put it a bit closer.
Yeah. So my question is more relative to socio-economic perspective, as all of you are working on different aspects of climate change. So after we are listening, climate is changing from last few decades, but still the loss and damage is happening. Still the people are they are going to migrate. But my call is are we more focused on coping strategies or the adaptation strategies? Because from the last decades, if we were more focused on the adaptation strategies, so don't we think the hazards and the climatic stresses should get lowered?
Okay. Yeah.
If I got your question right, did you ask about the policy interventions in this space, the evolution of policies by the Government of India, catering to various waste management technologies to do with air, water and soil, is it right?
Yeah, that's right.
Not really. We have something called Atal Mission on Urban Regeneration and Transformation, and we have set guidelines for solid waste management, which falls under Ministry of Urban and Housing Affairs. And each and every company, in fact even a startup which is registered under DPIIT, they can come and propose any of the solutions they have, and government is quite engaging and entertaining. Even if there's a competitive bid, there is a mandate to pick up services and products, average of 15% from startups. So, various issues like EMDs, earnest money deposits and all also are being exempted. So, if you have any solution, you can definitely look at various portals of the Government of India, especially primarily urban development, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. They have set guidelines to answer your questions. Thanks.
Anybody has anything to add to any of the questions?
Excuse
me,
but
sir. Very quickly, briefly, yeah. You want to respond to that?
Actually, I can't resist myself when one ma'am was talking about harmony. So yeah, when we talk about climate change, and so we must talk about harmony and the coexistence. And yes, in Assam we practice coexistence and harmony, and at the same time we have conflict also. But we have our ancient cultures that always help us, and we are in a biodiversity hotspot. So yeah, so we practice that. And I want to add here, when ma'am said, among our communities with our women Hargila army, when we are conserving the bird, we are integrating this bird into our culture, into our tradition. So I want to share with you everyone that we celebrate Hargila baby shower every year when the bird is breeding. We celebrate the breeding season, and yeah, we celebrate happy hatching, and we our women integrated the Hargila bird word into their folk songs. We have Nam Kirtan. So I want to say everyone that I think someone was mentioning to all the youths, please have your own recipe. It must be in a different way. It must be through Nam Kirtan. It must be through a big meeting. It must be through any recipe. You must you must develop your own recipe towards climate action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, very quickly. Yeah.
There was a question about how long climate change has been happening and what is not. I think the first New York Times headlines was about climate change and the threat it poses to humanity happened over 100 years ago. And the electric cars have existed as long as fossil fuel cars. I think we made the wrong choices. And just very quickly adding to something about how sustainable our villages are. 20 years back, if you were to go to a village in Assam, they were very neat and clean. There was a local bakery that used to be driven by a man on a bicycle, with a cart, and they used to deliver fresh homemade biscuits and cakes to every household. And there was no plastic litter. But now all of that has disappeared because everybody watches on TV that only this brand of bread or this brand of biscuit is good for you or should be eaten or is cool to do so. And now all our villages, picnic spots are full of mountains of plastic waste, single-use plastic waste. So we made the wrong choices.
Thank you so much. So this brings to the end of the panel discussion. It was a very diverse discussion that we had. So it is very difficult to summarize everything that was discussed. But in a very simple way, what I could actually see the message coming out from this panel is that it is the responsibility of each and everyone to understand what is climate change, how we can actually ensure that climate change can be mitigated. And I always say that what you demand is what is produced. So which means what we consume, what we grow, all matters. So given that, I think it is the responsibility of the youth, all of you who are sitting here, to make conscious decisions of what you are wearing, what you are eating, where you are going, and keep your carbon footprints as low as possible. So with that note, a round of applause for all the panelists, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished panelists, for such an insightful panel discussion. Now I would like to request the officiating director of IIT Guwahati to felicitate our distinguished panelists with a token of gratitude. Before that, I'd like to inform that we'll be taking a short break after the felicitation. So I'd like to request everyone to visit the exhibition stalls placed just in front of the auditorium. After that, we'll be served tea at 4 in the hangars, and it will be followed by our next session, which will start at 4:15 sharp. So the audience is requested to be back by 4:15. So I'd like to request our officiating director to kindly felicitate our panelists. I'd like to request everyone to please stay seated. I would like to request everyone to please be seated. I would like to repeat once again that we'll now take a short break. So I request everyone to visit the exhibition stalls just outside this auditorium. And after that, we'll be served tea at 4 in our respective hangars. And it will be followed by our next session, which will start at 4:15 sharp. So the audience is requested to be back here by 4:15.
check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Check, check.
The off on is here. I see, I see. Okay. Okay, okay. Sure, sure. Yeah, it we checked. Now they have switched it off from there.
I just checked. Check. It's all working. Checked it all. Ketki? Ketki? Tell them to switch this off. We have tested it. हमने टेस्ट कर लिया है इसका. Switch it off as of now.
Good evening, everyone. We will be starting our next panel discussion in a few minutes, so I request everybody to request their friends and peers to enter the auditorium room. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. We will be starting our next panel discussion. I am Prakash Khundrakpam, Doctoral Fellow at Guwahati University. In this upcoming session of the day, we will engage in a panel discussion on the theme Shared Future, Youth in Democracy and Governance. With great pleasure, I would like to welcome the distinguished panelist and the moderator of this session on the stage. Kindly join me in welcoming, first of all, Srimati Meeta Nath Bora. Ma'am, please come on the stage. Secondly, we have with us Dr. Vikas Tripathi. Mr. Ankur Jyoti Bhuya. And lastly, Mr. Avinav Prakash. Please also join me in welcoming the moderator of the session, Professor Rajashree Vedamata of IIT Guwahati. I believe a brief introduction of the panelist and the moderator is in order. First of all, Srimati Meeta Nath Bora is a member of the Assam Youth Commission. Apart from being a prolific writer, well-known researcher, and a mentor to young entrepreneurs, she is also the convener of the Nation First Writers Forum. We also have with us Dr. Vikas Tripathi. Dr. Tripathi is Assistant Professor of Political Science at Guwahati University. He is a seasoned academician with expertise in Indian democracy and politics. We are also joined by Mr. Ankur Jyoti Bhuya. Mr. Bhuya is Assistant Professor of Political Science at Kumar Bhaskar Burma Sanskrit and Ancient Studies University, Assam. He is an expert in institutions and processes of Indian politics, identity politics, and ethnic issues in India. Lastly, I take pleasure in introducing Mr. Avinav Prakash. Mr. Prakash is an Assistant Professor of Economics at Ramjas College, University of Delhi. A bilingual columnist in English and Hindi, he is recognized for his work in socio-political and economic issues. This panel discussion will be moderated by Professor Rajashree Vedamata, who is a professor at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Guwahati. Her research areas include rural labor markets, food security, nutrition, and public health, among others. I hope the participants and the delegates will find this panel discussion enriching and illuminating. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, am I audible? A very good evening to all of you. So this is a very important session, Youth in Democracy and Governance. We are a young world, both in terms of demography and in terms of democracies. As you would know that in terms of the demography, both India and the world population consists mostly of young people, of very young people. And the youth constitute a very important stakeholder in the shared future that we would be discussing about in today's panel. The Sustainable Development Goal 16 actually tries to promote the idea of accountable and inclusive institutions at all levels. There is a broad agreement and a consensus now that there is no one-size-fits-all model of democracy. And every nation across the world, depending upon their circumstances and situations, comes up with varying models of governing institutions and models, so to say. Now, recently the world has emerged from a pandemic-ravaged situation. and there have been global supply disruptions, and needless to say, the youth and the young people of the world have been at the receiving end of such disruptions, whether it be in terms of education, whether in terms of health, mental well-being, and so on and so forth. Various governing institutions across the world have also innovated themselves in trying to meet up these challenges. Needless to say, the youth are the flag bearers of demographic dividend across the world. But we also live in a world where recently we have seen the great resignations, we also see massive layoffs, youth unemployment. But within this larger context, there are various positives to look forward to. And this is also the time where we need to center stage democracy and governing institutions and the role of youth in democracy and governance. So it is in this backdrop that I will open up our discussion. We have a distinguished panel here, and we'll give about 5 to 6 minutes to each of our panelists to share their views, and then we'll open it up for a Q&A session. Yeah, Meeta?
Namaskar. A very good afternoon to all. It's an honor for me to be part of this Youth20 Inception Meet and address the gathering here. To all the dignitaries on the dais, my co-panelist, moderator, the comparer, and the wonderful audience before me, a very, very good afternoon. As India presides over this 2023 G20, it actually prioritizes human-centered development and hence Vasudeva Kutumbakam, that translate to world is one family, that espouses the idea of universal brotherhood and the unity of all living beings. Shared future, youth in democracy and governance, this theme is not only apt in the whole of the G20 and Y20 meet, it is also the need of time as the next century belongs to the youth, today's youth. The youth is the most important and dynamic segment of the population today, and the role that youth can play, the responsibilities that they can take on will help create and shape the future of our one world. And we not only have to stand with them, we have to work alongside with them so that they can bring about those meaningful change in development, in rightful advancement as they move ahead. In general, when we talk about the future, it belongs to all of us, regardless of gender, ethnicity, age, or any other factor. And when we talk about shared future, we often talk about what it refers to a vision of society in which individuals, communities and nations, they work together to create an equitable and a sustainable future for all. So it is based on the idea that everyone has a stake in the future. It's about shared resources that will shape the life of the people in the years to come. And it is important that everyone has an opportunity to contribute to this development and direction. But when we talk in particular, since the future belongs to the young people, importantly as they make up a large portion of the population, their voices, their opinion and perspectives must be heard and considered. So this requires collaboration, cooperation, a commitment to the common good, diversity and inclusiveness amongst all. Now again, overall it talks about a holistic and a long-term approach for creating a world that is peaceful, just and prosperous for us. And three aspects is important here. One is building inclusive and participatory institutions. So encouraging the participation of young people in all levels of decision making, creating opportunities for their active involvement in governance, and promoting the representation in institutional structure can lead to a shared future. Secondly, empowering young people through education and skill development can help them to participate in governance and become leaders in their communities. Recognizing the role of technology, in which we have seen especially social media that has given youth a platform to express their views, mobilize and engage with each other and even with decision makers. So as youths come forward to play an important role in promoting democracy, fighting corruption, fighting rigid provisions, including legal provision, they will be facing numerous challenges, complex challenges, and addressing these challenges will increase youth participation and create a shared future and help them being about successful and meaningful be as agents of change. Fortunately, in India, we are fortunate to have a government which is very keen and focused on developing and empowering our youths from all strata of life. And India, as we all know, is known as the mother of democracy. It values immensely the voices and participation of youth in decision-making process and in democracy and in matters of governance. So interestingly, the terms of political engagement, young people in India are increasingly politically engaged, which is providing a voice for their need and interest. If you look at the global scenario, youth representation has a median age of 31. About 28% we have about young parliamentarians. But we look at India, it is doing better. The median age is around 29. The point to note is India is young and it encourages young leaders. Today it has 40% MPs below the age of 50-55 and 13% below the age of 30. Yuva Shakti, the power of the youth, which is the driving force of India's journey, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi says. So India's youth have many advantages that they can leverage to drive positive change in democracy and governance. And not just India, youths has a major role to play in almost every country in their nation building. So because they are going to be the creator of the destiny of the world in the coming century. And I would like to end with a quote from ancient India's most young youthful leader, Swami Vivekananda, who 100+ years back has said that youth are the greatest strength of the country and the future of the country is shaped by the efforts of its youth. Very happy to be part of this Y20 Inception Meet. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Meeta. Meeta has very engagingly pointed out about political engagement of the youth and the median years of youth participation in political process in India being one of the lowest in the world. And that's one of the bigger takeaways from this. She has also pointed out about the vision of a society where individuals need to work together and for the sustainable future. So we'll come back to this in the Q&A session. May I now request Dr. Vikas to share his views?
Namaskar. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Meeta ji, my dear fellow panelists. Youth is the buckle that joins innovation and development together. And when I stand here today, I want to talk about the civilizational identity and one area where my previous speaker was stressing upon on the idea of inclusion and innovation. Innovation certainly has a purpose. Innovation has a purpose to fulfill the aspect of development. But development is not just a means, but development is also an end. And in this regard, the idea of inclusion is very important. When we see across the globe, most of the nation states which became great power, they became great power because they considered their civilizational identity to be at their core. India also, in a sense, at the moment aspires to be a power, and in that sense, it also we can see whether it is in the arena of global politics or it is in the arena of domestic politics, the civilizational discourse or the civilizational identity of India remains at the core. And thus I bring to you this idea of Atmanirbhar Bharat and digital India, how these two got interlinked. Many of you think that Atmanirbhar Bharat was a kind of policy intervention to boost economic growth it was considered as an economic attribute. But deep, if you see, Atmanirbhar Bharat is not something just a policy consideration. It has deep philosophical and historical root attached to it. The very idea of Atmanirbharta is something which transcends the idea of self-reliance or self-growth. It has to do with this principle of welfare of all, Sarve Bhavantu Niramaya idea that is very core, that is considered to be the core of our civilizational identity, the idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And thus, this Atmanirbharta that we see, and which is spearheaded by the youth. We have 65% of the population which are considered to be the youth, and they are at the driving seat. And there are three very specific dimensions of this Atmanirbhar Bharat, and which makes us rethink that it's not merely an economic intervention. The idea of connectedness, it is bringing the geographical connectedness together. It's the idea of convergence of values, that we have, there are times in human history when inevitable has to be accepted, and economy demands certain kind of interventions where we have to converge, and about the consensus of values, certain core values, certain overlapping consensus on core values concerning democracy and inclusion. And if we try to keep the Digital India campaign at this backdrop, we see that campaign has fulfilled this thing. We are the country which has moved from social inclusion to financial inclusion to data inclusion. In last 8 years, if you see, we have we have today around 840 million users connected to internet. And when we started this Digital India campaign, when India started this was around 240 million users. And if you see, I'll end up with giving a story how these Digital India campaign and this ecosystem of Atmanirbhar Bharat is leading to innovation where youth are really participating. And this is a story from Northeast India. Recently I met someone who was involved in a very innovative health practice, which was about creating 10-bed ICU system, that in all the districts across state, there has to be created a 10-bed ICU, which would be connected with tele-facility, and doctors sitting in premier institutions or district headquarters can monitor those ICU, and precious life could be saved. All it required was 40 lakh of investment to create one 10-bed ICU facility in one district of India. But it was taking the ICU facility in the remotest corner of the country. This story is something which brings together the public-private partnership. Of course, the health infrastructure is given by the district health or the state administration, the innovation of the youth, and the health of the country. With this, I conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Vikas, for bringing out, shaping the thoughts around public-private partnerships, because these are also a part of governance and institutions, local institutions, how they are innovating in terms of governance structures. Dr. Vikas has also pointed out about the different dimensions of Atmanirbhar Bharat, how it transcends the idea of self-reliance, and also the social, financial, and data inclusion that is brought about by the digital mission, and also to look at the ecosystem of Atmanirbhar Bharat and digital mission in its entirety. Let us now move on to Ankur. Yeah. You want to speak from there? You can speak from there.
Honorable Chairperson, esteemed panelists, invited guests, delegates, and the youth participants. At the outset, I would like to extend my warm greetings and also congratulatory wishes to all the youth participants coming from different parts of the state and also different parts of India, and also the G20 member countries. At the outset, I must say that I am 31 and I am teaching political science at Kumar Bhaskar Verma Sanskrit and Ancient Studies University. So why I'm saying I'm 31, that I truly feel that I belong to this youth and young generation. And why I say that I work in that particular institution is, by and large, the students that I deal with on a mundane basis are from socially and economically marginalized background. So when I try to understand democracy, then essentially I also carry the aspirations and expectations of those students that come from socially and economically marginalized background. Now, when I was looking at the theme of our panel, it is about the shared future and the role of youth in governance and democracy. Now, when I try to understand the trajectory of evolution of Indian democracy, I happen to classify it into three temporal classification. The first phase, the initial decades of consolidation, the intermediate decades of resilience of Indian democracy, and the recent decades after 1990s of the deepening of democracy in India. And across all these three different temporal classification, I must say that the multiple stakeholders took their important and significant roles, and the role of the youth has been credible, be it the JP movement of 1975, be it the Assam movement in 1979, be it the India against corruption movement. We see that across all these different movements, a bunch of young student activists participated, and eventually they graduated from those movements, and eventually they entered into mass politics. Even the Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, sir, and also his colleagues in the Council of Ministers, we see that those people are primarily having a student activism background, right? So I see that in the process, a lot many leaders, both at the national and regional level, have come up, and they have immensely contributed to the way how democracy has appeared in India, right? And now students and the youth have essentially contributed economically, politically, in terms of decision making also. However, the question is that when I looked at the sub-themes of our panel, one of the sub-theme that really attracted my attention was the student-centric governance, right? So when I try to understand the student-centric governance, essentially I think about the education system. What has been the role of the state in giving the shape to the kind of education which is being given in the country, and that engagement with that process eventually brings two parameters. One is I try to understand what is the role of the state in providing access to education, right? So the accessibility criteria is the first thing, and secondly, the second criteria that I found to be interesting is the outcome, right? The outcome of the education system or the quality. So when I try to understand the first criteria, the role of the state in terms of providing accessibility to education to the students, I must say that India started the political economic journey as a mixed economy. The state started considering certain things as part of the public goods, and education being one of them. And so eventually we see that education, the 1968, the policy was brought again in 1986, which was again revised in 1992. And the 1992 document that talks specifically about the issue of equity in terms of education, to provide elementary education on an universal ground to everybody. And eventually we see that through the 86th Amendment of Indian Constitution, education, elementary education up to the age of 14 was made universal. And also to make sure that the dropout rate is contained, the government also started serving midday meal, right? So because poverty is one of the issues generally which is closely attached with the understanding of India. Now, this is about the elementary education. Even in higher education, I would like to start with one example. I come from a lower middle class family, and starting from my higher education up till my PhD, I have studied in the best of the universities in India. And trust me, I didn't have to pay even 15,000 rupees as fee. But in return, in form of fellowship, in form of scholarship, I got more than 10 lakhs even before I joined my job. Right? So this was possible because even in terms of higher education, even though this has not been made universal, but the education ministry, the social justice ministry, and also the other organizations and entities like UGC and the other branches like ICSSR, ICPR, ICHR, and for the science background CSIR and the other bodies, they have pumped in a lot of money to fund research and all other things. So I think those who are capable of being inquisitive and they keep on searching for new avenues to fund their study, they can definitely find a way. And in that case, I think that the role of Indian state has been credible. And now see, in the post-1991 period when India adopted the LPG scheme, the liberalization, privatization and globalization, in the wake of the adoption of the structural adjustment program, many people, including political scientists and economists, they started alleging that there has been an withdrawal of the state from the public sphere, right? And the state is becoming less and less welfare. But I think in terms of the education sector, still India is taking a very big role, and it is playing the pivotal role in terms of giving access to education through by showing concern for equity and inclusion, right? So that is one thing. And secondly, the second part of my thing was about the quality or the outcome, right? So I think the NEP, I was about to tell something about the NEP, but I think there is a possibility of time, and if questions come, then we can deal with that later on. All right, thank you so much, ma'am. So on that note, I would like to conclude my speech. I hope it's a very good learning experience and a very good exposure for the students and participants coming from different parts. And on that note, I'd like to wind up my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankur, for talking about deepening of democracy in India and the credible role of youth in shaping the democracy. Ankur has also very nicely spoken about the role of the state in shaping education, particularly elementary education, as well as the inclusive policies of higher education, and most appropriately pointed out the issues of accessibility and outcomes and quality. So let us now move on to our final speaker, Mr. Abhinav Sharma. Will speak from there?
Yeah, I'll speak from here. Thank you, and namaste everyone. I know it's evening time and all of you are very tired, but this is the most important discussion, I guess, for the day, because this is directly related to your participation in the democracy and governance. A few years back, a politician from Russia said something to me which basically shaped my imagination when it comes to the question of youth in democracy and governance. He said that when he was our age, that when he was in his 30s, the life expectancy was around 50 years. So they would plan for the next 20 years and think in those terms, whether at the personal level or at the political level or at the social level. But he said, see, I'm 80 years today and I'm still healthy, I'm alive, and I'm perfectly fine in doing my work. So when you people are planning for your future, do not plan for the future of the 70 years of life expectancy. Plan for perhaps that you're going to live more than 100 years or 90 years of the age. And this is why the future, because it belongs to the youth, we are going to live for a longer duration than the life expectancy today. It is very important for us to be actively involved in the question of democracy and governance. Now, as the different member countries and entities of the G20, not all of them are formal democracy, like in the sense that not all of them have elections on a regular basis. Some of them have indirect elections, some of them are kingdoms, some of them have different forms of consultation and inclusion of youth in the political process. So as the moderator in the beginning pointed out, there is no one-size-fits-all approach. There are different forms of governance, there are different forms of democracies themselves. like from the liberal democracy of the West to, let's say, the model of the South Korea or the model of the Turkey. So we have to have a wider view and a deeper understanding of the issues at hand, about the governance and about the democracy. I would say that democracy is about, let's say, inclusion of the people in the decision-making process. The process may differ from country to country, from different context to context, and I don't think that anyone has any right to go and impose its model on the other country. But I think all of us agree in the G20 that the wider participation of the people in decision-making is the minimum what is required, whatever form it might take. And when it comes to the youth, as I've told, that it's not the question about the involvement of youth in the future, it's the question of involvement of the youth in the democracy, in the political decision-making, and in the governance issues as of today. And this is very important today because in today's world we have seen there's a crisis of democracy, especially liberal democracy in many parts of the world, especially in the Western Europe, especially in some of the advanced countries, that there's a falling interest of the youth in the democratic process. There is falling participation in the election. There is extreme ideological polarization in several of the countries. We have seen in the case of the US election, the last US election, that how it was extremely polarizing. And I think these are the challenges which we as the youth are going to face in the future. One reason driving that is the advent of social media and the advanced communication technologies, which has at one side empowered the youth to participate in the democratic process, in the political process, but has also, I would say, sharpened the political views and the ideological views to such an extent that in some democracies it is becoming difficult for people or the societies to arrive at a consensus. In this sense, I see that India is a bright spot because what we have seen in the last 1 decade, and even I would say from the 1990s onward, there's a deepening of democracy in India. India, as you know, is a very large country, it's a very complex society, it's a very diverse society. But in the last 30 years, what we have seen, that the communities which were before, before 1990s or the 1980s were neglected or marginalized, they have become actively involved in the politics. And this process is ongoing as of today. The new caste and communities which were extremely poor, extremely deprived, are now becoming politically empowered, and the political empowerment and the movement of those communities, of the subaltern communities, is led by the youth. So I think in that sense, India provides a counter view to the worldwide trend in many of the countries where is declining interest in the democratic process. In India, what we see is the widening of democracy, the deepening of the democracy, especially in the last 1 decade or so. So I think that is the starting point where we can pick up the discussion, our deliberations in the G20 as to what are the factors which are working in India, what are the challenges in India and in other parts of the world, and how we can arrive at a consensus about the future of democracy and future of governance. And when we talk about governance, people, I think that it is not just about formal state governance. It should not be just about formal political parties. Like recently in the pandemic, and in the lockdown, we have seen that how youth in India and also in many of the other countries, how they self-organize themselves to ensure there's supply of medicines, food to the needy, their societies, their localities are well provided for, the vaccination drives are done, and all of this was done by the youth without the help of the government or any formal mechanism. So I think when we talk about the governance issues, I was discussing this with the Suvesh Pandey, who is the track chair for this theme. He said that community governance is also a very important focus area on which we must focus in the next few months when we will have the pre-summits and deliberations on these themes. So the scope of governance should be widened from the formal government processes to include self-governance, community governance, the self-help groups, and also the ability of the youth to organize. And I think what is most important, there are some academicians who might disagree, the student politics in university needs to be encouraged. Now, I'm not sure in how many countries we have vibrant student politics in the university campuses and the elections. In India, we have in some states, we don't have it in some states. But that is very important because that is the beginning, that is the starting point for the youth when they start engaging with the big questions of the day. Now, some senior people, especially the professors, the vice chancellors, fear the student politics. They say it might become very destructive. Sometimes it's very violent, anarchist. But we have to accept that that is the learning phase for the youth. They are getting involved in mass mobilization, political mobilization, in the political questions for the first time. So I think we need to regulate it, we need to guide it, and we need to encourage more and more student politics to ensure that the leadership of the future is ready in all the democracies. And of course, different countries can have different model for it, but I think that is the third point which is very important when we talk about the democracy and the governance. The fourth point is, see, we live in a world which is extremely unequal, and this is something which we have to realize. India is also a society where you have extreme prosperity and extreme poverty at the same time. And that is the case in most of the countries. And when we look at the world as a whole, you have extreme inequality within the countries. So I think when we talk about the democracy and governance, we should not forget the last person in the line. The philosophy of Antyodaya, the rise of the person standing in the queue at the last point, that is very important. When we talk about the youth, it's not just about the students and the people in the premier universities. It's not just about the people like you. It's also about the youth which is working in the brick kilns. It is also about the youth which is working in some, as a farm laborer or the agrarian laborer. How do we involve them in the democratic process, the political process, and the questions of the governance is something we need to deliberate upon. And I'm very sure that the delegates present here, our track chairs and other official delegates of the Y20 will be taking up these questions and have a more wider democratic look of the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Abhinav. Abhinav has pointed out very important points like the crisis of liberal democracies, falling participation of youth in liberal democracies, polarized ideas. He's also spoken about the rise of the subaltern in Indian politics and Indian election processes. And he's also, I think, underlined the importance of the widening of the scope of governance institutions and the role that the youth and younger people can play in self-mobilizing themselves as far as resources and efforts are concerned. So what we'll do now is, since our panelists have already spoken, I'll take at least 4 questions for each of the panelists, first 4 questions, and once we are done with that, we'll see how much time we have for the rest. Can I take one from there, please? Yes?
Working? Yeah. Hello, Namaste, I am Shreya from Department of Design, IIT Guwahati. One second. So my question, according to my department, which is communication design, so how media and communication empower youth in governance and vice versa, role of youth in media? So this is my question.
Do you have this question particularly to one of our panelists, or who do you want to answer?
No, it's common. Anyone can answer. Thank you.
Okay. Any of you wants to take this? The role of media.
Okay, I think that is a very interesting question, because we, with the rise of the new communication technologies, especially the social media, what we are seeing that is overflow, I say this overloading of the information as of today. So the role of media has also changed. You see, it's not just about reporting the news, because almost everyone is reporting the news. Even you with the mobile phone, a Twitter handle can start reporting what is happening around you. So I think the media should also redefine its role going forward. It should become more analytical, more fact-based rather than changing the TRPs. I'm not sure what is the situation in many of the other countries, but in India, I think media space needs to be much more responsible by reporting, because it is completely market driven today. So what happens that you are chasing the TRPs and you are following the sensational news. I think that is where I say a very serious intervention is needed by the youth to bring back media towards the issues which are more related to this community level, to the social issues, and also the issues which impact the majority of the population, not just some film stars, celebrities, and so on. So I think there's a huge scope there, and people like you can definitely lead it.
Okay, thank you. Can we take a question from this row? Yes. Here, the first one, the first person here. Yeah. Yes. Here. The gentleman here.
Hi, I'm Daniel Dias from the Department of Design, IIT Guwahati. And currently one of the few openings for youth to work in the area of public policy is as a researcher in a think tank. But since governments work through the civil service, the think tank's way of engaging with the government is through providing research and external participation as external stakeholders. So I have two questions in that regard. How much of this work is actually taken into consideration while during decision making? And secondly, what can be done to have more robust lateral communication between governments and think tanks?
Okay, thank you. The role of think tanks in governance. The role of think tank, yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
So you are actually saying that, you know, as a researcher in the policy decision, like how much of it is from outside, the acceptance of it. Let me say you very clearly, like now the trend has changed. If you look at Indian government, and if I talk about Assam government, a lot of feedback is coming up from the, you know, outside the system. They are the ones who are requesting for various changes, and it's happening. Recently, you might be knowing that we have a drive against child marriage. Then few months back, there was also an introduction of teaching in English in government school in maths and science subjects. Now, these are something which were requested by the, you know, the stakeholders, like, you know, for introduction of teaching in English in maths and science. It was by the student community themselves. So the policy decision is not always from top down. In present times, it is coming from bottom up. So in fact, we would like to request many of you to come forward and make concept papers and bring forward the kind of changes that you would like our government to take forward.
Thank you. The lady there, yes.
Good evening, I'm Chirantana. So my question is to Meeta ma'am. So how will the state and national government implement the empowerment of youth through education to participate in democratic and developmental activities?
Okay. I think one of the three reasons that I talked about for future is the development of youth in education and skill development. If every one of you, I hope you have heard about the union budget, which was passed just 7 days back on the 1st of February. When we talk of our nation, you are talking of Indian context. You must have seen in the union budget, it was a youth empowering and a youth inclusive budget, which means preparing our youth for the future. So the budget allocation which was given to PMKVY 4.0, if you see 236 crores. Now what it talks about is educating youths in new age skill, which is coding, AI, mechatronics, IoTics and so on. Also talks about 30 international skill centers. It talks about a national youth governance policy also. So if you go through all of them, I would request all of you all to go through it. You will understand how our government is actually very youth-centric and preparing them for the future. Because we believe, like, if the youths are conditioned right now properly, because they are going to make the change. So they need to be empowered right now itself. Right? So this is happening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The gentleman there, he's been put his hand. Yeah, you wanted to say, add? Not very much, yeah.
Hello. In reference to the question which was asked a little while ago about how to allow the participation of youth in the process of governance, I think recently I came across a very good example. Because in my university, I am also closely associated with the NSS, and I know that almost in all colleges and universities, we have the NSS group, right? And recently, the state government in Assam decided and eventually had a dialogue between, they organized a dialogue between the NSS and the Department of Panchayat and Rural Development. Now, what they are saying is that if we allow the NSS groups to work in close association with the Gaon Sabha where the college or the university is located, and also in terms of the decision-making process, and also allow them to go through, certain workshop as to how to trace the spending, expenditure, decision-making, which are primarily nowadays made digital. So I think that, that initiative, which is allowing the NSS workers and volunteers to work in close association with the grassroots decision-making, bodies, that I think is a very good beginning in the state of Assam, and that could be also taken up by other states also, and that will essentially empower the students to, acquire the basics of how decisions are made and how, policies are implemented locally. So I think that is a very good initiative.
Yeah, please. Can you please give the mic there?
Ma'am, you pointed towards me.
He's put his hand since the beginning. Can you please give the mic there? I will come back. I'll come back to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for recognizing me. My question is for Sir Abhinav Prakash. Sir, being a very close watchman of student politics in my university, and for that matter many universities, I have at times realized that student politics are also parallelly followed by a lot of unparliamentary or unethical practices in and outside the campuses. Maybe because in the Indian election we have a very strong election commission, but I don't think the Lingdo commission in case of universities is that strong. So what can India as a country do to set an example to make student politics watched by strong commissions so that such illegal activities do not happen? Because what happened in my case, instead of encouraging, the student politics discouraged me to participate in politics, because I found then politics to be a very polluted place, which it shouldn't be, sir.
Well, I understand your point, and see, that's the question which depends on the local administration, that how strongly are you enforcing the norms of the free and fair election. But the wider point here is that, when you are entering into student politics at the university level, you are also entering the adult world. So the student politics in your college or in your campus is also the reflection of the real world outside the college and the campus. So you cannot see the student politics in isolation with the wider political context and the social context. You cannot just reform student politics alone without reforming the overall politics. And I think, in that sense, if you see the political process in India, because I can speak for it, that over the last 30 years, there have been great reforms in how the elections are contested. I come from the state of Uttar Pradesh. In the 80s, it was very difficult for many of the castes to even go and vote. Now the elections are very free and fair, and that is reflected in the university politics as well. But again, that is the, you should not be creating a shielded space in the university and the colleges, that when you go out, then you get a shock of your life. So I think people are learning, this is your exposure to the politics, and then when it comes to the other illegal activities, that's the question of the local administration, the university administration, and I think that can be easily done. I'm not in favor of having very strong rules and regulations in the commissions to regulate the politics, because that is negation of democracy and politics. There should be code of conduct, and that should be followed.
Thank you so much, sir. Your first points are really relevant. Thank you so much.
Can you pass the mic to the first row, please? Just 1 minute before that. My apologies, Abhinav. I had actually announced your name as Sharma. You're Abhinav Prakash. My apologies.
My question, hi guys, I'm Devnat. My question is for Abhinav Prakash ji. Sir, what are the major takeaways in terms of youth empowerment and mobilization in India for other G20 member countries? Some of the key takeaways that they can respectively emulate in their countries. Let's say we have Pariksha Pe Charcha here, we have the national education policy, we have the national youth policy. What are the, and we also have the incredible investment in the education sector as outlaid in the budget 2023. So what are some key takeaways from our youth advocacy in India for other G20 countries?
I think that's a very interesting question, and you have given the answer of, you've given some of the points in your question itself. India is a very interesting case in the G20, because at one point we are also a major economic power which is rapidly industrializing and modernizing. At the other side, we also have very strong development, shared challenges with the global south and some of the developing countries. So India can provide, in that sense, that the keys or the solutions or some pointers as to how a country can manage this transition, and also when it comes to the youth, because when you talk about the transition, we're basically talking about the generational shift or the youth. So in that sense, as you have pointed out, that India has been encouraging youth participation in lots of these activities. I'll also add up this question about the youth in administration and the governance. So in India, we have many such things. You have the young professional programs, you have the Digital India internship, you have the Prime Minister Modi encouraging youth to work in the Niti Aayog, and also, you have the programs like Yuva, where you're encouraging people to write on different aspects. So there are lots of things which can be shared with the other countries, but we must also learn from the other countries as to what they are doing to encourage the youth population in their country in the governance and democracy. But again in India, because India also can tell or share its experience of how to manage diversity, because youth in India is also not a homogeneous community. India is not a homogeneous country. I think it's the most diverse country ever. You cannot compare India, let's say, to just, let's say, Germany or France. You can compare India to Europe. It's a subcontinent in its own size. So what we can also share is that how, despite being so different from each other, when it comes to language, when it comes to culture, when it comes to regional differences, when it comes to different kinds of ethnicities, how the youth in India are again together and have a shared future, a shared purpose bound by a common identity, which is the Indian identity. So how to force that mega identity which can transcend the local differences. I think that is very, very important, the lesson which India can offer, because we see lots of countries, lots of parts of the world have lots of conflict based on ethnicities and identity, language, where in India we have thousands of languages, right? Thousands of dialects, and still people are living together. I think that is very important, which we can share with the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, I won't take any more questions. We are close to the end. However, I'll give the last word to Madam Meeta, because unlike most of us who are academicians here, Madam is a member of the Assam Youth Commission, and so I would like to like her to share some of her views about what are the things probably we are doing in the Youth Commission.
Thank you. I would like to share this, Assam as a state has a youth commission after Kerala. In India, I think we are the second state which has a youth commission. And importantly, what we are doing on the youth aspect in terms of, if you have been here, you have known that we have been left backward for a long years. We do not have the best of high-end quality education or the infrastructure. So the kind of changes that we have brought in is, having 2 educational high-end centers for UPSC coaching. In India, one of the top exams that the people go for UPSC, for NEET, for JEE, for CAT, CAT, and Assam is taking steps to groom our youths being educated here itself, so that they are well prepared for coaching for the all India top level instead of going outside the state, number 1. We are also coming up with 6 additional centers across various districts of Assam. Another very important step which we call as the Sarothi is that a lot of our youths who are semi-skilled, they go outside the state to work, and COVID pandemic has brought out the crisis that our youths face when they had to return back to the state. So the steps taken is that in every state we would have a group called Sarothi that would be taking care of the grievances and the needs of all the youths of Assam going to work or study outside the state. Another is engaging with the youth clubs which are working on various aspects, whether it is drug eradication, whether it is child abuse, domestic abuse, child marriage also. So clubs which are actively working on these activities, these aspects, they will be hand-held, they will be funded to carry on their activities more so that we can clear all this discrimination that we are having. Because when we look at the SDG goal in terms of the state, we are having certain areas to work on. Now this is something that can be replicated by other states in terms of the measures that we are taking, and we are fast progressing on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have exactly half a minute to finish this discussion here. I'm very thankful to all the panelists here for bringing out diverse views on the theme of the role of youth in democracy and governance, the shared future. And like the fact that the youth, Abhinav pointed out that the youth is not homogeneous as a category, and our country is not homogeneous. There are diverse issues, there are diverse challenges, and there are diverse ways of engaging ourselves in the process of democracy and governance. On this note, a very big thank you to all the panelists and a wonderful audience. Thank you. See you in the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you, esteemed panel members, for this very insightful discussion on the participation of youth in governance and democracy. Next, may I request the director of IIT Guwahati to please come on stage and felicitate the panel members and the moderators with our tokens of appreciation. I request the panel members to please remain seated as we will be, please remain on stage as we will be having a group photo session. I also request the participants and the delegates to remain in the auditorium as we will be proceeding with the next session almost immediately. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening. We are about to start the next session. The theme for the next session will be Health, Well-being and Sports Agenda for Youth. Thank you. A very warm good evening to everyone present here. I am Nitish from Cotton University, and it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this panel discussion on Health, Well-being and Sports Agenda for Youth. We are delighted to have a diverse group of experts joining us to share their knowledge and experiences on this crucial theme. Kindly join me in welcoming our panelists for the session. We are joined by Laishram Sarita Deviji, Next we have Dr. Ashima Hobijamji. We also have with us Shreyasi Singhji. And lastly, we have with us Dr. Ujwal Maskeji. I welcome you all on the stage. I also welcome our moderator, Dr. Bitya Grace Jagannathan, onto the stage. Now allow me to introduce the respected panelists seated on the stage. We have with us today Laisram Sarita Deviji, who is an Indian professional boxer from the state of Manipur. She is also a former world champion and multiple-time medalist in the lightweight category. She has represented India in several international competitions, including the Asian Games and the World Championships, where she has won numerous medals for her country. She has inspired many young women to take up boxing and is a role model for aspiring female boxers in India. Our next panelist is Dr. Ashima Hobijamji. She is a consultant psychiatrist at Advanced Hospital and Research Institute, Imphal. She has completed MBBS from Lady Hardinge Medical College in New Delhi and MD in Psychiatry from YAS, New Delhi. She has also served as a senior resident in the Department of Psychiatry in RIMS, Imphal. We also have amongst us Shreyasi Singhji, who is an Indian shooter who was awarded the prestigious Arjuna Award in 2018 for her outstanding achievements in the sport of double trap shooting. She has represented India in several international events, including the Commonwealth Games and Asian Games. She has won numerous medals for her country and has been instrumental in promoting shooting as a sport in India. Lastly, we have Dr. Ujwal Maske, who is an assistant professor and head of the department at Mahapurush Srimanta Shankardev Vishwavidyalaya in Assam. His publications include research on Hatha Yoga, yogic anatomy and physiology, among others. The moderator for this session is Dr. Bitya Grace Jagannathan, Professor in the Department of Biosciences and Bioengineering, IIT Guwahati. She will be facilitating the conversation and keep us on schedule. So without any further delay, I would like to hand it over to the session moderator, who will take it forward from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitish. Good evening, everyone. So today's panel discussion topic is Health, Wellbeing and Sports, Agenda for Youth. So we have distinguished panel members here, Mrs. Laisram Sarita Devi, Dr. Ashima Hobijamji, Ms. Shreyasi Singh, Dr. Ujwal Maske. I welcome you all. I'll set the context a little bit for the discussion here, and we'll move on to the discussion. The current century is the century of the youth. 1/4 of the world population is young people. So investments made in promoting the well-being of young people will give great returns. Several countries have recognized this and have started several programs promoting the well-being of young people. So in this context, today we will be discussing about the mental well-being, the role of sports in promoting mental well-being, and also how the traditional Indian medicine can help in the holistic well-being of our youth. So I would like to start by inviting the panelists to give an opening note, and I will start with Mrs. Sarita Devi. Mrs. Sarita, the Indian vision of sports for all is a unique vision aimed at the physical and mental well-being of the youth. How do you think sports in general has helped you and the young people that you are mentoring when it comes to their well-being?
Good evening all and namaste. स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू जो यूथ में जो बदलाव ला सकते हैं, बहुत सारे बदलाव ला सकते हैं. तो फॉर एग्जांपल मैं एक मेरा लाइफ के बारे में छोटा सा जो मैंने स्ट्रगल करके स्पोर्ट्स थ्रू मैंने जो किया है वो मैं शेयर करना चाहती हूँ.
Sports has many positive impacts on youths of India and over the world. And now I would like to take an example by talking about my experience in my personal life.
मेरा नाम लाइसम सरिता देवी, फॉर्मर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन एंड एशिया का डिफरेंट वेट कैटेगरी में 5 बार चैंपियन रह चुकी हूँ.
My name is Sarita Devi. I am former world champion and I've won 7 world medals, and in which 5 are gold medals, 1 is bronze and 1 is silver.
और बेस्ट एशिया का बेस्ट बॉक्सर भी रह चुकी हूँ और अर्जुन अवार्डी एंड वर्ल्ड चैंपियन हूँ.
I'm also an Arjuna awardee and I've also been awarded the Asian's best boxer.
मैं आज मोटिवेट और यूथ में क्या बदलाव ला सकता है स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू, वो मेरा स्टोरी के थ्रू मैं बताना चाहती हूँ.
Through my personal life story, I would like to speak how sports can be a motivating factor in youth's life.
मैं मणिपुर में that time 95, 96, 97, that time इंसर्जेंसी का बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम था मणिपुर के अंदर.
Back in 1990s, the mid-1990s, there was a very big influence of insurgency over the state Manipur in India.
तो मेरा जो गांव है, एक छोटा सा गांव है हिल के पास.
I lived in a small village near the foot of the hills.
तो रोज में मेरा घर पे 50 लोग आके खाना खाता है. रोज में इंसर्जेंसी को देखते हैं तो बंदूक को पकड़ के खेलना. रोज में देखते तो मुझे भी वो लोग जैसा बनना है, मैंने महसूस किया.
In my house, there would be 40 to 50 militants that comes over, and it was a normal view to me as I keep seeing them and their weapons, and it became quite a familiar view to me.
तो मैं धीरे धीरे उस जैसा बनने के लिए मैं धीरे धीरे हेल्प करने लगे. अलग अलग जगह पे बंदूक ट्रांसफर करना मैं हेल्प करने लगे.
I started being influenced by them, and I also were used in transferring their weapons for them.
That time उस दौरान मेरा उम्र है 12, 13 उस टाइम था उम्र मेरा.
I was 12 to 13 years old back then.
तो रोज एक दिन मुझे भी ऐसे बनना है, रोज बंदूक के साथ खेलते थे मैं.
I would always dream of becoming like them, and back then I loved to play with the weapons that they brought.
तो मुझे उस दौरान बहुत पसंद था, मैं बहुत एक्टिव था, स्पोर्ट्स बहुत पसंद था, लेकिन मुझे कोई गाइड करने वाला नहीं था. स्पोर्ट्स खेलने से क्या मिलता है और स्पोर्ट्स खेलने से अपना देश का नाम रोशन कर सकता है, मुझे पता नहीं था.
Back then, though I was very active and I had a very big interest in sports, I had neither exposure nor idea or the importance of the sports, and I also had little to no support.
तो मैं धीरे धीरे इंसर्जेंसी की तरफ बढ़ने लगे. एक दिन मेरा ब्रदर ने मुझे मारा.
And when I got dragged into the insurgency, I was beaten badly by my brother.
तो उसके बाद मैंने 1 week खाना नहीं खाया, तब जाके मैंने स्पोर्ट्स ज्वाइन किया.
Then I fasted for 1 week, and then I decided I would be joining sports.
तो मैं धीरे धीरे स्पोर्ट्स खेलने के बाद मैं फर्स्ट टाइम मेरा लाइफ में 2001 में मुझे इंडिया रिप्रेजेंट करने के लिए मौका मिला एशियन चैंपियनशिप खेलने के लिए.
And that's how I started with sports. And in 2001, I went to Bangkok representing India.
तो उस दौरान मैं एशियन चैंपियनशिप जो खेल रहे थे, मैं फाइनल में चाइना के साथ हार गया.
Back then, that was Asian Championship. I lost to China in my finals.
तो उस दौरान मेडल सेरेमनी का टाइम आया. पोडियम में सब लोग जो जितने भी मेडलिस्ट है पोडियम में बुलाया और पोडियम में खड़ा होके मेडल रिसीव कर रहे थे.
And then I see the winners going over to the podium receiving their medals.
And उस टाइम में मैं मुझे पता नहीं था जब एक कंपटीशन स्पोर्ट्स खेलने से और एशियन से जब गोल्ड मेडल मिलता है तो नेशनल एंथेम गाते हैं, मुझे मालूम नहीं था, किसी ने बताया भी नहीं था. तो फर्स्ट टाइम मैंने देखा चाइनीज का नेशनल एंथेम गाते हुए, और जितने भी गैलरी में जितने भी लोग खड़ा है सब ने खड़ा होकर रेस्पेक्ट दिया. उस दौरान मुझे महसूस हुआ मुझे भी एक दिन अपना देश का नाम रोशन करना है, नेशनल फ्लैग हाई करना है.
So when I lose to China in my finals, then I saw the China flag waving and their national anthem being sung. I so badly wanted it to be my Indian flag and our national anthem. So that's when I decided that I needed to see myself there waving my flag and to our national anthem.
तो उसके बाद मैं बहुत मेहनत किया. 2000 से लेके 2020 तक अपना देश के लिए खेला और नेशनल फ्लैग हाई किया. और उसके बाद पूरा मैं स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू जो जैसे पहले बचपन में पहले मैं गांव में क्या सोचते थे, उसके बाद फिर बाहर निकलने के बाद जो एक स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू मुझे जो मिला है बदलने का, तो मैंने 2001 से लेके 20 तक कंटिन्यूस मैंने अपने देश के लिए नाम रोशन किया.
So after deciding that I would do the same, that I would wave my flag and I will let my national anthem being sung on the award, I have been winning medals for over 20 years. That is from 2001 to 2020.
तो ये स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू जो मेरा अंदर जो बदला है, जैसे सेम जो यूथ है इंडिया का जितने भी यूथ है, तो स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू बहुत चीजें बदल सकता है लाइफ में.
So this is one change that I have observed in me, which is my respect and love towards nation, which I didn't know before I came into sports. And I would like to see such changes in the youth over the world.
तो आजकल यूथ में मतलब स्पोर्ट्स कंपल्सरी होना चाहिए. स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू हम फिजिकल और मेंटली फिट होके हम अपना देश को नाम रोशन और आगे जाने में बहुत बड़ा स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू हेल्प कर सकता है.
And I believe sports should be compulsory, at least within the youths, as it has positive mental impacts and positive physical impacts.
तो उसके बाद में 2021 में मैं जब कोविड आया तो मैं नेशनल कैंप से छोड़ के वापस आ गए थे घर पे.
Then in 2001, when the heat of Corona was going on, I retired and I came back to my hometown.
तो उसके बाद मैंने सेम मैं घर पे वापस आने के बाद मैंने देखा जो यूथ है बच्चे हैं, तो पहले हमारा टाइम में इंसर्जेंसी का प्रॉब्लम था, और अभी जो टाइम है ड्रग, नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अंदर ड्रग बहुत बच्चे लोग जो है ड्रग लेते हुए देखा, तो मुझे बहुत दुख लगा.
Being back now in my hometown, I see that the children now are also facing big drug issues as I was facing, though the problem is different, I was facing those kind of problems too. So I decided to help.
सेम स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू जैसे मैंने बदला है, जो बच्चे यूथ जो है ड्रग में जाने वाला, उसको स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू उसको स्पोर्ट्स में डाल के अपना देश के लिए नाम रोशन करने में, और यूथ को हमारा जो यंग बच्चे जो है हेल्दी रखने के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा रास्ता मिलेंगे.
So realizing the role of sports, what role sports has played in my life, I also believe that it will also play a very special role in motivating and directing the youth to a better path.
तो इसलिए जो मैंने जो स्ट्रगल किया है, जो सेम लाइक यंग बच्चे जो है ड्रग लेना और ड्रग फ्री में मिल रहे हैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अंदर, खास करके मणिपुर में, तो उससे बचाने के लिए एक ही तरीका है, मुझे लगता है मैंने स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू बचा सकता है। तो मैंने अभी मेरा एकेडमी शुरू किया है। एकेडमी के अंदर मैंने अलग अलग हिल एरिया जगह से लेके छोटा गांव से बच्चे जो उठा के लेकर आते हैं मेरा एकेडमी में, मैं ट्रेनिंग देती हूँ, क्योंकि वो स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू वो लोग को स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू जो ड्रग है और इंसर्जेंसी है उससे हम बचा के अपने देश के नाम रोशन करने में हम बड़ा हेल्प कर सकते हैं।
Many young youths of India, especially in states like Manipur, has lost their youth and their direction in the drug issue. So I believe that sports is a very big, effective solution and rescue from the drug issues. And I've also started my sports academy that can support, motivate, and that can support, motivate the children such as me into sports and direct their life in the right path through sports.
Mrs. Sarita, thank you for sharing your experience. I will come back to the academy that you have started. Thank you. I would like to move on to Dr. Ashima. You know that the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected everyone, especially the youth and their mental well-being. What, as a psychiatrist, what kind of issues have you seen the youth have faced? And what kind of interventions do you think, or what you have practiced, have helped the youth to overcome these things?
Thank you so much. Hello everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. Firstly, I would like to just go on the facts and figures of mental health over the world and the country. The National Mental Health Survey held in India reported that around 7.3% of the youth between the age of 13 to 17 years are suffering from a mental health issue of some kind. Of this, a study done in Imhans stated that only 2% of the youth report mental health issues compared to the 20%, which is a WHO report from the world. Secondly, depression has been found to be one of the major causes of morbidity and mortality among the youth of the nation. It has been said that suicide is the third cause of mortality among the youth, which is below 19 years of age. Despite these facts and figures, we find that only 2% of the world economy has been devoted to the use in mental health care around the world. Now, as ma'am mentioned, the COVID situation. Apart from the COVID situation, there are 3-4 points I would like to mention here. First is the COVID situation obviously created a kind of artificial surrounding for us. We were like health in petri dishes, done experiments on us, like this is what the normal people felt. Conditions such as social isolation, lockdowns, the economic devastation that followed, the lives that were snatched away. And the thing, one of the things that has been neglected is that the learning that the young people were deprived of. There was a joke going around in my state that the many young people were passed, they didn't give exams, they didn't give this and they didn't give that these people should not be given jobs. They are not educated. This was a joke going around. But if you think deeply, this group of young people, they were deprived of the college life, the school life they were deserving of. They were deprived of that learning phase. Because of this deprivation, because of this devastation, in my own clinical practice, many young people came with, even at the age of 8 years, even at the age of 9 years, they came with complaint of OCD, they came with complaint of even suicidal behaviors. Many were even asking existential questions, they were asking what is the purpose of life, what is sadness, which you don't expect from a child of 9 or 10 years or 8 years. So these were the unexpected consequences, the mental health consequences of the COVID-19 situation. The second important factor is the social media and the technological use. As we all know, we love social media, we love our mobiles, we love our apps, which is fully justified because it has so much advantages that it has given us. If we look at the pros of the social media use, you can see that mental health, knowledge imparted through social media is very commendable. We cannot neglect this part. Also, the telemedicine, the e-medicine, the digital medicine that we see the boom right now, is the pros of social media. Coming to the cons, you can see that social media has been sometimes unhealthily used for self-validation. It has been unhealthily used for attention-seeking behavior, which might have been resolved in some other ways. It has been used for maybe escapism also. It has been used for bullying. It has been used for even to perpetuate violence against minority groups, against sexual minorities. So these are and then coming to the social media addiction, mobile phone addiction. So these are the pros and cons of social media, and we need to find a middle ground here. So as ma'am asked, what we can do about it? We have to firstly see mental health, brain, mind as being holistic with the body. It is not separate. We cannot say mental health and neglect our bodily health. So in some few years or some months back, we had this battle between the Ayurvedic medication, the homeopathy and allopathy medication, this and that. We can incorporate all of this together, We can take the benefits of all of this. We have to know our place, the Ayurvedic medicine, the natural. Everyone has to know their place and has to come together. Because the body, the mind cannot simply survive on medication, they cannot simply survive on chemicals, obviously. We have to look at the body, the mind as a holistic principle, and we have to bring mental health at the community level. Mental health has not gone grassroots yet. Even though we keep talking about mental health, we keep talking about stigma, it has not gone grassroots, it has not gone to the communities. So I would like to have this discussion. These are the few topics that I'm opening up for discussion today. And that's it.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shima. I would like to ask Ms. Shreyasi. You are a good example of someone who's a sports person and as well as a policy maker. What kind of policies do you think have to be there to bring out the well-being of our youth? You can explain on what is already there and what can be made.
Thank you, Doctor. First of all, a very good evening to all of you, and for all the nationals that have come to India for the first time, a very warm welcome to all of you. I am Shreyasi Singh. I have represented, and I still do represent India in shotgun shooting, which is trap shooting at international level. I have been awarded the President's Award in 2018 for the number of medals and honors that I have won for our country. Now friends, before I answer the question or discuss the topic that has been brought to me, I would like to share with all of you the importance of sports in any individual's life. We all know that largely the holistic development of a nation depends upon its youth or the power of youth. And as we like to call it in Hindi, it's called the Yuva Josh. So how do we direct this Yuva Josh or the power of youth onto the right path, in a more positive, in a more natural way? It is known to us, and we have doctors on this panel who will support this theory, that while we exercise, when we play an aerobic sport, when we exert that sort of energy, happy hormones such as endorphins are released. That itself helps us have a healthy mindset, and a healthy mindset is a healthy being, a healthy human being in general. So starting with that, I think sports is very important to be inculcated in everybody's life. And it does not necessarily need to be a sport that you are playing at a national level or international level to win medals for the country. It should be purely done to support yourself, support your lifestyle, and promote and help the nation grow. Because if you grow as a person, then somewhere in return you're helping the nation also grow, whether it is economically or socially. So that's why sports is very important in every person's lifestyle. And also another thing that I'd like to share with all of you is that I think in life we all have ups and downs. We all know that life is not going to be it's not going to be an uphill where at the end of our cycle, we'll all find ourselves to be successful. We all know that life is a roller coaster. We all have our shares of ups and downs. Now, what sports primarily teaches you is how to lose. And that is called sportsmanship. If you can learn how to fail, how to lose, how to fall down, but then again, wake up the next day, be motivated, be determined, work harder, and to finally achieve that success. That is what sports today teaches us. And that is important for not just people like me or other sports people who have to win a medal for India. It is important for everybody who has to go through life. Because we all know that life is a roller coaster, ups and downs will come, but one has to be determined, one has to work hard, and we all have to do that with a positive mindset in order for us and our country to grow and move forward. Having said that, ma'am, as you were asking about the policies that have been developed in India, I see that there are a great number of policies that have been introduced in India for sports development, whether it is policies like TOPS, that supports our athletes for international and national training programs, that helps them compete at international standards. There are policies like Halo India, which helps us develop sporting skills at school and colleges level so that the kids have a strong base structure going into any sport forward. There are innumerable sports policies that have come out in the last 7-8 years. And I think the performance in the Olympic Games has been reflective to all those policies. Wherein 2012, we were, in 2004, we had only one silver Olympic medalist, that was Colonel Rajyavardhan Singh Rathore. In 2021 or 2020 Olympic Games, we now have almost 7 to 8 medalists at the Olympic Games, along with a gold medalist. So the number of medals have gone up in terms of Olympic Games, in terms of Commonwealth Games, in terms of Asian Games. And I think as far as sports and India is, if we look at it together, I see that India is growing internationally. And I also see as a sports person that India is now upcoming in most sports events as a strong and as a strong contender for medals, whether gold, silver, or bronze. It's not just a few of us, or it's not just earlier, like Sarita Didi was talking. Earlier, we only had, let's say, shooting or boxing in which India was good. Now we also have table tennis, we have fencing, we have, well, of course, javelin throw, in which India has greatly developed. And with all these policies, what is also important that we need to inculcate, and I say this as a woman and somebody who's in politics, that there is a point that we need to sort of turn the camera towards women in sports and how we can include policies that are beneficial to women that want to move forward in a career like sports. Because given the social structure that we live in, sports is primarily a man's forte, and women are not very easily supported by their family or by their social system when they want to come and take sports as a primary career. So definitely there is one addition that I would like to see going forward in terms of the international and national sector in policy. But all in all, I'm really proud of where India is standing today at international level, whether it is our socio-economic development or it's the development in sports. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Shreyasi, for highlighting the policies. I would like to move on to Dr. Ujjwal Maske. Our young people are constantly looking for ways to improve themselves and to handle stress in everyday life. How do you think we can combine the sports, the Indian way of living, and the knowledge about mental health can help our young people to lead the life the way they want it to be led.
Thank you. Thank you. Namaskar and good evening. I am Dr. Ujjwal Maske. I am not a medical practitioner, but expert in yoga, BSc Yoga, then MSc Yoga, and I completed my PhD on the topic related to hyperthyroidism. So I have developed a package for hyperthyroidism. I am now working here in a university in the yoga department. Yoga essentially, it is an ancient heritage, cultural heritage, and it was practiced as a spiritual discipline. But nowadays, worldwide, yoga is accepted for its health benefits. Due to its therapeutical benefits, now people are practicing yoga for the management of diseases, to be healthy, and therefore it is becoming more popular. Indian government is also taking steps towards this in various areas, especially in the education, in the health, and in the sports. For the education, Indian government have established few universities and has also established yoga department in several central and state universities, and thereby we are spreading the message of yoga through the education system. Also, Indian government is establishing and promoting the yoga, the Indian system, in the health sector also. In every blocks, Indian government is establishing the health and wellness centers so that our village peoples can take benefit from this yoga system. And recently, from 2 years, now Indian government established yoga as a sports. So the yoga practitioners also participating in the sports events, and this way the yoga is spreading nowadays. Now, in concern of mental health, how yoga can be beneficial for mental health to relieve the stress. So the practices like the balancing asanas, I hope the participants, delegates know about the balancing asanas like Vrikshasana, Garudasana, that tree pose, etc. Pranayamas like alternate nostril breathing, Nadi Shodhan pranayama, Bhramri pranayama, these pranayamas, and meditation, whatever meditation you practice. These practices are very much important to calm down the mind, also to concentrate. So when the practices are helpful in normalizing the hormones, the body, then we can concentrate on the things, whatever we can, whatever we wish to concentrate on. So in this way, the yoga practices are very much beneficial to maintain the mental health of the youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ujjwal. I just want to have one follow-up question for Ms. Shreyashi and Dr. Ashima. The drug abuse among our youth is increasing. So I would like to touch upon the policy-making decisions that is required. I would like Ms. Shreyashi to answer. And then what kind of measures can we take in the mental health point? Dr. Ashima. So if you can make it a little bit short, then we'll have time for the questions.
Now, if we are to tackle drug abuse among the youth, we have to, let me say from my clinical practice or what we are taught, when we take a drug history from a person, which are usually youth, we have to go from the family history. Firstly, drug abuse has a genetic component, which has already been in many studies. Secondly, the environment that the child has grown up from, dysfunctional families, mental health issue in the parents themselves, economic issues, these chaotic social scenarios, for example, in a state like Manipur, which has a very high level of drug abuse, There are so many factors, like there are geopolitical factors like location of the state. Then there are situations like unemployment, militancy, as Sarita Didi already told. So these are the conditions we have to focus on. Secondly, the availability of the drug itself, that has to be seen, taken into consideration. Thirdly, one of the main factors that most of us tend to ignore is that when there is drug abuse, 50% of the time there is mental health disorder in the person abusing the drug. So this mental health disorder can be depression, it can be anxiety, it can be anything. Many of the times the drug abusers are using these substances to kind of self-medicate themselves. Why? Because there is stigma against seeking help for mental illness, which is much lesser than the stigma against drug abuse. So instead of going to a psychiatrist or a mind doctor or like the crazy doctor, as they say, they prefer to use drugs because it is more easily available and you're less judged for it, let's say. So these are the factors we have to take into account when you're treating a person of substance use. You can't just treat by doing detoxification. You can't just treat by giving them anti-craving agents or whatever medication there is available. You have to treat the person as a whole, as a system, as a family. So these are the points that we have to look into.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ashima. Ms. Shreyashi.
See, as far as drugs abuse is concerned, I see that it usually starts from a place where a person is mentally unhealthy, unhappy, and maybe has freer time on their hands to try something like this, to try something new, to feel something different from what the world or the reality is making him or her show. And I think that's exactly where substance abuse or drug abuse starts from. Now, like I was talking about diversifying or directing that sort of energy via sports. In sports, we have a very strong prohibited list of such substances that fall under narcotics or also falls under performance enhancement drugs. But what it helps is that when a child is spending or exerting all his or her energy into doing sports or aerobic activity in a day, and then thereafter is reaching district level competitions, national level competitions. There is already a policy by the World Anti-Doping Agency and by the National Anti-Doping Agency in place which stops the athlete to get into any sort of substance abuse, because he or she knows that at this point, a simple urine sample can end their career, can end all their hard work. Having said that, this is sports protecting the generation or the youth from going towards any sort of substance abuse. Having said that, on ground level, of course, we need to have stricter laws in place. The availability of drugs is becoming a growing concern and if that availability is not curbed almost immediately, then I think this is going to become a global problem, which I don't think any of the nations in today's world want to have at their hands. So there definitely needs to be a stricter policy of how these drugs are available on ground so easily.
Thank you. The floor is now open for question and answer from the participants. The front row, please. Can someone give the microphone?
Thank you. So my question is about, so the components of mental health and physical health varies person to person. So I believe it is possible for those, some of the educational programs can be not necessarily matching to like have one universal solution to everybody that applies to all the youth. So my question is about how do you think we can provide those balance between providing those opportunities that would be open to everybody who want to take part in, but then also not imposing on those people who necessarily don't need or want or feel pressure to do something that they that does not necessarily lead to their well-being.
You would like to take?
You'll have to repeat that for me.
Dr. Ashima?
I'm sorry, I couldn't get the gist of your question. Like, should there be policies which are like more inclusive? That are you trying to say that?
Can you please rephrase?
Yeah. So how do you think we can take balance between motivating youth to take care of their well-being, but also not forcing them and imposing one solution?
Definitely, there can't be one solution to such a huge problem like mental health conditions. It has to be inclusive, it has to be at every level possible. So one thing that we can avoid here, especially from my part as a doctor, is not to over-medicalize situations or conditions. There's a movement called anti-psychiatry that has been going on for a long time, which obviously we are also responsible of. For example, the main diagnostic book or the diagnostic criteria that we follow, the DSM, has been criticized for adding almost everything there out there, like from caffeine addiction to this or that. I would not like to go into that. But this is a responsibility from our part, from the youth or whoever is seeking treatment also. Especially it is our responsibility, I think, the mental health workers, because we have to be very careful while diagnosing someone. It's not only about stigma. It's mostly about the whole procedures that a person has to go through once he's diagnosed. You have to go through some therapy, you have to go through medication, which are very lengthy and very long processes, especially in mental health situation. So the onus lies especially with us, the mental health care workers, and as a society as a whole. Not to over-medicalize situations and also not to neglect those people who are really seeking help. I think I have answered.
Thank you. That lady in the middle, can you please? The mic is off.
Good evening, everyone. I am Pooja Kumari from Center of Sustainable Polymer. I have a question for Dr. Ashima. As in the Indian society traditionally places importance of women in marriages, this often leads to poor life choices in individual, which leads to the society. And thus, as the leading voices on this panel, what are your thoughts on this?
Sorry, I can't. What marriages?
Like we are in the traditional society till now in the India, and we place importance on the marriages. Thus, till now, girls or women, they places importance of the marriages in their life as respect to education or career.
Okay. You mean the importance that is placed in a women's more to marriages than
and
education?
How does it leads to their poor choices and also suicides rate in India? Yeah.
Acha. Obviously, it is wrong. Connecting marriages with suicide. Okay, if I go by statistics, young people who are married younger, let's say, who are who go into the domestic life in the younger stage, they are more prone to have, divorces. They are more prone to have separation, and this condition will lead to more mental health situations. Yes, India still is a patriarchal society. I think it's still a patriarchal society, and more emphasis is always laid upon the women to first think about the domestic situation, think about marriage, think about family, than any other factors. This is mostly for most part of the country or the nation. So this scenario obviously will lead to a condition where the person would not be satisfied with the life that she is leading. She won't be fully prepared to have a married life. She will also have to give up on so many hopes and dreams that she might have as an individual, as a woman. So continuing from that, if we go further, when she has a child, she won't be ready for the child. So again, that might lead to poor child upbringing. So many situations will, come from that situation of giving priority to the marriage or domesticity of a woman, then giving more priority to the education or the career of a woman.
Thank you.
If I can relate like that, then yeah.
You want to add?
No, I just actually, not in terms of a doctor or a sports person here, but speaking as a woman of marriageable age but still single, I would like to clearly put this point across that this question that you asked is, well, it's the harsh reality of the Indian society that we have to live with, but the difference starts with you and me. The difference starts when you tell your parents or you tell your societal people, which is your uncles, aunties, your neighbors, your school friends, etc. When you tell them, when you put your foot down and you tell them that, no, I am going to go ahead and pursue my professional career before I go get married. And until I do my professional, for somebody, it can be like if I don't, first I want to achieve my career, and then I want to have a personal life or a married life. And that change needs to be brought about in the society by people like you and me, by people like Dr. Ashima who's sitting here, and then I'm sure many girls who have put their foot down in front of their parents and said, no, I'm not going to go that way, and I am going to first make a professional career before I get married. So I think everybody, and I expect the men and the boys sitting in the auditorium today to actually support the women, whether it's their friends, whether it's their cousins, sisters, to please change the narrative, change the society. ये हम भारत में रहते हैं, भारत एक पितृवाद ग्रसित देश बनते जा रहा है. भारत एक पितृवाद ग्रसित देश था नहीं. It was never a patriarchal society. We have more goddesses than we have God. We pray to our women. हम भारत माँ की पूजा करते हैं. गाय हमारी माता है. इन सभी चीजों को देखते हुए अगर हम मातृशक्ति को इतना प्रणाम सलाम सर झुकाकर आशीर्वाद मांगते हैं, तो अपने आसपास की बाजू बगल की जो महिलाएं हैं उनको सपोर्ट क्यों नहीं करते? So I just request all the audience to please, every time you see such a social stigma coming forward, please take a step for your friends and your family members. Thank you.
That gentleman over there in the middle.
My name is Sanjeev Singha from the Economics Department of Guwahati University. My question is to Shreyashi ma'am. So as someone, I have been working with the females in the small pockets of Meghalaya with sports to give them a sense of self, basically to empower them in their lives. And I have seen that how sports can give them a sense of self when they are playing. So my question to you is that how can we bring in policies which encourages all the females in India to play sports, not just to become like sports person, but also to have that sense of self so that they can lead their life in a better way and participate more in the state of affairs, and basically build a model with policies in India so that we can basically help the globe to have policies strengthened with sports to basically help the women to participate in the state of affairs. It can be economic or socio-economic.
Right. Can I get your name, please?
Sanjeev Singha.
Sanjeev. Yes. Okay. So Sanjeev, the question that you asked is related to how we can have policies at the ground level that helps women's sports or women to pick up sports as a healthy lifestyle, to what I gather, right? And now the answer to that question is in the work that you are doing. It has to be these small changes that we bring about in the society, whether as a part of the government or as a non-profit organization or just an individual like Sarita Didi is doing with her organization. The more we make aware the people that we have to include sports, just not for becoming a sports person, but or taking it as a career, but also to have a healthier lifestyle. And if we have that, if we are able to give that sort of information out, make the girls aware at a young age that this is the healthier lifestyle, this is the way to go forward, then, and when you see what happens is, mostly, it's always the guys or the boys that pick up a cricket bat and go to their friends and say, खेलने चलेगा, बॉल लेकर आ जाओ, मैं बैट लेकर आता हूँ, तू फील्डिंग कर लियो, right? If you can develop that with the girls and say, एक बच्चे के हाथ में आप बैडमिंटन रैकेट दे दीजिए, for example, एक लड़की के हाथ में, you give a badminton racket, for example, and don't give her the second racket. Make sure you distribute the other racket to her neighbor or to her school friend or something like that. Now, sport is such a thing that it requires two to tango. It will require two people to come together on a badminton court and play. It will take several number of athletes to play football together or come and form a cricket team and play versus another cricket team, whether it's in their colony or their house or their home district or their nation. Right? Similarly, policies are being built to have the infrastructure, because first and foremost, what is required in sports is the infrastructure. If you don't have a stadium, if you don't have a maidan, where will these kids go and play? It's not fair for them to stand on the road and play badminton every day. So similarly, these infrastructures need to be developed. While these infrastructures are being developed, this does not only mean to be a building infrastructure. It has to have the right assets to help the infrastructure grow, so that the kids have all the assets that is required for a healthy way of playing sports. Whether it is somebody who guides them on their nutrition, whether it is somebody who tells them how to physically train for a sport so they don't have injuries, so that they don't run in the wrong shoes and have an broken ankle, because of which they can't go to school the next day, something like that. They need to have first aid facilities with a small clinic, so that if somebody is hurt, it does not become life-threatening at any point. So all these things need to be, or like a physical education teacher, just a basic physical education teacher who can watch over these kids and promote this sort of, this sort of lifestyle in the right way. That is what's required at the administrative level.
Thank you. That lady over there.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Suprasha Roy from Pandu College. My question is that whenever a person starts playing sports such as basketball, cricket, if he or she is on the plus size, a little bit on the plus size body type, then they will face a lot of verbal bullying and everything. So how to overcome that?
Dr. Ashima, would you like to take?
How to overcome the bullying when you're faced with being, plus size in the
bigger
sports.
Than normal size.
Yes. Okay. Especially in sports situation, are you telling me?
Yes,
playing sports. How to overcome with bullying? Well, that's a very big topic, but then you have to build up your self-esteem firstly. Secondly, one very important thing that we keep neglecting here is to report to someone who is in authority to do something about it. It can be your parents. Firstly, talk about it. Don't keep it within yourself. Know very, very clearly there's nothing to be ashamed of doing anything if you are plus size. Nothing there. You can do anything under the roof that is there possible. It's up to you. No one other than you should decide what you can do and you are not able, what you are capable of in any field, including sports. So if you're faced with bullying of any kind, firstly, talk about it firstly. Talk to your friends, talk to someone you fully trust. Someone who has your best interest in their heart. Secondly, don't shy away from talking to authorities. Again, many a times I have been told that some of the school authorities, some of the colleges authorities, they don't take these issues very seriously. They will say you're too sensitive. You are being, oversensitive, I say, you're overreacting. Don't listen to that. What you feel is valid, it's valid. Even if everyone says you're overreacting, it is valid and you have to keep pushing it. Because unless you push it, most of the people are going to neglect this thing. Because this is a very common thing, bullying for your size. But if you are to get over this, you have to be an example for yourself. You have to set example for others also. So talk about it, report to authorities and keep pushing it till what you want to be done has been done. So this is some of the things that you can do for bullying, for body size. Secondly, we have...
Can we... I request the panelists also to be short in the answer so that we can take more questions.
This is the immediate thing we can do, but if you look at the bigger picture, this is where the role of social media comes into play also. How the body sizes are being encouraged, the zero sizes that are being encouraged. So we have to look at the body positive movement, be an agent for it, be a messenger of the body positivity movement yourself and encourage others also.
Thank
I
you.
think this is one way that we can, fight bullying.
For the lady here.
Namaskar everyone. My name is Asti Malita. I am from Indonesia. My question is relating to Miss Sarita Devi. This is my question. You was mentioned that you belong in poor city in Manipur, in hills. Like instead of do your passion in boxing, which moment that you realize that boxing is your passion to become in the future, and then instead of do that, like is that also making you stay away from drugs that you was mentioned about? So I was like wanna hear like in your previous story, like how is it like, and how you keep survive then choosing of give up, like it's so wonderful story. I was looking for Wikipedia before, so this is my question for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I request the panelists to keep the answers short so that we can take more questions. 2 more questions. Yeah, please, Mrs. Sarita Devi. Meanwhile, can we take 1 more question? This lady, yes. While the translation is going on, we'll take 1 more question, and then that would be answered afterwards. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. My question is about the gender split in the sport. Isn't this segregation of sexes in competitive sport is presumed to be the natural result of biological difference when we always talk about equality?
Can I take 1 more question? We can combine if somebody has related question. This lady here.
No, I can answer that quickly.
We'll just take 1 more and then we'll combine. Yeah.
Okay, I'm Shivani and I'm a psychologist, and being in this profession I have seen lack of opportunity for the mental health professionals. So my question is, how can we generate opportunities for the mental health professionals?
Thank you. So Mrs. Sarita, would you like to answer? At what point you decided to, yes.
जब मैं स्पोर्ट्स तो बचपन से बहुत पसंद है, मैं जब सोता था ना तो उस टाइम से स्पोर्ट्स पसंद है, लेकिन बॉक्सिंग जब मेरा अंदर जो बॉक्सिंग मैंने कैरियर चुना है 2001 इज माय टर्निंग पॉइंट। बॉक्सिंग में पूरा फोकस करने का मेरा जो है मैंने डिसाइड किया, क्योंकि हाँ स्पोर्ट्स में कैरियर बना सकता है, स्पोर्ट्स में अपने देश का नाम रोशन कर सकता है, वो उस टाइम में मैंने महसूस किया है।
I've always had love for sports since my childhood, and I've always been active and interested towards sports. But then the choice of boxing as a passion, I decided in 2001. This year has been my turning point. And then I've dedicated to this boxing. I've been dedicated to this boxing.
क्योंकि अभी ड्रग्स जो है मणिपुर में नॉर्थ ईस्ट में बॉर्डर एरिया है, तो ड्रग का बहुत बड़ा इशू है। तो उसमें बहुत छोटा बच्चे हैं जो है क्लास 6-7 का बच्चे जो है ड्रग लेते हैं। तो ड्रग से दूर रखने के एक ही तरीका है मुझे लगता है स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू, क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स खेलने से मेंटली और फिजिकली स्ट्रॉन्ग होता है, उसके साथ ही साथ वो लोग को सिखाता है डिसिप्लिन, ये गलत चीज़ है, ये है, वो है, नहीं है, ये चीज़ें सिखाने से ना तो वो मेंटली वीक होने से ना कोई दोस्त हाँ आज ड्रग लेने चलो बोलेगा तो इजीली मान जाएगा, क्योंकि एक स्पोर्ट्स का एक माहौल होता है, एक ग्रुप होता है, उसमें कोई मतलब गलत सोचते नहीं है, और हम कभी सोचते नहीं है हम ड्रग ले ये ड्रग खाने का। तो वो हमारा मेरा ये सोचना यही है। मेरा लाइफ में इंसर्जेंसी के टाइम में मैंने सर्वाइव करके स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू मेरा लाइफ बदला है, और सेम मुझे स्पोर्ट्स जो है ड्रग के थ्रू हम ड्रग मत ले लो मत नहीं बोलने से तो नहीं होगा, उसको स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू स्पोर्ट्स में ला के रेगुलर ट्रेनिंग एक्सरसाइज देना, उसको रास्ता दिखाना। बच्चे जो है जो ड्रग लेते हैं उसको
Mrs. Sarita, can we have the translation?
Yeah.
Okay, being from Northeast, which is a border area of India.
Please give a gist of the thing. Please give a gist.
Okay. So I believe that sports keeps away children from all these things because it is not just a discipline but also a requirement that every sportsman or the children interested in sport should be away from drugs. And sport also keeps children or youths away from wrongdoings and also wrong thinking, which keeps them mentally and physically fit.
Thank you. I would like Ms. Shreyasi to answer the gender split, and then Ashima, Dr. Ashima, on the health for psychiatrists.
I mean, I truly believe that the question that was asked about the gender-specific sports. See, we have to understand the fact that at the international level, we have two categories that we are playing all sports in. It's the men's category and the women's category. Sports never opens a field wherein a man is competing with a woman or vice versa. So who is a stronger biological being is not a question that we are here to answer. This is simply women versus women and men versus men. But what I said previously in the question also, when I answered the question also, is the fact that sports has always primarily been it's been a man's world, in the sense men were more promoted to do this sort of physical activity, which is like playing a sport. And that was because of the social structure that was available to us. I don't think that that is a question for today's time and era, where I myself have seen the sporting industry shift and grow as much as the women's event has, as well as the men's event. And also, as far as biological strength is considered, I truly, frankly do believe that women are stronger than men, because we all know that we deal with menstrual cycle once a month, and we still go through day to day, doing our chores, not cribbing about it. And I think the pain that we faced during that time makes us a stronger being, for sure.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Ashima, shortly, a short answer.
Okay, you were asking about you're asking about the opportunities of mental health workers in the medical field? Okay. Firstly, I am not a policy maker, so I can't say that, I should give jobs or something. But there are some policies which are coming up where the government is planning to
Yes, please.
Where the government is planning to take mental health to the grassroots, to the community. We have the National Mental Health Policy, which are opening up in the near future, employments for the mental health workers, especially psychologists, clinical psychologists. We have to, focus on the preventive measures that we need to take, and this is where your role will come in the community psychiatry. Secondly, because that is a future direction that I'm talking about, presently we lack very good, very experienced clinical psychologists or mental health workers everywhere. So you can always have your own private setup. You can link up with other mental health workers and create a circle of sorts, create a system for yourself. And for the people who are good, people who are practicing good, who are thoroughly trained in many things like CBT, BT and all those things, I assure you, your demand will never decrease. Because even as a psychiatrist, I don't find good enough clinical psychologists to refer my patients to. So you can think, what you can do on your own. Thank you.
Thank you. I thank all the panelists for the interesting discussion. I'll just quickly summarize. So mental health is a very important aspect, and our government has made several policies, and we have come up with certain issues, especially the sports, how it can help in tackling the mental health issues. And we have also knowledge on mental health, which is increasing. And substance abuse can also be dealt with the mental health with the help of mental health awareness as well as sports, and combining it with Indian traditional way of living, I think we can look forward to a holistic well-being for the youth of our country. I thank everyone for your attention, and I thank the panelists.
I would like to thank all the panelists for their valuable insights into the theme. I would also like to thank the moderator for carrying out the session successfully. Now, I request the officiating director of IIT Guwahati to felicitate our distinguished panelists with a token of gratitude. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and please welcome our Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Shri Anurag Singh Thakurji. We welcome you, sir, in this program. And I would request Honorable Minister, sir, to please come onto the dais. So our Honorable Minister, sir, is meeting with the delegates and the representatives of the G20 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for our Honorable Minister, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, sir, in our technical session, we had panel discussion on 5 different themes, and we would like to thank all our discussants and moderators for sharing their experiences with us, enlightening us with their insightful remarks. Thank you so very much to all of you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in Youth20 Inception Meeting, we'll have youth dialogue with Youth Minister, that is our Honorable Minister, sir. Yuva Samvad, Yuva Mantri ke saath. One earth, one family, one future. Vasudev Kutumbakam. For better and promising future, it is important that we should listen to our youth, their ideas, their expectations, and their viewpoint. But before we start with our dialogue, may I humbly request our Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Shri Anurag Singh Thakur ji, to kindly grace us with few words. Sir, please.
Secretary Youth Affairs, Ms. Meeta Rajiv Lochanji, officials from the Government of Assam, officials from the Government of India, youth representatives and friends from the media. Namaskar, apnor ke khabor. How are you feeling? Well, first of all, let me welcome you all to the Y20 family, especially our foreign delegates who have come, spared their valuable time and to be amongst us today. I hope you had a chance to immerse yourself and explore the sights, smells of the surroundings and significance of holding the Y20 meeting in Guwahati, Assam. I know you are here since early today morning from 9 a.m. till now. Hats off to you. Thank you for being here till this time, and I'm sure it's a busy day for you and some interesting sessions which happened today. But when we talk about northeast of India, state of Assam, with over 5,300 kilometers of international borders with several neighboring countries, the northeastern region of India has significant strategic value. What Northeast offers in terms of tourism, horticulture, handloom, sports, culture, and cuisine is unique. This region is a part of Himalayan and Indo-Burman biodiversity hotspots, the 2 of 25 such hotspots in the world. This region is rightfully the gateway to Southeast Asia and beyond. I am delighted that the Y20 summit is being kicked off from this region. I strongly believe that the Y20 India summit in 2023 would exemplify youth-centric efforts and showcase policy measures ideated by the youth across the globe. This summit provides an excellent opportunity for the youth and the world alike to shape the discourse in many ways, the direction of humanity. I have said this before and I will reiterate it today, that the U20 is a brilliant way to amplify the voices of young people. The world is listening to you very carefully. You have a seat at the table and you are being heard. This summit is significant because it is being held amongst the world's largest youth population and the world's largest democracy, the mother of democracy. There can be no better place as unique as this. India is 1/6 of the humanity, and whether it is from defense to digital, skills to startups, housing to healthcare, talent to technology, toys to tourism, environment sustainability to innovation, there is incredible information and digitalization happening across sectors from the world to experience and explore through your views and your ideas. The Indian economy has increased in size from being the 10th largest to the 5th largest economy in the world. We are diverse, democratic, and demand-driven. Our demographic dividend is uniquely poised to usher in an era of rapid social, economical, and environmental and technological innovation and advancement. It is fueled by the emotion, energy, and actions of young minds like you. Some of you would recall at the National Youth Festival this year, which was held last month, Honorable Prime Minister remarked that today there are global voices saying this century is India's century. It is your century, the century of India's youth. Whether it is the millennial generation or the Gen Z, today's youth are born into the digital, globalized and constantly evolving world filled with uncertainty, immense space, potential and limitless possibilities. It's wonderful to see the youth won't settle for the average and have triumphed through turbulent times. And I'm thankful to the government of Assam that they have organized Y20 talks in various parts of the Assam, and many such leading speakers are present here today. Thank you for being here and thank you for participating in such talks. Climate change and disaster risk reduction. We have seen yesterday what happened in Turkey and Syria. Unfortunately, thousands of people have lost their life. I'm thankful that Prime Minister Modi has sent the India NDRF team also to Turkey to help them during this disaster time. We have done so in the past in Nepal. We have sent our teams to Nepal also. So I was talking about the various themes we have picked up for this Y20 Inception meeting, which is future of work, climate change and disaster risk reduction, peace building and reconciliation, youth in democracy, health, well-being and sports. All these are very relevant and important topic for all of us. And I firmly believe that young people are the largest stakeholders and they have to play a very important role in the present, and they are the builders of tomorrow. Youth will inherit the future they build, and that is why I urge you to utilize this opportunity to brainstorm and build network wisely. A few weeks ago, Prime Minister Modi underscored that, and I quote, "The runway is ready for youth to take off. Whether it is for the economy or education, sports or entrepreneurship, skill development or digitization, you, the youth, now have a mission to make a global impact," I unquote. PM Modi also said that he strongly believes that by the end of this decade, emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, coding and others will have evolved significantly, and data science and cyber security will have occupied much deeper part of our lives. So our youth should be prepared with their skills. With all these opportunities, more for our youth, I would like you to take back this roadmap in your careers and lives. And for the international youth gathered here, I translate the mantra. Amrit Kal is Adhigam Kal. Leap forward and learn from people, places and your failures. Amrit Kal is the Avsar Kal. Take advantage of the plethora of opportunities and seize the day. Last but not the least, Amrit Kal is the Kartavya Kal. The mantra of duty towards the nation is first and foremost. If each of us follows the Kartavya Path, the world will definitely attain new heights of development. Youth is the engine which drives the nation towards success. Innovation, entrepreneurship, and problem solving will be the cornerstone for the youth-led development anywhere in the world. And in India, we are not only talking about the women development, but women-led development. There are ever new evolving opportunities in agriculture, defense, sports, media, and entertainment, social entrepreneurship, and youth are the drivers of this revolution. So my young friends, this is the historic time when optimism and opportunities are coming together. So we ought to stand united in order to unleash the true potential what awaits us in the future. I will end with a few thoughts and questions for you. Young people must decide, will you lead or will be led? Will you be an employee or aspire to be an entrepreneur? Will you be the generation that puts a man on Mars or continue to marvel at the moon landing? Will you be the generation that heals the world of its health problems or live in the hope for cures? Will you be encouraging or will you encourage a sustainable lifestyle for the planet or be the generation that sit quietly watching the extinction of life around us? Will you be the makers of a better future of world and masters of your destiny? Because your time is now and the clock is ticking. Thank you for listening to me patiently. Thank you once again. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, sir, for the address. Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Shri Anurag Singh Thakur ji. And now we open the forum for interaction, but a humble request, those who want to speak, those who want to share their views and opinions, please first introduce yourself and then share whatever you want to. So, sir, with your permission, shall we start? Yeah. Can we have the mic, please?
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Arjun Kumar. I am a student of NIT Silchar. So my question is regarding nowadays it's an era of digitization. So digital age. So recently we had one social media intermediary guidelines or rules we can say. But most of the platforms were failed to comply and to appoint grievance redressal officers. So what are the further steps taken by government to we can say immunize our youth from the misinformations coming from various parts of world?
Thank you for raising a question which is very relevant today, especially when we all have gone through the COVID-19 pandemic in the last 2 years. When I was addressing one of the conference at United Nations, which was held digitally, you know, most of the countries talked about infodemic rather than pandemic. Because of information, more lives were lost. So these platforms are made available for a right communication, positive communication, which could be used. But unfortunately, certain peoples misuse that. But then there are certain guidelines. There are 3 tiers of redressing that. One is at the, for example, OTT platforms or the others. There are such, when you can reach out to the producer, you can write and they can address that. 95% of the problems are taken care by any platform. They take care of that content, either they change or stop that. Second is at the association level and third is at the ministry level. Very few comes at the ministry level as far as the entertainment or the news are concerned. Government of India started the PIB fact check, which is the Press Information Bureau fact check, about the government policies or the news about the government. And we have been doing that successfully for the last 3 years. Now the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology is under the process of consulting various stakeholders, taking their feedback, what else could be done in that direction to address this challenge. On one hand, this platform is utilized by many such reporters, media persons or individuals to create more awareness or to spread the right news. There are positive pros and cons of this social media platforms, but I'm sure there will be more maturity and it will be used in the right direction in the years to come.
Thank you, sir. We have the lady in this row, please. Yeah.
Hello, sir. My name is Anubha Shukla, and I launched my startup 2 years back. I will quote you here. You said not women development, women-led development. I would request you to explain what steps are we taking in that direction.
See, if you look at this year's presidential address, India has a president who is a woman and comes from a tribal area. This shows the power of this democratic country. A woman who started her political career from being elected as a Parshad to a post of president, a corporator to a post of president, Rashtrapati, that is one. Second, on 31st of January, the presidential address happened in the parliament. On the 1st of February, the finance minister is also a woman who has given the budget this year, and a historic budget, I must say. So not only this, if you look at any field, you will find women are doing extremely well. I was looking at the previous session when I could see 4 women sitting here and a woman moderator. I could see Sarita Devi and Shreyasi Singh also sitting, the 2 sportswomen here who had made the country proud. Not only that, if you look at the Tokyo Olympics, who won the first medal for India? Mirabai Chanu, a girl from the northeast. Look at the Commonwealth Games. Who won the first gold medal last year for India? Mirabai Chanu, again a woman. Who won the 2 consecutive medals for India in 2016 Olympics and 2020 Tokyo Olympics? PV Sindhu, again a girl, a woman-led development. If you look at 80 lakh, which is 8 million self-help groups in India, where 90 million women are member of that, they are leading from the front. How many of you heard about the Lijjat Papad? Lijjat Papad के बारे में सुना है किसी ने? You know, way back about in 1959, who started that? 7 women from the outskirts of Mumbai, they came together with the 80 rupees loan. And they started as a self-help group, started making papads. Where do they stand today? They have more than 49,000 members as their self-help group. They make 4.6 million papads every day, and they have a turnover of 1800 crore rupees today. So, from thousands of women in our elected democratic setup, from Panchayat Pradhan to MLA to Zilla Parishad member to a member of parliament and to the FM to the president of post of president. Look at the deputy commissioner today. You have a woman who is a deputy commissioner. Secretary of Youth Affairs, again a woman. So everywhere you will see the women are leading from the front, and if you go to any school or college, which I have noticed in my constituency, if I go for any annual prize distribution function, out of 10, 7 are girls. That clearly shows women are leading from the front, girls are leading from the front. So there are opportunities available today from banking sector, fintech to the other sectors, from space to the 26th January Republic Day parade. You could see the women riding the motorcycles, you could see the women leading from the front in the Republic Day parade. That is the India today where women are leading from the front. और ये महिला विकास नहीं, ये महिला नेतृत्व विकास इसी की पहचान है. From a pilot to a fighter jet pilot, women are leading from the front.
We have this gentleman in the second row. Yeah, please.
Good evening, fellow participants and Honorable Anurag ji. Myself, Sean D'Souza, co-founder of Nicholas Social Welfare Society and SVCAN organization in Andhra and Karnataka. My question to you, sir, is youth in politics. Government has been discussing at length nowadays. I wish to understand from you, can the concept of new policy, new public management be a pipeline for India to accelerate lateral entries in the government system to absorb young and multidisciplinary professionals in public service?
I think if you look at the decision of Modi government, we allowed the lateral entry, and I worked with a couple of officers who came with the experience in the private sector working with various multinational companies, and they have been an asset to the government. I've seen them working very well. They have been very helpful, the kind of exposure they had, especially in the finance department. One joint secretary level ranked officer who was looking after the insurance part. He was very, very helpful. The kind of exposure he had, he has actually been a help to the government. In certain other areas I've seen and I've interacted with various officers who have been part of the lateral entry during the COVID-19 pandemic, when as a Minister of State for Finance, I used to interact with various departments. I could see it's a great help for the government, and it's an open area where I think more and more people should join. Apart than that, since I've been an elected representative for the last 15 years as a member of parliament, this is my 4th term. I've seen a lot of youngsters are coming into the policy side, whether they are graduate, postgraduate with a doctorate, or maybe from the medical profession coming into the policy side. They are helping to make good policies also. So we need more and more young people into the policy side, whether as an elected representative or whether as a researcher or as a lateral entry into the bureaucratic side. I think we need more and more people into the policy domain.
Thank you.
The gentleman in the second row, the last, yeah, this. Please give, no. Can we have the mic, please? Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for your time. My name is Michael Sianipar, and I'm from Indonesia. I was the chair of Youth20 Indonesia last year. And before going to my question, I first want to applaud Youth20 India and your government. You've done a tremendous job. It's beyond what I expected coming here. Even better than what we have done in Indonesia for the Inception meeting. So the question is, sir, we have many forums. We have given opportunities for young people to gather and voice their ideas. But a lot of times, leaders want the votes of the young people more than the voice. So how do you ensure that the voices that are being voiced out in forums like Youth20 will actually be implemented on the national, local, and even on the global scale? Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, if you look at India, as I said earlier, we have the largest youth population in the world today, and 1/6 of the humanity, if that is in India. I can only assure you that being the largest stakeholder, they've been involved in various processes. Look at this Y20 meeting. We could have limited it to the Inception meeting, then the pre-summit and the other major meetings. But we have taken it to the grassroots level. In the state of Assam itself, there are more than 50 meetings already held in various colleges and universities, and you could see the youngsters from those universities who spoke well, and they are participating here today. In this year, you will see more than 1,000 Indian universities, colleges participating in this event, and their voices being heard, and whatever suggestions they will make will be part of the paper we're going to make by the end of this Y20 meeting. So not only during the Y20 meeting, we are also celebrating the 75th year of independence. We are doing the Yuva Samvad, which is the youth dialogue across the country. We have done more than 300 programs, but we'll be doing more than 1,000 programs apart than the Y20 talks of the Yuva Samvad in the country. Looking at the various different topics apart than these 5 themes of future of works to the climate change and the well-being, or the youth participation in the democracy, this is for the Y20 talks. Apart than that, we'll be talking about the Panch Pran, which the Prime Minister talks about the 5 resolves for the Indian youth in the next 25 years of this Amrit Kal. We engage, it is not me as a youth minister, but our Prime Minister also have a lot of engagement with the youth. We see a lot of MPs doing the Sansad Khel Mahakumbh today, which they organize the various sports in their constituencies. Even the Prime Minister speak to the youth during those programs, interact with them. So we have a Prime Minister who already interacts with the youth. Similarly, our various ministers are traveling to various parts of the country. One day, one university, these kind of programs are being held. And you will see a lot of programs. Will reach out to the director IIT to have more programs here. And I'm thankful. Students from higher educational institute from the other parts of the country, from various states of the country, they will travel to the northeastern states, these 8 states of the northeast, and they will travel, they will live in the various parts of the northeast. There will be a buddy system where the students will interact with others and also engage with others, will know about their culture, art, tradition. That will create more bonding. The first program is going to start in the February of this month, where 1,000 students will travel. 300 from 8 states of Northeast will travel to the other parts of the country, and 700 from other parts of the country will travel to the Northeast. Youth to youth, but also from the leaders side with the youth as well. So we'll have more youth engagement here as well. And if you have something to learn from Indonesia's experience, we'll be more than happy to learn that at the dinner table as well. Thank you.
We have 2 girls there actually raising their hands. If our team could just please go up to them.
Good evening, sir. My name is Pratima Preet. I'm from NIT Mizoram, and I would like to ask you a question. What must be the role of political parties in selecting clean and healthy young politicians?
See, for any political party, the first thing is to pick a candidate who can win the seat for you. And to win an election, there are many criteria for that. And especially in today's world, when in the age of this digital media and where the people are more aware, where you are not only dependent on the newspaper or the linear, which is the TV channels, but also on the digital platforms from various platforms. Now, political parties are also under a lot of pressure to pick the right candidates. And I could see a lot of youngsters are keen to enter into the field of politics, which is a good sign that we need more educated, with a clean background, such youth to be part of this. They want to be part of various platforms available within the political system. Many want to contest the election at the panchayat level and bring the change at the grassroots level. Many want to become the member of Legislative Assembly. And I've seen in the last 15 years, there's a sea change from one political party to another, where they are also looking at a lot of youngsters to be part of their ideology and to become an elected representative. I request all of you, whichever political party you think you want to be part of, whichever ideology you feel to be part of, be the part of the system and be the change you want to see the change and drive that. You are, as I said earlier, you are the stakeholder and you should play the important role. You can't sit at the fence and could see either the country going this way or that way. Let us work together and take India to the level which India deserves today. And India should lead, and world is looking at India to lead.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, this gentleman in the corner. Yeah. Can we have the mic, please?
Good evening, sir. I am Shayantan. I am a part of Think India NIT Silchar. I am from Jorhat, Assam. So my question to you is, sir, the main problem with entrepreneurship nowadays is the fear of that if they fail, they might miss out many years of their lives that can go to a waste. So can we discuss with the government or non-government to figure out some policy to have some career securities in place so that we can encourage entrepreneurship?
I think when Prime Minister talked about कि युवाओं को रोजगार मांगने वाले देने वाला बनना चाहिए, he talked about that rather than seeking a job, you should be the job giver rather than the job seeker. So here is the example where in the last 7 years, the youth of this country has made India proud. We came out with the policy of startup ecosystem. Look at where India stands today. 7 years back, we were nowhere at the global map. In less than 7 years' time, India is the third largest startup ecosystem in the world today. 90,000 startups, 107 unicorns with a worth of $30 billion today. When the major companies were shutting down during the pandemic time, it was the Indian startup companies which were acquiring those companies or such companies in India and abroad. So I think I see a lot of possibilities where today's youth, I see they are getting into the space of fintech to the agriculture. Why I'm saying from fintech to the agriculture is, on one hand we have a successful story of UPI Beam, where more than 728 crore transactions happened last month, worth 12.62 lakh crore rupees. Record transactions happened when people from Silicon Valley like Sundar Pichai or Satya Nadella comes to India and they say they still carry a hard copy of COVID vaccination. And India, all of you have a digital copy on CoWIN app. That is how India has progressed. When major economies were writing checks to their citizens in India, Prime Minister Modi was clicking a button and transferring funds worth 31,000 crore rupees to 20 crore plus women with a click of button. That is the power of digital payments today in India. So on one hand, it is the digital platforms. On the other hand, it is the agriculture where we used to look at the fertilizer, jahan ek gunny bag with a 50 kilo gunny bag we used to carry. Now we have a nano urea with 1 liter bottle, you can have the fertilizer. On the other hand, it is the drone which is making the delivery system much better and also being used for the spray of fertilizers today. So from one field to another, there are ample opportunities. And especially when we talk about the future of works, from artificial intelligence to Internet of Things, machine learning to coding to the 3D printing, there is huge scope. All we need to see is where are the challenges and how can we be the problem solver. There lies the scope of becoming entrepreneur. And I'm sure youngsters like you from NIT, IIT and other such institutes will look at the engineers especially to become the problem solvers rather than the problem creators.
We have the lady in the second
Good evening,
row,
sir.
I
am Sanjeevani Joshi
Just a minute,
from...
please. Ma'am, please, just a minute. Yeah. We have the lady in the second row. Yeah.
Namaste, sir.
Namaste.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Nane. I'm from Russia and I'm representing the our group of Ayurvedic students who study in Ayurveda in India, doing BMS, Bachelor in Ayurvedic Medicine and Surgery. And most of us, we came to India to study Ayurveda as we see immense depth and importance and greatness in the knowledge that India preserved through the Vedic culture and Ayurveda specifically. So I have two questions. One question, as we are learning this beautiful science, we have main request how Ayurveda can be used not just as a medicine. Nowadays already it's getting recognized more and more. Even we are studying in Jamnagar. Already the WHO center is established there, which showing the recognition. So our question, how Ayurveda can be implied not just as a medicine, but as a prevention, especially for young generation. Because Ayurveda, it's not just a medicine, it's the way of living. And in our scriptures, it's written how lifestyle from childhood can impact the health, the well-being, on all levels. So first question, how the knowledge of Ayurveda can be spread from the childhood, from the school timing. It can be introduced to the kids as a lifestyle which can bring a very big and good perspective to their health and well-being. And second question about care of doctors and medical and Ayurvedic students as well, because we are facing very tough type of education. I think it's about all students. So in a way, we're learning the science how to take care of our health, but the condition of the studying is so harsh that actually very rarely doctors take care of their health themselves. So how we can just support new generation to imply this deep and very ancient, very beautiful knowledge to help everyone live better? This is my question. Thank you.
Let me first thank you for selecting India for your education. And secondly, thanking you for picking Ayurveda as your area of study as well as your career. We have seen during the COVID-19 pandemic the power of traditional medicine, because the traditional medicine is not on animal based, it is on herb based, plant based. So one is, please be seated. So one is that the power of Ayurveda. Kada suna kisi ne ki nahi suna? So during the COVID-19 pandemic, two things helped, yoga and Ayurveda. So the things which were ignored in India for a certain period, and we looked at the Western world, COVID-19 pandemic somehow made each one of us realize the power of Ayush, Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha and homeopathy. That is the power we have. I think we need more research papers and more recognition at the international level. There is a huge market locally and globally. And I've seen many member of parliaments to a common man sharing their experiences with us, which the other medicines could not do. Our traditional medicines have actually helped them to recover. One experience I would like to share with you. I come from a hill state of Himachal Pradesh. Hamirpur is my constituency. In 2018 April, I started a program of mobile medical units because I could see, people in difficult times, they have to travel 3-4 kilometers by foot to catch a bus and then to go to a hospital for a checkup and to get treated. I started a program called Sansad Mobile Swasthya Seva, which is the mobile medical units. I started with 3 mobile medical units initially. These go with a doctor, lab technician, nurse and test them, give them free medicine, free checkup, free OPD. There was a great response. Now from 3 we have made 30 mobile medical units now, done more than 8 lakh patients testing free of cost and free medicine in the last 4 years. Now, on one part is the cure, which we are already doing. And what you talked about, the prevention. When I went through their data, I put some experts on that job to look at the data. They've gone through 2 lakh people and they found that majority of the problems are lifestyle related. So if we have to prevent this, then rather than sending doctors there, we need to create more awareness about their lifestyle. What needs to be changed, what needs to be adopted, what should be their right eating habits, how much they should exercise, what is the right posture, and other things which are related to it. I'm not an expert as far as the healthcare is concerned, but you raised a very relevant point. I'll talk to the relevant people within the system, our health minister and to the Prime Minister, how we can adopt it more and more. But one thing which I've seen in India, that things are changing very fast. And somehow the online platforms are a big advantage today. Even if the question which you raised today and some suggestions which you have given, when everyone is going to share that on the online platform, more and more people will get educated and they're going to get more aware about the things available at home. Thank you for the question. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of hands, so I have to make my reply a little short, so I'll try and do that to take more questions.
Good
Or
evening.
what I'll do is I'll take 4 or 5 questions at one go, then I'll reply. Is that fine?
As you suggest, sir. So can we have the question, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you to give me a chance of question. I'm Hyunjin. I'm from South Korea, who is studying, researching on Indian philosophy in Delhi University. Yes. After I finished my MA in same Delhi University, I got quite surprised that Indian students are very smart. Indian students are really good at expressing and debate logically. They know how to express their opinion logically. Unlike Indian students, unfortunately, I think in my country, Korean education system doesn't teach how to debate and express one's opinion logically. So, in my opinion, when it comes to youth, political participation of youth, education can be an extension of politics. So I want to ask you, from which tradition of India this strength of debate and listening comes from? Yeah, thank you, sir.
Which tradition of India?
Yes, from which tradition of India this education system, this strength in education, debate, oral debate and logical self-expression comes from? Yeah, this is my question, sir.
So shall we take some more questions? Yeah, this fellow? Yeah, please.
Good evening, sir. So this is Himraj Go here from Johar Engineering College. So my question is, there is no doubt that persisting in Indian politics requires much more than confidence and hard work. So what are certain fundamental principles and mindset that we need to instill in ourselves as youth to be able to take part in Indian politics and become able young leaders of the future?
Thank you. The lady in the middle.
Namaskar. I am Bhumi Sharma. I am the national focal point for India at the youth constituency of World Meteorological Organization. Following up on what you just said, that a lot of people from different sectors are inclining towards policy making and are doing a tremendous job there. But I would like to highlight the lack of an established program for inducting youth in the United Nations delegations from the Indian side, even though there is a set guideline by United Nations present on their website. Yes.
Thank you. The gentleman there, yeah, who's raising his hand, please.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Gunjan Kumar from Center of Sustainable Polymer, IIT Guwahati. Sir, as a part of Central University during my graduation, now in IIT, as both has a student body election, the major difference I think is the political exposure that a student body get. So my question is, what steps the government has taking to encourage more students from institute like IIT, IIM and NIT to be a part of mainstream politics from the starting days after completing his course from the institute like IITs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sir, we'll take one more question. Yeah, gentleman there. You can give the mic to the person there. Yeah, please.
Good evening, Anurag ji. I am Arnab Roy from Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. And my question to you is, sir, that after pursuing a higher degree, so youth is the human resource of a country. After pursuing their degree, they tend to move in international countries or Western countries, seeking different benefits that they think they'll achieve in that country that cannot be achieved in India. How will you address that mentality of the youth, sir?
Yeah, please. Gentleman in the first row.
Good evening to one and all present over here. Good evening.
I'm sorry, who's speaking? Please don't speak unless you'll be asked. Yeah, please, you can ask the question.
Hello. Is it working? Oh, yes. Hello, my name is Keita. I'm this year's Japanese delegate to Y20 2023. First, thank you for this great organization and warm welcome to this to India and Assam State. I'm having a really great time with all interactions. So my question is about how to systematically incorporate these communications and representations of the youth. So not only these formal events for the particular times of the year, but how can we, in long term, in a grassroots level, how to incorporate these channels of youth to show their voices, to communicate to the decision makers, so that our voices of the youth are constantly reflected in their decision making. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir, please. Yeah, the lady in the first row there.
Namaste, sir. I'm Shriprada Indrakanti from the United States of America. I'm studying in Ayurveda in SDM College of Ayurveda and Hospital, Hassan, under the Indian Council for Cultural Relations, External Affairs. So my question for you today is, so yesterday I just came from a conference in Kerala on Indian knowledge systems and traditions, and I observed that the Chinmay Vidyapith, which was organizing that event, had incorporated the IKS system, and the first module being the national pride of the country. And how does this help for the youth of today? I mean, if they spend time on learning about their national identity and associating with their national pride and the country's history, how does that improve global interconnectedness? Thank you.
The gentleman in the first row, please. Yeah.
Namaste, sir. I'm Pascal. I'm a law student and a consultant. My question to you, sir, is more on the lines of student politics, sir. I see two extremes in India. One, the institutions where student politics sets a bad example to the entire globe, I would say. On the other hand, I come from an institution, I have pursued my undergrad, wherein student politics is not encouraged and in fact discriminated upon to the extent that student politics has become a taboo of sorts, sir. So does the government consider working with the education ministry to set up a platform of sorts to regulate student politics across the nation, sir? That would be my question. Thank you, sir.
The gentleman in the third row, sir, shall we continue, with the questions? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Namaste, sir. I'm Sanket. I'm currently building a cultural brand, That Indian Monk, which focuses on reviving cultural ethos of Bharat and IKS. Along with that, I'm working with Pinaka Technologies, which is a cybersecurity firm. So my question is a bit general, which occurred in today's panel discussion, which was about mental health and some policies about sport. So when we look at district level or a state level or a normal player who is involved in any kind of sports, so these people undergo through a lot of stress and such situations which are unaddressed, and even parents do not understand. So how government can intervene into this and create some interventions, at least at awareness level, so that some things can be done for these people as well. So this is one of the questions I wanted to address. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman there, yeah, sitting next to you.
Good evening to one and all present over here. Good evening, Anuragji. We always talk about betterment of humans, but we also understand that animals are also an important part of our global ecosystem. My question is, why there is no strict laws against animal cruelty? We usually see that stray dogs, cows are abused and ran over by vehicles. Why government does not run free spay and neuter program for stray dogs? Also, don't you think zoo should be closed, as we are depriving animals from their natural habitat just for our sake? What is your take on this? Thank you.
The gentleman in the middle in the white dress, yeah, white shirt rather.
Good evening, sir. My name is Sanjeev Singha from Guwahati University. So in your introductory address, you mentioned about demographic dividend that India has. So as you said, women-led India. So my concern here is that the labor force participation, the female labor force participation in India is not that desirable. So what your idea and what would you advise to the young generation to reap the benefit, to optimize the labor force participation, especially the female? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The girl in the last row, we can see some hands, yeah. Yeah, please.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Shikha. I am from Assam Women's University, student of Mass Communication and Journalism. So my question is, as we know, media is the fourth pillar of our democracy. So as a youth, how can we use it in positive direction? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the fellow in the middle. You can ask your question, yeah.
Thank you for recognizing me, ma'am. Sir, we live in a country where cricketers are one of the most highest paid professions. But let me present before you a real life story from the city Silchar in Assam where I live. There is a girl who was selected for a Commonwealth powerlifting championship to be held at Auckland, and she required 2.5 lakh rupees from her side, not paid by the government, to participate there. She stumbled from doors to arrange that money. She even went to many political leaders, MPs, MLAs, and finally she had to find herself in debt to arrange that amount of money to represent herself at Auckland. And fortunately, and by her ability, she had won the silver medal there, representing India at Auckland. So what you as the Minister of Sports in India can do to even include such versatile sports of powerlifting, weightlifting and others as well, in addition to cricket, and make them mainstream financially?
Yeah, the gentleman in the third row.
Hakaloke Namaskar. My name is Sanadya Sinha, representing Think India and IIT Silchar. My question is that, sir, after the abrogation of Article 370, there has been a civil society group in Ladakh who have been demanding the protection of resources and employment. And in September 2019, National Commission for Scheduled Tribes strongly recommended the inclusion of Ladakh under the 6th schedule of Article 244. So what does the MHA does not even addressing the issue, concluding that Schedule 6 is meant for the Northeast and Schedule 5 can be implemented in the Ladakh. So what are the future course of actions the government is planning to implement to secure the tribal rights for the people of Ladakh district?
Thank you. Yeah, the lady there, she's raising her hand.
Good evening, sir. I am Tanvi Kurekar from ICT Mumbai. I wanted to ask that what the basic qualities should a youth have in leadership qualities to make India a world leader? Thank you, sir.
Okay. Please, ma'am.
Thank you. Om Gyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Militan Gyana Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namaste overall. Honorable Anuragji, my name is Raquel. I'm from Brazil. I'm studying Ayurveda in Jaipur. And thank you for this amazing opportunity. And I would like to share with you that we are already running a project in Brazil for established there the first authentic Ayurveda Gurukula there. And my request to you is please bless us for we continue this project there, because this is also an opportunity for youth people work abroad, and also for Vaidyas, because the idea is that Vaidyas go to Brazil for teach us there, right? And please help us and establish this project there. This is my humble request. Thank you.
Thank you. So can we take some more questions? Yeah. Okay, right. So as you suggest, please.
Thank you for your questions and some suggestions which have come this way. I mean, what qualities you need to become a world leader? क्या लगता है क्या qualities होनी चाहिए भाई? Any suggestions to become a world leader? What kind of qualities one should have? Leader who could empower other leaders. One, and what else? Leader who could empower citizens, and accountability. Leading from the front. Compassion. So one earth, one family, one future. Vasudev Kutumbakam. See, the answer we all know. One has to be clean, disciplined, dedicated, compassionate. At the same time, a commitment towards the growth of the country as well as towards the welfare of the citizen, welfare of the poor. And when you are committed and dedicated, I think nobody could stop you. First thing is you should believe in yourself, then the others will believe in you. So you should have that confidence in you, then the world will believe in you. And I'm sure many of you will do well in whatever field you'll pick. Not only politics, many other areas, wherever you go, you're going to do well. About the 370-35 way, if you look at, your question was very different, but I'll answer it in a different way, that for the tribals, not only in Jammu and Kashmir, but otherwise also, even in this budget, there is announcement to open 740 Eklavya schools to look after the 350,000 tribal children which can go to the school. More than 38,000 teachers will be hired, and a special budget has been earmarked for that. That is one. Second, in Jammu and Kashmir, when it was difficult to even hoist a national flag, after the abrogation of the Article 370 and 35A, you could see last year when we were celebrating the 75th year of independence, Har Ghar Tiranga Abhiyan, in every nook and corner of Kashmir, there was a Tiranga flag hoisted on each and every house. So there is no special status, that is one. It is like any other state of India where people are having the equal rights. The one question about the women workforce, I think there are many areas where women are doing extremely well. But yes, if you look at the organized sector, the women workforce is still very less in India. It is only 20-25% in India, which should be much more. But if you look at the self-employed women workforce, it is much higher. If you look at the total mudra loans which have been given, 34,37,000 crore rupees has been given. Out of that, 69% are availed by the women in this country. That means they are more into the self-employment, whether through the self-help groups, entrepreneurs, or small works they are doing. But yes, in many areas, many sectors, we need more women participation. But you could see that from the defense sector to the other micro, small, medium enterprises, the women are in large numbers today, but yes, the number has to be increased. Animal equality, I believe, I agree with you in certain areas. We see the farmer who takes the advantage of a cow till the time she is giving milk. She is like mother, but the day she stops giving milk, she's been left on the road or in the jungle or elsewhere. So I think it is our responsibility not only of the farmer but also as a society. We have seen the mistreatment to the dogs, to the other animals as well. But there's a lot of awareness today. There are a lot of people who come forward to adopt dogs as their pets, who are the stray dogs, to take care of the cows to the other animals who are left on the streets. There is a sea change from the past 10-20 years. We have seen a different society now. More awareness is being created and people are also becoming more sensitive. There is another change. If you look at India, few years back, the kind of problem we used to face with the cleanliness, now more awareness is generated. A lot of youngsters, they believe in keeping the country clean, their area clean. They don't throw their chips packet, the toffee, chocolate or the water bottles on the road. They try and dispose of that in the dustbin or they keep it in their bag and dispose of at the right place. So there is a change happening with the passage of time with creating more awareness. All we could do is we can be the change what we want to see the change in the country. So let us start from our home, from ourselves only, and we could see a lot of change. Mental stress, yes, not only for the athletes, but to the common man, students also. We see a lot of suicides today in the society. We could see a lot of stress among the youth. Yoga, Ayurveda to others, meditation is another area which help us to de-stress ourselves and rejuvenate ourselves. Let me say one thing here. परेशानियां तो हर किसी की जिंदगी में होती हैं. परेशानियों से भागना बहुत आसान होता है. हर जिंदगी में एक मुश्किल इम्तिहान होता है. भागने वालों को कुछ नहीं मिलता जिंदगी में, लड़ने वालों के कदमों में ही जहां होता है. So let us fight against the odds, and I'm sure you're going to take over all the stress. Regularized student politics, मैं तो यही कहूँगा. मैं तो खुद छात्र नेता था. I emerged from the BJP Youth Wing President. I was the longest serving Youth Wing President from 2010 to 2017, doing a lot of agitation across the country, and took a yatra from Kolkata to Kashmir from various parts of the country to hoist the national flag, where I was put in the jail to hoist the national flag in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Now today I could see Jammu and Kashmir is a different state today with no such restrictions and all that. I think youth, why do you look at only doing the student politics in university or the college? Nobody stops you to take up any issue and make it a big issue. Whether in the campus, off the campus, Today there are various platforms. You can start any debate online, offline. There are a lot of opportunities today. But yes, we have elected representatives from students, among students also in various universities and colleges. But if you want to see any changes, we can still discuss that with the Education Ministry and also with the Election Commission of India. There are few more questions on why youth is, educated youth leaving country. I think there was a stage when a lot of youngsters wanted to leave and build careers overseas. But today I see a lot of youth coming back home because they see more prospects and aspirations back home, and they see more value in India rather than overseas. So time has changed. And I'm sure a lot of youngsters like you going to build their careers and also contribute towards the growth of India. Wherever you go, I'm sure the youth of India is going to make India proud, and you are going to contribute towards the problem solving, whether in those countries or in India. You are going to be the problem solvers rather than the problem creators. You have talked about the UN Young Global Leaders, how we're going to pick. We can discuss that internally within the department, how we can do that. Someone from Korea talked about where this tradition of discussions or talks started. It is in our Shastras, if you could see. We are not only the largest democracy in the world, but India is the mother of the democracy. So it is a thousands of years old tradition. And that is how the society where we stand today. Not only that, somebody talked about India. What about Indian culture, art, tradition? All I want to say is for today's youth, when we talk about celebrating 75th year of independence, that doesn't mean India is 75 years old. Our history is thousands and thousands of years old. There's a rich tradition, art and culture. Unfortunately, in the past, not many were talking about that, but today we can proudly say it is not only the revival of Somnath temple or the Kashi Vishwanath temple or the Kedarnath temple or the Hemkund Sahib or the Buddh circuit or the Ayodhya Dham. These are not only the temples or the places of worship today, but ये आस्था के केंद्रों के साथ साथ अर्थव्यवस्था के केंद्र भी बने हैं. From a places of worship to a places of economy, it has also emerged as a place of economy because lakhs and lakhs of jobs have been created around that. A rich tradition, culture which we look at the same time, a huge infrastructure has been built around that. So I think we should know our country well, not only for the last 75 years or the 200 years or the 600 years of Gulami, but also we need to come out of that mindset of Gulami today. That is why Prime Minister, when he talked about the 5 resolves, उसमें एक जो कहते हैं गुलामी की मानसिकता से बाहर निकलना, वो बहुत जरूरी है. और उस मानसिकता के साथ निकलने के साथ साथ गौरवशाली इतिहास पर गर्व करने की बात भी करते हैं. और ये गौरवशाली इतिहास जो भारत का है, वो दुनिया के बहुत कम देशों का है. इसलिए उसको जानना बहुत जरूरी है. और हमने एक सीरियल भी शुरू किया दूरदर्शन पर, स्वराज, जिसमें महिलाओं से लेके बहुत सारे महापुरुषों की स्वतंत्रता सेनानी के रूप में भी उसको दिखाने का काम किया गया है. और भी क्वेश्चंस हैं?
Sir, I think as you suggest, shall we take some more, sir? Or?
I think if they are hungry, if they want to have dinner, you can. I think they are supposed to have dinner at 7:15. It is already 8 o'clock. Whatever is your wish, as rest of you could Join me on the dinner table, sit with me and ask your questions if that is fine. If you still want to ask questions, I'm fine to take your questions. It's up to the organizers.
Yeah, there are so many hands raised actually, so we can simply go on and on and on. So if you suggest, ma'am, can we just, yeah, I'm really sorry, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, we have time constraints. So, sir, with this, shall we just wind up the dialogue?
Up to you, I mean, I'm fine with anything.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom, for your encouraging remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the last leg of our today's event. So, in concluding session, may I first invite from the Y20 Secretariat, Ms. Valentina Brahma and Mr. Devan Shah.
मैं इनको इतना जरूर कहूँगा.
Please, sir.
Because you all are studying in very prestigious educational institutes, you all be looking at building your careers, building fortune for your family, giving them a very comfortable lifestyle. But please remember when Prime Minister talked about Amrit Kal. And from this Amrit Kal to Swarnim Kal, this yatra of 25 years is very, very important. And please remember those 5 resolves, Panch Pran. और मैं इसको हिंदी में जरूर कहना चाहता हूँ क्योंकि आप सबके लिए है कि भारत को विकसित भारत बनाना है. वी हैव टू मेक इंडिया डेवलप्ड कंट्री. हमें गुलामी की सोच से बाहर निकलना है. हमें अपने गौरवशाली इतिहास पर गर्व करना है. कला संस्कृति इतिहास पर गर्व करना है. हमें एकता एकजुटता को बनाए रखना है. किसी भी जाति धर्म के होंगे, सबको एकजुट होकर रहना है. और हमें नागरिकों को कर्तव्य पालन करना है. वी शुड नॉट सीक ओनली राइट्स बट वी हैव टू डू आवर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, डू आवर ड्यूटीज एज वेल. सो मैं इतना ही कहूंगा, कितनों की तकदीर बदलनी है तुम्हें, कितनों की तस्वीर बदलनी है तुम्हें. अपने हाथों की लकीरों की ओर मत देखना, इन लकीरों से भी आगे जाना है तुम्हें.
Thank you so much.
So please enjoy your years in this educational institute. Please enjoy your years when you are studying in this prestigious college. But remember one thing, these kind of functions or these kind of events, when they are organized, they give you an opportunity to network. And networking is very important. You'll remember that in the years to come, your network will be your net worth. So create a good network, know more people, engage with more people, share your ideas, share your knowledge. You will get more exposure. Only your books can't teach you everything. Travel as much as you can. चढ़ जाओ किसी भी ट्रेन पे अपनी छुट्टियों के समय बैकपैक लेकर and see India. Go and visit most parts of India. See the villages of India. You will learn a lot. मैंने पढ़ाई से कम, मैंने सफर कम करके ज़्यादा सीखा है. इस देश के कम से कम 400-500 शहरों को, गांव को, जिलों में मैंने जाने का काम किया है. That gives you the insight of India, what India is. नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस हो, महात्मा गांधी हो या नरेंद्र मोदी जी हो, इन्होंने देश को देखा है, तभी देश को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया है. आप भी देश को देखिए और अपने भारत को आगे बढ़ाने का काम अवश्य कीजिए. मैं आपसे इतना निवेदन जरूर करना चाहूंगा.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister Sir, for guiding us, for motivating us. So we have with us Ms. Valentina Brahma and Mr. Devesh Shah.
Take up one idea and make it your life. Think of it, dream of it, live on that idea, and that's how you become successful. With these enlightening words from Swami Vivekanand, I greet our Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs, Mr. Anurag Thakurji, Secretary Madam, Ms. Meeta Rajiv Lochanji, our host, IIT Director Sir, Dr. Parmeshwar K. Iyer, Assam government officials, Principal Secretary, Mr. Kalyan Sir, Khulumbai, Namaskar. Greetings to all the brothers and sisters. From a land of diversity, rich culture, and proud history, I stand before you today as a proud representative of not just SPMRF, Y20 Secretariat, but my country, and as a youth, a representative of the youth as well. Through this Y20 India, we are trying to gather as much voices of the youth through our various programs as possible. We, the young people of India, are proud of our heritage, but we are also forward-looking and eager to embrace the future. We believe that our generation has the power to shape the world and make it a better place for all. In India, we are fortunate to have a rich tapestry of cultures, religions, and languages that make our country unique and vibrant. But we also know that with this diversity comes a responsibility to celebrate our differences and work together towards a common goal. Throughout the entire day, we have had very engaging panel discussions with very good panels for our various themes that had been selected by the Y20 Secretariat and the Ministry. Throughout these discussions today, we understood that presence of establishments that instills confidence in a community play an important role in resolving conflicts. Our first session on peace building and reconciliation, we learned that the role of the youth is very pivotal in bringing forth these establishments. It is important to create a dialogue for a better ecosystem that is essential for peace building. The state plays a crucial role in the policy making process. But as a youth, we must not forget about our role and our duties. And this realization could be attained only if we empathize with the needs and the situations of each and everybody in this world. And as we move towards the future, this empathy becomes a trust among us. You know, for example, India is developing the 5G technology. And this 5G technology is being distributed among our neighbor countries. And the neighbor countries are partaking these 5G technology without any concern of a strategic planning from India. This is because of the trust that has been built through India's philosophy and its diplomacy. And as this digital transformation is taking place, and as it is unfolding, we, through this Y20, are not only involving the youth, but also involving various stakeholders from universities, from the industries, from various fields, so that by the end of this Y20 summit, we are able to produce a deliberation, we are able to produce a communique that provides a solution for the problems that are existing in our world today. The youth is determined to build a better future, and one that is inclusive and equitable, where everyone has access to education, healthcare, and opportunities to fulfill their potential. We are committed to create a world that is sustainable for both ourselves and for the future generations. Therefore, dear friends, I invite you to join us on this journey. Let us work together to see the change we wish to see in the world. Together we can make the world a better place for all. Thank you. Now I would like to invite our track chair, Mr. Devansh Shah.
Thank you, Valentina ji. I'd like to begin by thanking our Honorable Minister, Shri Anurag Singh Thakur ji. Thank you so much, sir. The Ministry of Youth Affairs, the Honorable Secretary, the Honorable officials of Assam government, the Director of IIT Guwahati. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and Sarva Sukhino Bhavantu. These are the two pledges that our Shastras have taught us. And when the world saw the unforeseen circumstance of a pandemic, our august Prime Minister carried out the world's largest vaccination drive, which included technologically and medically advanced technologies. But he upheld these two principles. This is working in advancement with an iron fist, but carrying human values with velvet glove. In the 20th century, world did not care if there was a war going on in some part of the world. A country would not care. But in the 21st century, when a war goes on between Ukraine and Russia, India cares. India carries out Mission Ganga, bringing back 25,000 students, creating a record on its own, and also rescuing students from 18 other countries. When India comes out with a green hydrogen mission, the world notices. As we have taken on the presidency, as the G20 presidency has been taken on, we've seen that a lot of countries share a common goal. Post the 2016 Guangzhou Summit, countries have shared a common vision to jointly promote global economic recovery that have led to medium and long-term economic growth. Now, coming to my track in particular, that is Industry 4.0, India has made rapid strides in it. We've not only done vaccine Maitri, but we have come out with Tech Maitri. Tech Maitri is something where India has focused on developing the India stack, where we have countries from the global south developing their own digital economic systems. We have a G20 nation who's developing a system similar to UPI on their own, which is huge globally. I know it's the last session and everybody is really tired. I can see people leaving, so I won't take you long. So today, as we head into India's presidency of G20, one of the top priorities in front of us all is to create a sustainable and secure future. This future will be built by the global youth. It will be led by the global youth. We look forward to the same with as much aspirations, as India is the most youthful nation where maximum percentage of a population is young and productive. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Valentina Brahma and Mr. Devansh Shah. Now I would like to invite respected Shri Kalyan Chakrabarti Ji, Principal Secretary, Government of Assam, please.
Honorable Minister, sir, esteemed Secretary, ma'am, youth delegates, Y20 Secretariat, and the media personnel. First and foremost, sir, on behalf of the Government of Assam, all the students, the universities, the school students who we have given the opportunity to deliberate on these issues, we would like to thank you for doing the inception meeting in the state of Assam. You have actually caused us to understand the hopes and aspirations of the youth in greater detail. Sir, I wouldn't like to take much time, but I would like to say that we learned a lot from the deliberations of the youth. We learned about their hopes and aspirations as to how from agriculture to industry to AI could lead to huge disruptions, and how all these topics were so interlinked. And we hope that from the deliberations that have happened here and the contributions of the Assam students to the papers, we hope that we will be able to contribute to the papers finally to be submitted by you to the international community. We have made a lot of models here, sir. Our dynamic Chief Minister has youth as his top priority, both its employment in terms of technology, in terms of peace building, in terms of their health, in terms of climate change. Assam is now on the forefront, and we have presented our views. And we have also deliberated with the students and understood their views. And we thank you for giving us this opportunity. And I thank all of you on behalf of the government, on behalf of my Chief Minister, for being here and for making Assam the first place for starting the inception here. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, respected Shri Kalyan Chakrabarti ji, Principal Secretary, Government of Assam. And now may I request respected Shri Parmeshwar Iyer ji, Professor Parmeshwar Iyer, Director, IIT. Sir, please.
Good evening, everybody. Honorable Union Minister, Shri Anurag Thakurji, officials from the Government of India and Government of Assam. In fact, it has been a very intense, engaging, and a very long day. I think many of you woke up at around 5:36, and right from the yoga session till now, you all have been out, and I really thank you for being, so active, participating so intensely, and still you are ready to, pose more questions to the minister. And sir, thank you very much for being so interactive, and you are still ready to take up more questions. I think it has been a very lively day. In fact, I would like to thank the government of Assam. Though we call it an inception meeting, what I have been observing since the last 1 week, it's almost like an international summit level. So, a big round of applause to the government of Assam and definitely the government of India. And the efforts have been very, very intense. In fact, just a month back, we had the Honorable Minister visiting us, I think on 5th January, along with his team, and the preparations were really, really intense. Most of the people who are sitting here in the front row have been here for almost the full days for last 8 to 10 days. So I think the efforts have really been very, very intense. We have been very, very proactive in ensuring that that big delegation that has come from abroad and from across the country, you get an opportunity to interact and present your views, show what you want for the future, for your future, for our earth, and as a big family, how we can preserve it and how it can be more sustainable. So I think that's a big message that you all have conveyed to the leaders of this nation, of the world, and as I mentioned, it's like a big summit that we have gathered here, and it has been very, very intense, and we all enjoyed all the sessions throughout the day. People have been sitting here interacting, and specific mention, sir, I would like to have is that the exhibitors who have been here, they also have been presenting their very, very modern technologies, everything developed in the region. I think it's a great opportunity for the state, for the region to also demonstrate to the world the brand Assam and how it is changing, definitely what changes it can bring to the world. So I'll not take much time, I'll not repeat what has been said. I invite you all for the dinner, and hopefully we can have more intense interactions over dinner. So thank you very much, and hope to see you all soon in the dinner table. On behalf of the institute, I would like to also give a small token of gift to the minister. We missed it out, I think, in the month of January, sir. So we would like to present a small token of appreciation and a gift from both G20 Secretariat and IIT Guwahati.
So, Professor Parmeshwar Iyer ji, yeah, please, sir. Director,
Just wanted
IIT
to
is
say,
now.
Director, where's the party tonight?
So, Director, IIT is now felicitating Honorable Minister, sir, by presenting a gamcha, a book, and a memento as a token of thanks. This is a book on birds. And now a memento. Thank you, Professor Parmeshwar Iyer ji, Director IIT. And ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude our today's session. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, for joining us today and having dialogue with our participants. And we would also like to thank our distinguished guests, eminent personalities, representatives, delegates, officials from the ministry and state government, young leaders and all others who are connected with us through live streaming. Thank you so very much. Since morning you all are with us. Thank you once again, and please do join us for dinner. Thank you.